Chapter 289. The third stage was the true connection between their hearts. At that time, even if the two were separated by hundreds or thousands of meters, the yuan qi in their bodies would respond to each other in an endless cycle. When the two joined forces, their combat strength would soar, and they would be able to use many of the joyous unification art's offensive secret skills. The yuan qi flowed from Yang Kai's body into Su Yan's, then back to Yang Kai. The two's yuan qi blended and tempered, becoming purer and purer. As time passed, not only did the two's yuan qi begin to blend with each other, but even their consciousnesses seemed to converge. Their incorporeal consciousnesses intertwined as they longed for this kind of magical contact. Without speaking, they could clearly feel each other's thoughts, and every time they touched, they would tremble slightly. A faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, followed by a phoenix cry from Su Yan's. Inside the room where the two were cultivating, a dense light of dragons and phoenixes appeared. If one were to take off their clothes and look closely, one would see a dragon and a phoenix rapidly swimming around Yang Kai's and Su Yan's backs. As they danced about, the two's dual cultivation was far more efficient than it had ever been before. This breakthrough in dual cultivation lasted for a full 5 days. The blending and tempering of the yuan qi washed away all the impurities that had accumulated during this time. Not only did Yang Kai's strength improve significantly, but Su Yan's harvest was also huge. There was no such thing as intimate intimacy, but both of them faintly felt that this kind of dual cultivation was what they had always longed for, a dual cultivation that touched each other's hearts. Until they left, Yang Kai didn't do anything superfluous, because Su Yan had been using the longing and desire in her heart to temper herself. If at this time Yang Kai were to give her a hard time, he was afraid it would destroy the state of mind she had maintained for more than a year, causing her persistence to fall short. For her sake, Yang Kai had to be patient. Before leaving, Yang Kai gave Su Yan Ling Tai Su's universe bag, which contained several dozen kilograms of myriad drug liquid, more than a dozen kilograms of myriad drug milk, and 2 bottles of myriad drug cream. Myriad drug liquid could improve a person's physique if taken over a long period of time. This kind of good thing naturally had to be shared with his woman. It wouldn't take too long as he persisted for 1 to 2 months. Su Yan would most likely be reborn. Her aptitude had always been top-notch, and now that she was reborn, her future achievements would definitely be limitless. Other than that, as for the soul-cleansing dew and the brilliant flame liquid, Su Yan could refine the brilliant flame liquid now to help temper her yuan qi. As for the soul-cleansing dew, once she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, she would naturally be able to use it. They were all things that would be useful in the near future. Leaving Su Yan's small loft, Yang Kai flew all the way to the coiling dragon stream. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already see a black aura full of evil rising up from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, converging towards the top. In the skies several miles above the coiling dragon stream, a large mass of black qi covered the sky, and an overwhelming baleful qi rushed towards them. Ever since the second disciple of the sect leader came out of seclusion, the coiling dragon stream had become like this. The demonic qi here was so dense that it wouldn't affect them too much in the short term, but if this continued, the surrounding several hundred miles would no longer be suitable for people to live in. The disciples of the 3 sects nearby would be implicated. During this time, people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had already come to High Heaven Pavilion to denounce them. However, High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader was seriously injured and unconscious, and one of the 5 elders had died in battle. Seeing this desolate place, they could only leave it be. The old demon's mood was somewhat excited, and without waiting for Yang Kai to summon it, it took the initiative to rush out. The surrounding demonic qi began to converge towards the Soulbreaker All, and the old demon also opened its belly to absorb it like a sponge, completely swallowing up this demonic qi. This demonic qi, which was difficult for ordinary people to endure, was a great supplement for the old demon. Not only did his soul need this kind of thing, but the soul breaker also urgently needed the demonic qi. The current state of High Heaven Pavilion was the paradise that he had always wanted. Walking to the edge of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai lowered his head and looked down, only to see that in the distance there seemed to be a black flood dragon rolling and boiling. These were all extremely rich demonic qi, and demonic qi, the entire bottom of the coiling dragon stream, had become the birthplace of the demonic qi. When you were absorbing the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, did you notice anything? Yang Kai frowned and asked, I didn't notice anything. It's just that the further down I go, the stronger the demonic qi becomes. However, the demonic qi here is somewhat different from before. The old demon pondered. What's the difference? Yang Kai asked. Compared to before, it seems to be purer and denser. Originally, there was an energy suppressing the demonic qi here. Young master, when you were here before, you swallowed the yang attribute energy which was suppressing the demonic qi, but now this suppression has loosened a lot. Yang Kai nodded slightly and no longer spoke. He had also noticed that the yang attribute energy here was much thinner than before. A moment later, he leaped down. While in midair, he circulated his true essence and stabilized himself. Then, with a turn of his body, he flew back into his cave. The cave mansion was still the same, without the slightest damage. All the decorations inside were built by Su Yan and Xia Ningchong bit by bit. The 2 pots of flowers at the entrance of the cave had already withered. These were the 2 pots Meng Wu Ye had placed on the contribution hall's counter, but now they were affected by the demonic qi and had completely withered. Beside the 2 pots of flowers, there was a small hole, which should have been the place where the yin-yang monster ginseng took root, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Su Yan hadn't seen it since the great change in High Heaven Pavilion. The yin-yang monster ginseng was a world spirit treasure and had its own consciousness, so when it sensed danger, it would automatically hide. It was likely that when the demon lord appeared and the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream surged, it was alarmed. However, it shouldn't have run away. It loved the yin and yang qi, so besides the coiling dragon stream, there was no other place for it to stay. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and began searching the surrounding area. As his divine sense spread out, he faintly felt a trace of danger coming from below the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai didn't dare to go too deep and simply searched above. A moment later, Yang Kai smiled happily as he found the yin-yang monster ginseng's location. Indeed, as he expected, the yin-yang monster ginseng was just hiding in a mountain crack a few kilometers away. Using his divine sense to release his goodwill, the yin-yang monster ginseng quickly realized where this familiar aura came from and quickly turned into a stream of light and flew over. After a few dozen breaths, the red and white yin-yang monster ginseng appeared in front of Yang Kai again and directly jumped into his arms, revealing only a small part of its body, its delicate facial features filled with fear and trepidation. Yang Kai laughed and stretched out his finger, forcing a drop of yang liquid into its body. The yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed this drop of yang liquid, and its expression immediately became much happier. I'll give you a new home. It's absolutely safe. No one will bother you in the future, Yang Kai whispered, not waiting for it to respond before directly putting it into the black book space. The black book space couldn't hold living things, but there was no problem with exotic flowers and plants. Although the yin-yang monster ginseng was sentient, it was still just one of the exotic flowers and plants, so there was no problem with it staying inside the black book space. Entering the huge space, the yin-yang monster ginseng curiously looked around and soon discovered the existence of the myriad drug liquid. Its figure flickered, and it tried to take root near the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai immediately realized the situation wasn't good and quickly used his divine sense to construct an isolated space to hide these treasures. As soon as the yin-yang monster ginseng discovered its treasures were gone, its facial features immediately became aggrieved, and it jumped up and down, turning into a stream of light as it searched around the black book space, trying to find the myriad drug liquid. I'll give you a drop every 10 days. So stay here obediently. Yang Kai helplessly transmitted this message with his divine sense. Hearing this, the yin-yang monster ginseng calmed down. After settling the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai turned around and walked into the secluded home, taking all the things he had left behind into the black book space. These things were all obtained from the Endless Sea Islands and were treasures belonging to the great sects of the Endless Sea Islands. Each one of these things was a blade that couldn't see the light of day. Walking back to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai stared down at the churning demonic chi down below and fell silent. Old Demon saw through Yang Kai's thoughts and tentatively asked young master, "Do you want to go down?" And Yang Kai nodded. There was definitely some kind of mystery down here. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Ling Tai Su's second disciple to recover his strength and achieve the grand accomplishment stage of his demonic art. This was the site of the great battle between High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder and a demon lord several hundred years ago, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to go down and take a look. The churning demonic aura was a barrier that prevented most people from advancing. Even many evil spirits might not be able to withstand the evil aura and ferocious aura. However, Yang Kai had the old demon's protection and his own unyielding golden skeleton, so it wasn't completely hopeless. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart became firm, and he directly jumped down from the cave entrance. Old Demon was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's boldness and quickly raised his guard. The wind whistled past his ears as his body fell straight down, his speed increasing. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a few thousand meters and directly fell into the churning demonic chi. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had been pricked and hurriedly used his yang inflammation wings to jump out from below. His expression was one of extreme pain as he looked down with lingering fear. The moment he fell into the demonic chi, Yang Kai felt as if his soul was being attacked. It was a bloodthirsty and cold attack filled with despair. This attack was hidden in the demonic chi below. Invisible and intangible, it was impossible to guard against. Even though Yang Kai had cultivated his divine sense at this moment, he still couldn't withstand such an attack, causing his head to hurt. Old Demon, on the other hand, was fearless and wasn't injured in the slightest. Yang Kai lightly leapt to the side of the cliff and stared down for a moment before plunging down again. The monstrous demonic chi wrapped around his body, so thick that it was almost tangible. Being surrounded by this demonic chi and demonic chi, Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. The strange attacks once again assaulted his divine soul from all directions. It was as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his divine soul, yet it was also as if thousands of needles were stabbing into his brain. Waves of ghostly wails and howls also rang in his ears. He felt as if he had fallen into the Azura hell. Chapter 290. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared this time. So although his soul was still in pain, he wasn't as helpless as before. Closing his soul, Yang Kai focused on keeping his soul clear. The soul-warming lotus also played its role in a timely manner, causing a faint, cool feeling to spread through his mind, greatly reducing the pain he felt. Pausing midair, Yang Kai took a few deep breaths and waited until he had adapted to the intensity of the attacks before continuing to dive down. After diving another 1,000 meters or so, he felt that the surrounding demonic chi attacks seemed to have become stronger, and the unbearable pain came again, forcing Yang Kai to stop. Continuing like this, Yang Kai continued to dive for about 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. Yang Kai frowned, faintly unable to bear it any longer. The damage to his soul in this place was much more severe than the white fog in that isolated world. Inside the white fog only attacked one's soul, but the evil aura here not only attacked one's soul, but also penetrated deep into one's mind, drawing out the evil factor hidden deep within Yang Kai's mind. This was definitely a treasure trove for tempering one's soul and cultivating one's spiritual energy. After descending 1,000 meters, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had grown slightly stronger. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to form a knowledge sea. However, Yang Kai couldn't bear it for too long. If he stayed here for too long, his temperament would be affected and assimilated by the surrounding aura. After a long silence, Yang Kai suddenly asked the old demon, "Do you know any soul skills? It would be best if they were defensive." "Yes," the old demon readily responded. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai said bitterly, "The things this old servant knows, whether they are martial skills, secret arts, or soul skills, are all extremely evil. Young master has always disdained them." The old demon felt somewhat wronged. "Is this soul skill also an evil one?" Yang Kai asked. "Although it can be considered as such, if I were to cultivate here, I wouldn't need to resort to such cruel methods. The demonic chi here is very strong. The demonic chi here is the best place to cultivate soul skills." "Then don't waste time. Hurry up and teach me that soul skill." Oh, the old demon's memories were very chaotic. Although he had been brought out by Yang Kai from the Heaven's Cave inheritance for more than 2 years, he had always been like this. After replying to Yang Kai, he pondered for a long time before he finally recalled most of the soul skill and taught it to Yang Kai. Palace of Confusion. According to the old demon, if he wanted to cultivate this soul skill, he had to find some living people, torture them, making them wish they were dead. Only after experiencing fear, terror, and despair could the soul energy produced by these people after death be used to cultivate the Palace of Illusions. Cultivators collected the souls of the dead and built a maze-like existence in their minds. The tormented, resentful spirits were the bricks that built this maze. The more evil the wraith was, the more powerful the maze would be. After successfully cultivating the Palace of Illusions, layers of illusions would appear around the cultivator's sea of consciousness, twisting and turning passages. The greatest use of this martial skill was for defense. However, it was also a soul skill that could be used for both offense and defense. If an enemy dared to use their spiritual energy to attack the cultivator, once their spiritual energy fell into this maze, they would never be able to find a way out. Gradually, their spiritual energy would be exhausted by the resentful spirits hidden in the Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions had not been fully cultivated because the cultivator could always add bricks and tiles to this palace around the sea of consciousness, consolidating and expanding it. It protected the cultivator's sea of consciousness from being disturbed by the outside world. It was an impregnable defense, and this place was filled with dense demonic chi. Without a doubt, it was the most suitable brick for the Palace of Illusions. This soul skill suited Yang Kai's needs very well, making him very happy. He immediately hurried to cultivate it. However, before that, Yang Kai had to familiarize himself with how to use his spiritual energy to capture the demonic chi drifting around his body and use it as the cornerstone of the Palace of Illusions. This was relatively simple. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense, so all he needed to do was try to use it. For several days, Yang Kai familiarized himself with the use of his divine sense. Wisps of dark demonic chi were drawn into his mind, and according to Yang Kai's own ideas, they were transformed into bricks and tiles, gradually building a palace that protected his divine sense. Building a skyscraper from the ground was the same as building a palace in his mind, and it was a labyrinthine palace. After familiarizing himself with it, his movements became faster and faster. For an entire month, Yang Kai cultivated the palace of illusions in the depths of the coiling dragon stream. Wisps of demonic qi were captured by his divine sense and disappeared into his mind. The labyrinthine palace gradually began to take shape, slowly expanding and becoming more and more complex. After a month of cultivation, Yang Kai clearly felt that his spiritual energy had increased greatly. Now that his divine sense had spread out, he could investigate everything within a 20-kilometer radius. Increasing one's spiritual energy was very difficult, even for an immortal ascension boundary master. Wanting to achieve something with their divine sense was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's physical body. The most common method was to cultivate a soul skill or swallow a precious treasure that could increase one's spiritual energy. Yang Kai was cultivating the Palace of Illusions in such a harsh environment 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream. With the help of the soul-warming lotus, it was natural that his spiritual energy would become much more powerful. After another 10 days or so, Yang Kai finally reached the minor accomplishment stage of the Palace of Illusions. Although he still hadn't been able to form a knowledge, Yang Kai could clearly feel that around his mind there were layers of protection, guarding the most critical positions. These layers of protection were all formed by the demonic qi overflowing from the coiling dragon stream. However, none of these demonic qi could affect Yang Kai in the slightest. Because this was a soul skill that Yang Kai had cultivated, all the demonic qi had been branded with his brand. Since the Palace of Illusions had just been formed, Yang Kai naturally couldn't wait to try it out. His current position was 1,000 meters below the coiling dragon stream, so the demonic qi here couldn't affect him in the slightest. Jumping down, his speed became faster and faster. 2,000 meters. The Palace of Illusions was impregnable. 3,000 meters. The Palace of Illusions was still unshakable. Even after falling to the deepest part of the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai still didn't notice that the demonic qi here had any effect on him. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. This wasn't because of the palace's defensive prowess, but because this soul skill of his was forged from the demonic qi in this place. The two were of the same origin. So how could the demonic qi outside affect his spiritual energy? This soul skill isn't bad. Yang Kai grinned. He could clearly feel that the demonic qi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream was terrifyingly strong. If not for the protection of the Palace of Illusions, his spiritual energy would have been instantly obliterated. The source of the demonic qi should be here. The old demon's voice sounded. This is also the source of the yang qi. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat happy. The origin of yang on his chest was pulsating non-stop. This movement was very fierce. There was some kind of yang attribute treasure in front of him, and a very precious one at that. Hurriedly walking over, Yang Kai's pace was light. The coiling dragon stream was very long, stretching as far as the eye could see. Along the way, Yang Kai saw many white bones. Stepping on these bones, a cracking sound could be heard, giving off a thrilling sound. These bones should be the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had died after being sealed in the coiling dragon stream in the past. On both sides of the cliff, there were some trees that weren't very tall and had some dark fruits growing on them. In this kind of place, there were still plants growing. Yang Kai casually plucked one of these fruits and examined it, only to see that it was also filled with demonic qi. When he touched it, he couldn't help feeling a sense of dread. Evil spirit fruit. TSK. There's actually such a thing here. The old demon marveled. No wonder your sect master's second disciple was able to survive here. I was also wondering what he ate here for 10 years. Yang Kai smiled faintly, reaching out and plucking the few remaining fruits and throwing them into the black book space. The sect master's second disciple didn't pick all of these fruits. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mentality he had. Perhaps it was because these fruits had been raised for him for 10 years and were a memento before he left. However, there weren't many left, only 2 or 3 fruits. These weren't anything good, but they contained a lot of demonic qi. Continuing to walk forward, a moment later, amidst the thick demonic qi, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's pupils couldn't help shrinking as he abruptly stopped and vigilantly stared at this figure, secretly circulating his yuan qi. Here he didn't dare use his divine sense. Once his divine sense left the area guarded by the spirit palace, it would immediately turn to ash, so he didn't know who this figure in front of him was. However, this figure gave Yang Kai a very strange feeling. There wasn't the slightest aura of life coming from this figure. This figure was sitting cross-legged, and around him were more than a dozen ink-black auras that resembled flood dragons. This black aura obscured his appearance. "He's dead," the old demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded slightly before slowly approaching this figure. Walking closer, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a chain-like object around this figure's neck. This chain was connected to a collar around this figure's neck, the other end of which was hanging in front of this figure's chest. It wasn't very long, only about a foot in length. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. This was because he discovered that this chain and collar were all made from Yang attribute treasures, and the aura coming from them was of the purest Yang attribute. Compared to the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body, it was several grades higher. Faintly, Yang Kai felt that his Yuan Qi was somewhat close to this collar. After thinking about it for a while, he understood. He had cultivated in the coiling dragon stream for a while, and the Yang Qi he absorbed was also released by this collar, so it wasn't strange for him to feel this way. This person's clothes had long been reduced to dust, and his flesh was almost completely dried up, but this seemingly weak body contained an explosive power that made one's heart palpitate. All the demonic qi in the coiling dragon stream was actually released by this person's body. There was a huge wound on his chest. It was hideous and terrifying. Chapter 291. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before suddenly sucking in a cold breath and exclaiming, "I know who this person is." "Who?" "The devil who was killed by my sect's ancestral founder several hundred years ago." The old demon was not clear about the origins of High Heaven Pavilion, so Yang Kai simply explained. Hearing that the coiling dragon stream was created by a devil lord, the old demon was very excited, his voice filled with excitement. Hundreds of years of immortality. This devil lord has a bit of this old master's style. Yang Kai was also secretly shocked. A person who had died several hundred years ago, and although his flesh and blood had almost dried up, his body had not yet been destroyed. Moreover, such a rich demonic aura had filled the entire coiling dragon stream. Just how strong was this person when he was alive? Just how strong was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to be able to kill him? This was not a level that the current Yang Kai could hope to reach, at least not in the short term. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai found a deep imprint not far away. Squatting down and carefully examining it, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This should be the place where the second disciple of the sect leader had meditated and cultivated for more than 10 years. He had sat here for many years and left behind these traces. In other words, the sect master's second disciple should have seen something mysterious from this dead devil lord, or obtained something that allowed him to restore his strength and escape after more than 10 years. The sect master had sealed him in the coiling dragon stream, which had allowed him to achieve so much. This world was truly fickle. No one could say for sure. "Young master," the old demon suddenly called out. There was a trace of excitement and expectation in his voice. "Can you take the artifact around this demon lord's neck?" Of course, Yang Kai had long seen through the extraordinariness of this necklace. This thing contained the most yang attribute and was a yang attribute artifact that could restrain demonic qi. Yang Kai himself cultivated the true yang secret art. So this artifact was very compatible with him. So how could he let it go? This artifact should have been left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's founder to suppress the demonic qi in this demon lord. However, hundreds of years had passed, and the second disciple of the sect leader had done something to this place. The demonic qi could no longer be suppressed. This artifact wouldn't be of any use here anyway. But what does it have to do with you whether I accept it or not? Yang Kai was suspicious. He had a feeling that the old demon was planning something. The old demon chuckled. Young master, if you can take this artifact, old servant can try to enter this devil's body. Possession? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. No. The old demon hurriedly explained. His soul has long since ceased to exist. All that's left is a body of flesh and blood. My soul has taken over his body, so it can't be considered possession. Are you confident? Yes, a little. He was also a demon lord when he was alive, so his aura is somewhat similar to old servant's. So old servant wants to try and see if he can control this body. The old demon smiled bitterly. In fact, whether it is possession or soul taking over someone else's body, it is not as simple as young master thinks. A person's body is like a special container. In principle, this container can only hold a certain type of soul. It is very difficult for other souls to survive in this container. Then, when you first saw me, why did you try to possess my body without any explanation? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he recalled the events of his childhood. The old demon laughed dryly. I had no choice but to do so. I was sealed away for many years. Not long after I woke up, I encountered you, but even if you didn't resist at that time, I most likely wouldn't have succeeded in possessing your body. What would have happened then? Your soul would have been obliterated by me, and then I would have taken control of your body. At most, you would have been able to survive for half a month before rotting away. At that time, old servant will once again become a wandering soul in this world. Old demon casually explained the consequences of failing to seize Yang Kai's body. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face went pale. Fortunately, the unyielding golden skeleton had played a role, otherwise he would have died in vain. Moreover, regardless of whether the possession was successful or not, old servant's own soul would have been greatly consumed, so even if it was the soul of a powerhouse, it would not casually attempt to possess someone's body. Only when it is very suitable for old servant would they make a move. The old demon patiently explained, "This person's body in front of you meets your requirements?" "Yes. I hope young master will agree. If old servant can control this person's body, he will be able to play a much greater role than he is now. When the time comes, old servant will be able to truly help you." The old demon also felt ashamed of himself. For the past 2 years he had followed Yang Kai. He had not been able to play the role a 10,000-year-old demon should have. Now that he had seen such a suitable body, he was naturally quite tempted. "Good. I am also looking forward to it." Yang Kai grinned and agreed to the old demon's request. Walking up to the old demon's body, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the chain, pouring yuan qi into it. In less than half a day, the chain suddenly turned into a golden stream of light and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. He had thought that refining and obtaining such an artifact would take a lot of time. He had even been prepared to stay here for a month or two, but he had not expected the process to be so simple and easy. As soon as the chain disappeared, the black flood dragon rolling around the old demon's body seemed to have broken free of its shackles and fiercely rushed out. Not only that, but the old demon's body was also constantly emitting demonic qi, creating a terrifying scene. Yang Kai quickly stabilized his body, and with a dignified expression, throughout the soul breaker all. The old demon hid inside and drilled into the old demon's body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The churning demonic chi suddenly slowed down a lot, probably because the old demon was controlling it. Yang Kai called out a few times, but did not receive any response. However, from the reaction of the demonic chi flowing out of the old demon's body, the old demon should be in the process of taking over this body, but he did not know how long it would take. This was the old demon's own battle, so Yang Kai could not help at all. Helplessly, he could only sit cross-legged and wait quietly. In this kind of demonic land, Yang Kai could not even open his cultivation palace. Once his divine sense left his mind, it would definitely be obliterated. Unable to use his divine sense, he naturally had no way to capture the demonic chi. Bored to death, Yang Kai took out the chain he had just put into his body. This chain was quite famous. Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of, but since it was an artifact left behind by High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder to suppress the old demon, its grade was certainly not low. The chain was only about a foot long and had a collar at the top that could be tied around a person's neck. There was a small line of text inside the collar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai muttered, "Demon sealing chain." This thing was probably useless to ordinary people. It was an artifact meant to deal with demonic chi. Looking at this demon sealing chain, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. Since the sect master's second disciple was able to pry into the old demon's body and recover his strength, he must have discovered the existence of the demon sealing chain. However, he had still not been able to take this artifact away, so it was easy to imagine how much the demon sealing chain restrained him. If he could find an opportunity to put this thing around his neck, regardless of whether he was a demon lord or not, he would definitely be locked in place with his entire body's yuan qi. This was a very good thing to deal with him. Thinking of his martial uncle, who had become a demon lord but had yet to meet, Yang Kai's expression became cold. Ling Tai Su had been worried about him for more than 10 years, and because of him, the fourth Master Yang had been seriously injured and had not yet fully recovered. It could even be said that Yang Kai's congenital deficiency was all thanks to this demon lord. So even though the two of them had never met, they were already enemies. Since he was an enemy, Yang Kai naturally did not want him to live a comfortable life. With a calm expression, Yang Kai put the demon sealing chain back into his body and began using his yuan qi to nourish it, waiting for a day when it could play its true role. For the next few days, the old demon continued to fuse with the demon lord's body, and no matter how Yang Kai called out, it did not respond. After the 5th day, the old demon's weak voice called out, "Young master, how is it?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked, "It's about time." The old demon gasped for breath, obviously using up a lot of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the demonic chi here was rich and could be replenished at any time, but old servant needs to first take back the demonic chi here. Otherwise, this demon lord won't be able to play much of a role. How long will it take? It's very slow, at least a few months. That long. Then I won't wait for you, Yang Kai said as he stood up. Good. Young master, you go do what you need to do. Old servant will come find you after he is done here. Saying so, the old demon began to swallow the demonic chi in the coiling dragon stream. The rich and solid demonic chi seemed to be attracted by something and drilled into the demon lord's body. The demon lord's body was like a bottomless pit at this moment, no matter how much demonic chi was sucked in. Yang Kai watched in horror and no longer paid any attention to the old demon. Using his yang inflammation wings, he directly flew out of the coiling dragon stream. High Heaven Pavilion was desolate. The original several thousand disciples had long since disappeared. Many of them had left because of the changes in the coiling dragon stream and the appearance of the demon lord. They were afraid that they would be implicated, so they left the sect on their own accord. But there were even more people who left because of Ling Tai Su's orders. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, there were only about 100 people left. These 100 people were the backbone of High Heaven Pavilion and were the most loyal disciples of the sect, no matter how Ling Tai Su persuaded them. These people were unwilling to leave the sect and vowed to live and die with the sect. In this regard, Ling Tai Su was helpless and could only let them be. In Su Yan's small room, Yang Kai's figure flashed. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 months, Su Yan had successfully broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage and was now preparing to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. While sitting opposite to each other and dual cultivating, Yang Kai listened to Su Yan talk about the changes in the sect over the past 2 months. His heart was also filled with sorrow. Such a large sect was now facing the fate of disbanding. No one could accept this result, but Ling Tai Su was also helpless. The Demon Lord's identity would be discovered sooner or later, so if he didn't want to implicate the ordinary disciples, he could only drive them away first. Chapter 292. The changes in High Heaven Pavilion naturally couldn't be hidden from the eyes and ears of Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall. These days, the Hu sisters had also come to High Heaven Pavilion many times to speak with Su Yan, comforting her and inquiring about Yang Kai. However, the other members of Blood Battle Gang weren't so kind. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance opened, Meng Wu Ya had fought 10 Immortal Ascension boundary masters of Blood Battle Gang, causing them to lose a lot of face. Many of them still bore grudges, especially Long Zai Tian, whose foundation had been damaged in that battle and had yet to recover. This time, High Heaven Pavilion was in turmoil, so Long Zai Tian had contacted people from all around to add insult to injury. Gang Master Hu Man also closed one eye, allowing Long Zai Tian to do as he pleased. Storm Hall was also the same. On one hand, they were taking in the expelled disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, while on the other hand, they were coveting High Heaven Pavilion's wealth. The current situation of the entire sect was like a person drinking water, whether it was hot or cold. Only they knew. If the sect is disbanded, where should I go? Su Yan sighed faintly. She had lived in High Heaven Pavilion since she was a child and had long since regarded this place as her home. Now that this kind of thing had suddenly happened, even if her temperament was indifferent, she couldn't help feeling sad and confused. Yang Kai also smiled wryly, pulling her into his arms and gently hugging her, their fingers intertwined, their ears rubbing against each other's as they breathed in each other's scent, gradually calming their restless mood. If it really comes to that point, go to Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak. Treasurer Meng and little senior sister are there, Yang Kai whispered. With Xiao Fu Sheng's prestige, protecting a group of people was not a problem. Although he was a member of the Yang family, he couldn't even return home, so naturally he couldn't give Su Yan any guarantees. Su Yan nodded slightly, suddenly smiling and saying, I haven't seen Junior Sister Xia for a long time. You two are now. Not yet. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then you have to work harder. Junior Sister Xia is like a fairy, innocent, pure and innocent. Don't let her suffer in the hands of other men. Su Yan smiled. Yang Kai nodded awkwardly. Right at this moment, a divine sense suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's expression to change slightly. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he said solemnly, A master is coming. Su Yan quickly sat up straight, a trace of worry flashing across her cold and elegant face as she asked, Where is it? Don't be nervous. It's an acquaintance. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He could feel that this newcomer was an immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine sense to transmit a message. But since the other party had so blatantly used his divine sense to scan the area, presumably all of the High Heaven Pavilion's immortal ascension boundary masters would have sensed it. Moreover, This person's spiritual sense fluctuations were very familiar. At least Yang Kai should have seen this person before, but he couldn't tell whose spiritual sense it was. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment. Hearing the sound of many robes fluttering from the sect, Yang Kai knew that it was Ling Tai Su and the other elders who had set out, so he jumped down together with Su Yan. He flew in that direction. Before he could even get close, he heard Ling Tai Su's voice call out, "Which friend has graced High Heaven Pavilion with his presence?" From the other side, an old voice called out, "Sect Master Ling. It's been a long time." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and his speed increased, soon arriving beside Ling Tai Su. The four great elders had also arrived, standing behind Ling Tai Su. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan arrive together, the expressions of the four elders suddenly became strange, especially Su Xianwu. Although he had long known that there was something going on between his granddaughter and Yang Kai, seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help rolling his eyes, especially when he saw the faint blush still on Su Yan's cold face, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but stare fiercely at Yang Kai, his tone full of threat. Yang Kai just smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. In the distance, a figure quickly came to a stop in front of everyone. After seeing this person's appearance, Ling Tai Su was surprised. "Are you the Dong family's Wind Guard?" The newcomer smiled and cupped his fist to the crowd. "It is this old man who has taken the liberty to come here. I hope you will forgive him." Yang Kai's expression changed and quickly asked, "Senior, has something happened?" The Dong family's Wind and Cloud Dual Guards had always followed closely behind Dong Qinghan to ensure his safety, but this time, the Wind Guards had suddenly come to visit High Heaven Pavilion. Obviously, Dong Qinghan wanted to convey some kind of important message to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him here. The Wind Guard's expression became serious as he nodded slightly and cupped his fists. "Young Master Yang, my young lord has asked me to inform you that you must leave High Heaven Pavilion quickly, otherwise you will be in great danger because of the Demon Lord." Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought of the problem. The Wind Guard was surprised. "So, your sect has already made preparations. No wonder this place was so deserted." When he had released his divine sense just now, he hadn't noticed many people here. It was very different from the last time he had come to High Heaven Pavilion. Ling Tai Su nodded. "Naturally, we have made preparations." The Wind Guard continued. "Then why are you still here? You should hurry up and leave. The people who have come to High Heaven Pavilion this time are not people you can afford to provoke." "Who are they?" Su Xianwu heard him speak so seriously, and his expression couldn't help sinking. "The central capital, Chou family." The Wind Guard quickly said, "One of the 8 great families? Wei Shitong." And the others all paled. "And the Chou family is the leader. The Bai family is also here, and Purple Fern Valley is also here. With these 3 forces united, not to mention your High Heaven Pavilion, even my Dong family cannot afford to provoke them." The Wind Guard comforted them with a sincere expression. "Everyone, please don't be reckless. Where there is life, there is hope." High Heaven Pavilion's Demon Lord was such a big matter, so the central capital's 8 great families would definitely participate. Yang Kai could understand. After all, this was a matter of great importance. There had to be a leader who could handle it, but the Bai family and Purple Fern Valley coming was somewhat thought-provoking. It was likely that because Yang Kai's battle with Bai Yunfeng last time had caused him to lose face, this time they had deliberately come to add insult to injury. Their speed is very fast. This old man has not been able to shake them off. I estimate that in, at most, half a day they will arrive here. The Wind Guard hurriedly said, after which he cupped his fists and said, "Since the message has been delivered, this old master will take his leave. He couldn't stay here. If the Chou family blocked him, it would be very troublesome to explain." Finished speaking, the Wind Guard took his leave, leaving behind a group of stunned people. Wei Shitong hesitantly said, "The Dong family's Wind Guard." Why would he be so kind as to send us a message? Is there some kind of trap? Ling Tai Su shook his head slightly. No, Yang Kai and his young lord have some friendship. This message was sent with good intentions. There is no need to doubt it. Hearing this, the four great elders all stared at Yang Kai in surprise, wondering what kind of ability he had to make friends with a character like Dong Qing Han. Pass down the order. Everyone quickly pack up their things. After a stick of incense worth of time, gather at the coiling dragon stream. Ling Tai Su decisively said, "Finish speaking." Then he said, "Yang Kai, you stay here." The four great elders received the order and hurriedly left, leaving behind only Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su. "Do you remember the last time I brought you across the void?" Ling Tai Su suddenly asked. "I remember." "Good. As long as you remember, you only need to pour your yuan qi into it, and the spirit array at that location will automatically open. You will take your people and leave from there. Presumably, they won't be able to catch up. After you leave, destroy the spirit array and find a place to settle down. Before the situation is clear, don't show yourself. Grand Master, you're not leaving?" Yang Kai understood the meaning behind his words and asked with a look of surprise, "My high heaven pavilion hasn't done anything to offend the heavens. It's just this old master's fault for accepting the wrong disciple. Why should I leave?" Ling Tai Su chuckled. "If this old master leaves, it will only cause High Heaven Pavilion to fall into an even more disadvantageous situation. I want to stay and talk to them. Everything has to be reasoned with. Just because the Demon Lord came from my sect, they want to destroy my sect? It's not like their family has never produced an evil disciple. So why haven't I seen anyone destroy them? This time, they've come prepared. How could they possibly try to reason with you?" Yang Kai said anxiously, "There's no need to say more. I've already made up my mind." Ling Tai Su's expression was firm, suddenly smiling confidently. "What's more, even if we really fight, I'm not their opponent." "Ha ha!" Yang Kai's expression brightened as he asked in amazement, "Grand Master, and this is all thanks to you?" Ling Tai Su nodded slightly. Above a mortal ascension boundary, the shackles of more than 10 years had finally been broken. This may be the only happy event for High Heaven Pavilion in recent months. Learning that his Grand Master had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Yang Kai calmed down and no longer tried to persuade him, quickly setting off. At the edge of the coiling dragon stream, all the remaining members of High Heaven Pavilion had gathered. Yang Kai once again saw Sassafras and the others. After not seeing each other for a few days, Sassafras had also reached the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. The speed at which his strength had progressed was astonishing. "Brother Yang!" Sassafras also shouted excitedly, Li Yun Tian and the others following closely behind. "Long time no see." Yang Kai smiled as he looked at everyone. Except for Sassafras, everyone else had grown a lot, all of them having reached the Qi transformation boundary. Should I call you brother? Or brother-in-law?" Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with a sinister smile, apparently having learned about the matter between Yang Kai and Su Yen. "Up to you." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Brother-in-law, you're like this." Sassafras looked at Yang Kai with admiration, giving him a thumbs up and whispering, "From childhood to now, I always thought that elder sister would be alone for the rest of her life. I never thought that you would actually be able to move her heart. Admirable, admirable. Quickly tell me, how did you do it?" Just as he was speaking, he saw Su Yen cast a cold gaze towards him. Sassafras couldn't help but shrink his neck, his body trembling a few times, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Is everyone here?" Wei Shitong, Su Xianwu, and the others patrolled back and forth, loudly asking, "Where's the sect master?" He Bei Shui asked. "The sect master wants to stay," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "What?" Wei Shitong and the others' faces changed greatly. The four great elders glanced at each other, a trace of determination flashing across their eyes. Wei Shitong said, "Ha, since the sect master wants to stay, then I'll stay as well. Second junior brother, take your people and leave quickly." Su Xianwu smiled proudly. "Eldest brother, you're wrong. I also want to follow the sect master closely. Third junior brother, take your people and leave quickly." He Bei Shui laughed and turned to look at Yu Zizai. "Fifth junior brother, you're the youngest, so you should be the one to do this." Yu Zizai looked around and saw that there were no elders younger than him, so he pinched his nose and said, "I'll also stay." Chapter 293. Everyone stared at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Su Xianwu said, "Then all of you stay here and don't order anyone around. Yang Kai, you come here." "Disciple is here. Sect master said you know the way, so this time you and Su Yan will lead the way. You must ensure that our High Heaven Pavilion's heritage continues. Do you understand?" "Yes, let's go." Wei Shitong waved his hand, and without hesitation flew back to High Heaven Pavilion, the others also hurrying to catch up. "Let's go too." Yang Kai didn't waste time. Ling Tai Su had already broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, and the four great elders were also strong, so together they were more than enough to resist the attack. What's more, this time it was uncertain whether they would be able to fight. But the people here had to leave. These people were the future of High Heaven Pavilion. If they stayed here, even if Ling Tai Su wanted to talk to the intruder, he would have to be careful. More than 100 people followed, closely behind Yang Kai, flying along the edge of the coiling dragon stream. Soon they arrived at their destination, where the demonic chi was churning. A few thousand meters below was the spirit array. Everyone's face was pale, and their hearts were trembling, especially the younger generation disciples, who all wore miserable expressions. Very few of the younger generation had reached the Yuan Qi boundary, so standing at the edge of the coiling dragon stream would naturally cause them some fear. "Any of the stronger martial uncles come down with me. Su Yan, you come too," Yang Kai said as he led the way down. Immediately, 7 or 8 masters from the previous generation flew down with him. Finding the location of the spirit array, Yang Kai carefully examined it. "Martial nephew, what are we going to do?" a thin martial uncle asked. He was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master, and was an existence equivalent to a deacon in High Heaven Pavilion. "Looking for a spirit array," Yang Kai replied softly, his eyes quickly wandering around. A moment later his expression brightened. "It's here." Everyone followed his gaze. Over there, he saw a bare rock, no different from the rest of the area. "Please pour your Yuan Qi into it," Yang Kai said, stretching out his hand and pressing it against the rock. Yuan Qi fiercely surged. His other hand, Yang Kai grabbed Su Yan. This was the first time the two had fought side by side since obtaining the joyous unification art. Although this situation wasn't considered a battle, it was not far from it. As the two of them clasped their hands together, the Zhen Yuan fluctuations on their bodies suddenly rose to a whole new level. The Yuan Qi's flow was obviously much faster. This change made those martial uncles secretly shocked. The others didn't ask any more questions, and simply followed Yang Kai's lead and poured their true qi into their spirit pagoda. With the combined efforts of nearly 10 people, it didn't take long for the same reaction as last time to appear on the huge rock. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be bewildered. While pouring his true qi into it, Yang Kai explained, "This is a void corridor that connects the two places. It is a spirit array left behind by our ancestral founder. This end connects to High Heaven Pavilion. The exit is somewhere else." A martial uncle asked, curiously, "How far is it?" The sect leader said that it is thousands of miles away, so once we enter this place, everyone will be safe. Everyone was aghast. The existence of the void corridor had completely exceeded the scope of their knowledge and understanding. Our sect actually has such a thing that Marshall Uncle's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. I never knew about it. We don't know. Everyone was speechless. Good, besides me and Su Yan, everyone else has their own things to do. Whichever two Uncle Masters went in first, the rest of you go up and bring down the disciples who haven't reached Yuan Chi state yet. Yang Kai took up the responsibility of giving out orders. Although he was a disciple of the younger generation, it was not difficult to see how much Ling Tai Su valued him based on the fact that he knew secrets that no one else knew. What's more, Yang Kai's safety was reasonable and watertight, so the several Uncle Masters weren't dissatisfied with his orders. Immediately, two Immortal Ascension Boundary First and Second Stage Masters jumped into the Void Corridor. The others all flew up in unison. Only Yang Kai and Su Yan were left to maintain the operation of the Spirit Array, smiling at each other. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Actually, I am from the Central Capital's Yang family." Su Yan's beautiful eyes lit up slightly as she asked curiously, "The cuckoo bird Yang family?" Yang Kai smiled wryly. "And why are you telling me this now?" Su Yan looked at him curiously. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Because I want to steal your heart, so I have to be honest with you." Listening to him speak so bluntly, Su Yan's heart filled with sweetness, her cheeks blushing slightly as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This kind of atmosphere was very strange. Even though the two of them had already done it many times, they still felt like a man and woman who were getting along with each other. They were slowly getting familiar with each other through words and actions, slowly removing the barrier between the two of them. In particular, Yang Kai's honesty and sincerity gave Su Yan a sense of happiness that she was being pursued. What girl didn't want to be pursued by the man she liked? Su Yan also hoped so. However, because of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance's joyous unification art, she and Yang Kai had not had time to become familiar with each other before they were already inseparable. Even if she was happy, there was still a missing process. Now, Yang Kai was undoubtedly trying to make up for this missing process and make up for the shortcomings in Su Yan's heart. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to feel that even if she could not escape today's calamity, she would still be satisfied. Cook. Suddenly, a light cough came from above. Yang Kai looked up and saw one of his martial uncles flying down with a young disciple. Ignoring the disciple's screams, the martial uncles directly threw him into the void corridor. You too continue. The martial uncles were also experienced. So how could they not see the subtle atmosphere between the two and immediately flew up again? However, how could they continue? One after another, people were sent down, so Yang Kai and Su Yan could only look at each other and smile bitterly. "I want to know about your past." Su Yan's face was slightly red as she ignored the others and whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "When we leave this place and settle down, I'll tell you." "Good." Su Yan nodded gently before biting her lip and saying, "I still want to go out and travel with you. Then let's travel hand in hand and laugh proudly under the heavens." Yang Kai grinned, and Su Yan's heart was filled with happiness as she gently rested her head on Yang Kai's shoulder. Under the coiling dragon stream, the demonic chi was tumbling. Before the sex calamity arrived, a man and a woman stood in the air, snuggling together, the wind blowing, their long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. This moment was like an eternity. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who came and went stared at the two of them with wide eyes, their expression strange. 10 kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, a large group of people was rapidly approaching. Among them were many Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Masters. Moreover, there were quite a few of them, 4 in total, while the remaining Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters numbered more than a dozen. In addition, There were also about 40 to 50 Yuan Qi and separation and reunion boundary masters. This group of people was being led by a woman in her 20s towards High Heaven Pavilion, and soon arrived in front of High Heaven Pavilion's sect. Is this where the demon lord was born? The woman in her 20s was as delicate as a flower. She was tall, with bright eyes and white teeth, snow-white skin, and jade-like bones. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress, which accentuated her noble temperament. The corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile as a trace of disdain and doubt flashed across the woman's eyes. She lightly said, "It's just a second-class sect. How could it cultivate such a powerful character like the demon lord?" Behind her, a man in white clothes immediately walked out, waving a folding fan in his hand as he smiled and said, "Young Lady Chiao, although this is just a second-class sect, there are many hidden experts here. But there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside. We can't underestimate this place. Last time, Brother Fan and I suffered a great loss here." This white-robed man was the one Yang Kai had defeated last time, Bai Yun Feng. Since his defeat to Yang Kai, Bai Yun Feng had always wanted to take revenge, but he also had scruples about Ling Tai-su and Meng Wuya's tyrannical strength, so he had never found an opportunity to act. This time, when he heard that the Chiu family was sending someone to High Heaven Pavilion, he had immediately volunteered to come, looking for an opportunity to wash away his shame. Although he was smiling and talking to this young Lady Chiu, he still unconsciously walked 3 steps behind her, his demeanor quite respectful, without the slightest arrogance of a young lord from a great family. Even his eyes were clear as they fell on the woman's slender shoulders, without the slightest trace of obscenity. Bai Yun Feng was also a tactful person. His status as a young lord from a first-class family was high and mighty, but in front of this woman, he was nothing. In front of him was the first young lady of the Chiu family, Chiu Yimeng. How could his Bai family compare to the Chiu family? Not to mention the Chiu family's background. Chiu Yimeng was only 21 years old, but her strength had already reached the Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage. Such aptitude, even in this world, could be counted on one's fingers. What's more, not only was her aptitude extraordinary, but she was also a beautiful woman. The Chiu family had produced such an enchanting woman. So with the exception of the Yang family, which young lord from the other 7 families didn't want to marry her, but the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Shou-chung, said he wanted to marry Chiu Yimeng? Yes, marry into the Chiu family. In the future, their children must also bear the surname Chiu. This requirement immediately cut off many people's enthusiasm. But there were still many young lords who hung around Chiu Yimeng all day, looking forward to meeting such a beautiful woman. Chiu Yimeng herself was quite self-disciplined, so when it came to these young lords, she didn't have any deep thoughts. The reason why she came to High Heaven Pavilion this time was because she had been annoyed too much in the central capital, so she deliberately came out to relax and gain experience. Listening to Bai Yun Feng's words, Chiu Yimeng chuckled, but without turning her head, she simply brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "I heard that when young Lord Bai fought with a young disciple of High Heaven Pavilion last time, even his artifact was destroyed." Bai Yun Feng's expression became bitter as he cursed the slut in his heart, but on his face he put on a humble smile and said, "This Bai's skills are not good enough. Young Lady Chiu must have seen a joke." As the 2 of them were talking, a beautiful woman appeared next to them. This woman was petite and dainty, half a head shorter than Chiu Yimeng, but her breasts were quite large, full, and round, making her extremely attractive to anyone who saw her. Chapter 294. The young woman's face was filled with anger, like an angry little tiger, as she angrily said, "That person is called Yang Kai, right?" After Brother Fan returned to Purple Fern Valley last time, he has been in retreat, saying he needs to cultivate well, so he can't even beat a second-class sex disciple. I haven't seen him for a long time, all because of this Yang Kai. This time, if I catch him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. The brother Fan she spoke of was none other than Fan Hong, who had come to High Heaven Pavilion that day. Luo Xiaoman and Fan Hong were both elite disciples of Purple Fern Valley. They had grown up together and had a deep affection for one another, but now that they had not seen each other for several months, she naturally regarded Yang Kai as the culprit behind all this. Chiu Yimeng looked at her with a smile and softly said, "Little sister Xiaoman, don't be so angry. We came here this time mainly to inquire about the Demon Lord. Everything else is secondary. Don't ruin our plans." Luo Xiaoman angrily snorted, "I don't care, no matter what. This time I must capture that Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley, so brother can have a good fight with him and resolve the knot in his heart." Saying so, she shook Chiu Yimeng's arm and coquettishly said, "Elder sister Chiu, isn't he just a second-class sex disciple? While you're busy with your big plan, I'll take some people to secretly capture him. I promise I won't alarm anyone." Chiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and nodded helplessly. "Good. He's just a young disciple. I don't think High Heaven Pavilion will be so untactful. He. Elder sister Chiu is the best." Luo Xiaoman smiled happily. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, lightly coughed and smiled. "Junior sister Luo, it's not that this Bai is trying to boost the morale of others. That Yang Kai is not easy to deal with. A year ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, yet he was able to defeat me. Brother Fan and I have similar strength, but after a year has passed, who knows how much he has grown. So, even if you can capture him and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley to fight Brother Fan, I'm afraid. How could my Brother Fan lose to someone from such a small place?" Luo Xiaoman snorted. He rolled his eyes and said, "If worst comes to worst, I'll just do something to him. No matter what, I have to make Brother Fan defeat him." As they were talking, one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th stage masters suddenly frowned and said, "Young lady, something's not right. There doesn't seem to be many people here." Chiu Yimeng's expression changed slightly as she quickly asked, "What do you mean?" The man quickly released his divine sense and a moment later said with a strange expression, "It seems that High Heaven Pavilion knows it has provoked a disaster and has long since made preparations. On one side, there are 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing guard. On the other side, there are many people gathered together. They should be the younger generation of High Heaven Pavilion disciples. It seems like they're about to leave." "Wishful thinking," Chiu Yimeng coldly snorted. "Send some people to capture those 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Kill without mercy. Everyone else, follow me." Yes, because Bai Yunfeng had previously reported the existence of Ling Tai Su, a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The Chiu family had directly dispatched 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. With these 4 people present, Chiu Yimeng believed it would be enough to capture Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya. The large group of people suddenly split into 2 groups and moved in an orderly manner. The 4 peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were followed by 7 or 8 other Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, all of them heading straight towards Ling Tai Su and the others. The rest of the group, under the leadership of Chiu Yimeng, rushed towards the coiling dragon stream. Under the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai and Su Yen were enjoying a moment of peace when suddenly his expression changed and he looked up in a certain direction. "What's wrong?" Su Yen noticed the change in Yang Kai's expression and quickly asked, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's expression sank. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up! Those people have already discovered us." Above, there were still 20 or so disciples who had not yet been brought down. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, the several martial uncles and martial aunt quickly circulated their yuan qi, increasing their speed significantly. The disciples of the younger generation were sent down one by one, disappearing into the void passageway. A moment later, Everyone had been properly arranged. Martial nephew, the several martial uncles, and martial aunt flew to the side, their expressions extremely vigilant, as if they were facing a great enemy. "You go first," Yang Kai shouted. "I'll bring up the rear." The several martial uncles didn't hesitate and dove into the void corridor. "Where do you think you're going?" In the distance, an angry roar rang out, and before the voice had even faded, a bright light shot out from the distance. The speed of this group of people was beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Yang Kai and Su Yan's expressions both changed slightly as they jointly circulated their yuan qi and simultaneously sent out a palm strike towards the approaching light. With a muffled bang, the light dispersed and the figures of 20 or 30 people suddenly appeared. Yang Kai and Su Yan's bodies both shook violently as they were pushed back several dozen meters, nearly falling down. "Yang Kai, we meet again." Among the crowd, Bai Yunfeng, dressed in white robes, roared fiercely. Meeting his enemy, Bai Yunfeng naturally wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. "You're that Yang Kai?" Luo Xiaoman swept her eyes over him and curled her lips. "You don't look that good. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out you're just average." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, her eyes filled with curiosity, but after seeing Su Yan, her eyes couldn't help narrowing slightly. From this young woman, who was as cold as an eternally frozen snow mountain, Qiu Yimeng felt a strong sense of pressure. A master. Moreover, her strength was no less than her own. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, never having expected that such a small place like High Heaven Pavilion would have such a talent. On top of that, this young woman was not only strong, but also beautiful. Compared to her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coldly snorting as she quickly dispelled the faint jealousy in her heart. "Two friends, this time I came to your noble sect because I have something I wish to consult with you about. I hope you two can act sensibly." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and spoke to Yang Kai and Su Yan while her beautiful eyes stared towards the dark void corridor. Even with her knowledge and identity, she didn't know what this thing was for, so she couldn't help feeling a little curious and stared at it a few more times. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "So what young lady is asking for is to attack High Heaven Pavilion with such great fanfare?" The sounds of Ling Tai Su and the others fighting could be heard coming from the other side. Obviously, many immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived and were fighting without even saying a word. Qiu Yimeng didn't care. Still smiling faintly, "If I don't show some strength, how can your noble sect obediently cooperate? This is just a small trick. I advise you not to resist, otherwise I'm afraid you'll suffer a lot." Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. There were 20 to 30 people on the other side, many of whom had reached the immortal ascension boundary. Many of them had locked onto him and Su Yan with their divine senses. Once he and Su Yan made any movements, they would immediately be ruthlessly strangled. The void corridor was only a few dozen meters away and was still open, but it wouldn't be long before it closed again. Could they rush out? Yang Kai wasn't sure, so he turned to look at Su Yan. Her expression was as calm as an ancient well, indifferent as water, even in the face of 20 to 30 masters. "The two of you don't seem to be willing to cooperate. If that's the case, then we'll have to offend you. Go seal their cultivations and bring them back." Qiu Yimeng decisively issued an order. From beginning to end, a faint smile hung on her face, her expression as calm as ever. "Yes." Immediately, 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters flew out from behind her, sneering contemptuously at Yang Kai and Su Yan as they approached. Yang Kai squeezed Su Yan's hand and whispered, "You go first, don't worry about me, they won't dare do anything to me." Su Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding gently. In this moment of crisis, She didn't act like some reckless woman who wanted to stay behind with Yang Kai, because she knew that Yang Kai's true identity was the greatest protection. If she also stayed behind, it would only make the situation worse. In an instant, the two of them had reached an agreement. The two immortal ascension boundary masters were now within 5 meters of them. At that moment, suddenly, the demonic chi below the coiling dragon stream surged, and more than a dozen ink-black dragon-like demonic chi rushed up, striking the two immortal ascension boundary masters like lightning. The demonic chi contained an unparalleled demonic chi, so although the direct impact didn't cause much damage to the two masters, it still had the effect of affecting their souls and affecting their minds. The two immortal ascension boundary masters were obviously stunned, their faces filled with pain, their eyes suddenly turning scarlet as they lost all sense of reason. Like beasts that had been imprisoned for hundreds of years, they immediately attacked each other. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately realizing that the old demon had sensed the urgency in his heart and was using some kind of method to help him. Unfortunately, this was all the old demon could do. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted, quickly pulling Su Yan towards the void corridor. The sudden change caused the Chiu family, Bai family, and Purple Fern Valley's 3 forces to be shocked, feeling the demonic chi contained within the dozen or so flood dragons. All of them couldn't help but pale. Before they could react, Yang Kai and Su Yan had already rushed out of the blockade and quickly approached the dark passage. "Stop them!" Chiu Yimeng shouted, taking the lead, sending out a series of fierce attacks as she flew forward. "Where do you think you're going?" Luo Xiaoman also hurriedly followed. She was determined to capture Yang Kai and bring him back to Purple Fern Valley so Fan Hong could defeat him. How could she allow Yang Kai to escape? As soon as the two women moved, everyone else also used their movement skills. In an instant, Yang Kai and Su Yan had entered the void corridor, Su Yan in front, while Yang Kai brought up the rear. After entering the chaotic passage, Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his Yuan Qi fiercely, bombarding the surrounding area. He wanted to destroy this passage in order to ensure the safety of the people from High Heaven Pavilion. However, the speed of Chiu Yimeng and the others was also extremely fast, so before Yang Kai could destroy the void corridor, more than half of them had already entered. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman took the lead, looking around at the chaos around them, their pretty faces filled with horror. The two women didn't know where they were. However, since Yang Kai dared to come in, there was certainly no danger. Thinking quickly, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman simultaneously launched their killing moves towards Yang Kai. In the void corridor, Zhen Yuan was in a mess. The violent collisions produced shockwaves that scattered in all directions. The chaotic space suddenly began to squirm. Chapter 295. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he exited the void corridor. The next moment, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman appeared not far away. The two of them had appeared not far from each other, but now that they had suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar environment, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion as they stared around, completely forgetting to attack Yang Kai. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk another figure appeared, and after the 3 people in the field saw who it was, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This person was one of the family masters brought here by Chiu Yimeng, an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. But at this moment, only half of his body had been sent out. The other half was nowhere to be seen, as if it had been cleaved in half by a peerless master's sword. As his body fell, his 5 viscera and 6 organs scattered all over the ground, blood spattering everywhere. How Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes trembled violently as she stared at this scene in disbelief. Luo Xiaoman's face went pale, and she almost vomited, covering her mouth as she moved closer to Chiu Yimeng. "Was it you who did this?" Chiu Meng suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai coldly, her yuan qi also slowly becoming unstable. She didn't know the mysteries of the void corridor, and only thought that Yang Kai had set up some kind of trap in this chaotic place, allowing him to kill her family's master. So naturally she was furious. An immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master was not easy for the Chiu family to cultivate, but now he had died so carelessly. Yang Kai ignored her, and instead looked around with a gloomy expression. Besides himself and the 2 women opposite him, there was no one else here. Not to mention the High Heaven Pavilion martial uncles and his brothers and sisters who had left the void corridor. Even Su Yan, who had arrived earlier, was not here. Moreover, this place was completely unfamiliar. Not the place where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had last crossed the void corridor. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined everything within a 20-kilometer radius. A moment later, his heart sank to the bottom. There were indeed other people within this 20-kilometer radius. However, none of them were from High Heaven Pavilion, but rather the Yuan Qi and Immortal Ascension boundary masters brought by the 2 women opposite him. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened. The place where they had emerged from the void corridor was a bit far from here, scattered all over the place. There weren't many people, only a dozen or so, of which only 2 or 3 were Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Is it because of the battle in the void corridor? Yang Kai's face sank as he pondered. There was only one possibility. The collision of true essence in the void corridor had caused the void corridor to collapse, and then the people inside had been teleported to an unfamiliar land. And the half-corpse on the ground should be the result of a part of the body being intercepted in the void corridor. Yang's is. However, Su Yan should have already safely met up with the other members of High Heaven Pavilion. After all, she was ahead of him. Considering all this, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Luo Xiaoman's face was a little pale. Seeing Yang Kai just standing there, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A disciple of a small sect. What arrogance! Even if he had some means, they were still very limited. Elder Sister Chiu was beautiful and famous. Even if the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families tried to talk to her, she would usually ignore them. But now Elder Sister Chiu had taken the initiative to talk to him. Yet he didn't say anything. She had given him face, but he didn't want it. Yang Kai looked up at the 2 women opposite him with a gloomy expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes. If it weren't for this group of people suddenly appearing, he and Su Yan would already be thousands of kilometers away. They had just agreed to travel the world hand in hand, but because of these 2 women's sudden appearance, they had been separated from each other. Not knowing where to find Su Yan, Yang Kai's depressed mood could be imagined. What is this place? Chiu Meng raised her delicate brow, standing there calmly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai as she asked softly. Her figure was tall, her legs were long and slender, her waist was slender, and her face was delicate and moving, especially that graceful waist that seemed to be boneless. It was tightly bound by the purple girdle. It could only be held with one hand, and it was the most enticing. Moreover, as the first young lady of the central capital's Chiu family, her temperament was noble and arrogant. Any young man who saw her would feel a faint sense of pressure, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Every question that came out of her mouth always had an answer. Yang Kai's face showed a trace of disgust and impatience as he sneered. Where is this place? How would I know where this is? As soon as these vulgar words came out, the 2 women opposite him froze slightly. Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled, her chest trembling as she ground her teeth and shouted, "Smelly brat! You dare speak to us like that?" Chiu Meng's bright face flashed a mocking smile as she calmly chuckled. "Interesting. No man has ever cursed at me like this. You're the first. If you don't want to answer, it doesn't matter. Once I capture you, I'll slowly interrogate you. She took it for granted that all of this was Yang Kai's doing, but little did she know that Yang Kai really didn't know where they were. Yang Kai coldly snorted and took a step forward, his yuan qi surging as he activated his self-created movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage as he quickly approached the two women. He could perceive that the three nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had already discovered Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's whereabouts and were quickly rushing over, so Yang Kai had to capture one of them as a bargaining chip. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by these Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Seeing him act so boldly, Luo Xiaoman shouted, "You're asking for a beating!" A series of blue halos suddenly burst forth from her tender body, each of them containing a soft and flexible energy, blocking Yang Kai's speed while eroding into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's momentum didn't falter as he pushed his yuan qi fiercely. Luo Xiaoman's martial skill couldn't stop him at all. Seeing him rush towards her like a meteor, Luo Xiaoman finally paled slightly. "Be careful," Qiu Yimeng quickly warned, at the same time waving her hand, and using some kind of martial skill, she grabbed Luo Xiaoman's shoulder and quickly retreated. Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and fiercely punched to the side. Yuan Qi collided in midair with a loud bang. The rebounding force actually caused Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly. Before he could react, though, Qiu Yimeng suddenly giggled, her delicate body like a leaf floating in the air, her feet lightly stepping on the void. Seemingly without any trace, she quickly closed in on Yang Kai. This was a set of profound footwork, and when it was displayed, Qiu Yimeng's entire body seemed to be both real and fake, completely untraceable. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he released his divine sense and instantly discovered Qiu Yimeng's hiding place, sending out a burning sun's three-layer blast. Qiu Yimeng suddenly appeared, a trace of astonishment flashing across her beautiful face as she pushed her yuan qi fiercely. With a grunt, Yang Kai couldn't help retreating a few steps. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng's expression remained indifferent, a calm smile hanging on her face as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai, calmly saying, "You've got some skill, but it's nothing more than this. If that's all you've got, I advise you to obediently surrender. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy." Troublesome. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. He had wanted to capture Luo Xiaoman as a hostage, but this Qiu family's first young lady really wasn't easy to deal with. If he used his full strength, he should be able to defeat her, but not in a short time. The other three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters were rapidly closing in, so Yang Kai didn't have much of a chance. "You want to leave?" Qiu Yimeng's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly flashed a touch of pride and slyness, clearly seeing through Yang Kai's thoughts. Not waiting for him to answer, she once again rushed forward. "With me here, do you think you can escape? Get out of my way!" Yang Kai roared, pushing out his palms as he simultaneously used his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. The tiger seal and the ox seal roared as two fiery red monster beasts leapt out, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng wasn't frightened, but instead smiled happily. "Sure enough, no wonder Bai Yunfeng was defeated by you." Saying so, she waved her two white hands, releasing a burst of yuan qi that was visible to the naked eye, transforming into a giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Before the two monster beasts could reach Qiu Yimeng, they were scattered. Yang Kai grinned as he gripped the Azura sword in his hand, his true Yang Yuan Qi retreating back into the Dantian as the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst forth. As the evil Qi descended, Yang Kai's entire body was wrapped in a black fog, only his pair of scarlet eyes exuding a terrifying light. With the Azura sword in hand, Yang Kai seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. Feeling this surging evil aura, Qiu Yimeng's expression finally changed as she cried out in horror, "High Heaven Pavilion really has evil secret arts." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge ball of lightning at the tip of her finger, throwing it towards Yang Kai. Flashing arcs of lightning crackled as they exploded, containing a terrifying power. Yang Kai slashed out with his sword. With a single sweep of his sword, the ball of lightning shattered, and the tiny arcs of lightning slithered out like snakes, covering a radius of more than a dozen meters. Qiu Yi-meng quickly retreated, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt, her expression becoming extremely dignified. Yang Kai walked through the world of lightning arcs, his body flashing but unable to hinder him in the slightest. Accelerating his pace, he instantly arrived in front of Qiu Yi-meng and slashed down towards her, feeling the murderous intent and evil intent contained in this attack. Qiu Yi-meng's beautiful face paled as she cried out, "Block!" A simple and unadorned shield suddenly appeared in her small hand. The shield was suffused with a dense light, enveloping her within it. This was obviously a defensive artifact, and with the Qiu family's wealth, the grade of this artifact was definitely not low. With a loud clang, the Azura sword struck the shield, and the two Yuan Qi collided violently, rolling up a gust of wind. With a light snort, Qiu Yi-meng retreated more than a dozen meters, her tender body swaying. In this confrontation, she had obviously suffered a small loss. Gritting her teeth and looking at the shield in her hand, Qiu Yi-meng chuckled. "You really do have some skill. Just a trivial Yuan Qi third stage. Yet you were able to put me in such a difficult position. It seems I underestimated you." Chapter 296. Saying so, she took back the ancient shield into her body and quickly formed a series of hand seals, releasing a series of energy fluctuations of different attributes from her body. Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, these four attributes gathered together to form a terrifying energy around her. She stared deeply at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with unyielding arrogance. "I don't have time to play with you." Yang Kai roared, waving his hand and sending out a sword wave, leaping into the air in an attempt to escape. However, while Qiu Yi-meng was delaying him, a nearby Immortal Ascension Boundary Master had arrived, and before he could even appear, an attack was already flying towards him. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, dodging while quickly displaying the first half of his 10,000 swords returned to one. With a clanging sound, countless sword chi suddenly appeared around his body. Waving the Azura sword, Yang Kai sent out countless sword chi to protect himself, while the other half shot forward, trying to open up a gap. "Stay here," a voice called out from the side, carrying with it a sense of superiority. Daring to disrespect the young lady, you're courting death. Facing this tyrannical attack, all of the sword chi in the air were shattered. Not only that, but Yang Kai's momentum was also slightly suppressed. In front of him, a figure flashed, and an Immortal Ascension Boundary's 6th stage master blocked his path, staring coldly towards Yang Kai. "Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai didn't show any fear, sneering as he once again sent out countless sword chi bolts towards this enemy. At the same time, a series of blood-red petals suddenly flew out from his body, each one a deadly weapon. 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. Since refining this falling flower's cult's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had not used it. Until now. Finally, Yang Kai had no choice but to use his full strength. 1,000 blood-red petals wrapped around his body, and with a single thought, they transformed into a flurry of red light that shot towards the Immortal Ascension Boundary's 6th stage master. A heaven-grade artifact. The Immortal Ascension Boundary's 6th stage master's eyesight was profound, immediately seeing the extraordinariness of the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. The strength of the Heaven's Gate boundary was not held back at all. A rich and pure Yuan Qi burst forth from his body as he pushed out with both hands A mountain-like figure suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed down on the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. With a crash, the 1,000 petals scattered. As they scattered in all directions, the mountain-like illusory figure swayed in midair before suddenly dimming down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai rushed forward with his sword and slashed down at the Immortal Ascension Boundary's 6th stage master. His opponent had just used a martial skill that consumed a great deal of Yuan Qi and was now completely out of breath. Feeling the evil aura from the Azura sword, his expression changed greatly and he hurriedly dodged. Who knew that Yang Kai was just making a feint? It brushed past his body and flew out. "Where do you think you're going?" Qiu Yimeng's tender voice rang out, mixed with a trace of pride and coldness. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from behind, and Yang Kai involuntarily paused, turning his head to look, only to see Qiu Yimeng's wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning attributes gathering together to form a destructive force. It was as if he had been transformed into a muddy swamp, pulling at his body, making it impossible for him to break free. "Bitch!" Yang Kai's face changed greatly as he waved his sword and sent out countless sword chi blades towards Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng remained unmoved, a beautiful smile appearing on her face. Her simple shield appeared in front of her again, blocking Yang Kai's attack for her. However, the 1,000 petals that were scattered outside were now silently closing in on Qiu Yimeng. "Elder Sister Qiu, dodge." Luo Xiaoman shouted as she waved her hands, sending out a series of flashes of light that transformed into a variety of weapons midair and collided with the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia. "You won't be able to escape, just obediently surrender." Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly, shouting as she fought with Yang Kai. "Yes, evil demon brat, you can't escape today." 2 figures flew over. The other 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had arrived. Yang Kai's face was gloomy to the extreme, and a faint sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Facing a single Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he had to use his full strength and use all of his artifacts and methods in order to have a chance to escape. Now that all 3 of them had arrived, how could he resist? His strength was still not enough. Yuan Qi 3rd stage was really not enough. The 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had rushed over weren't polite at all. As they spoke, they began to attack Yang Kai with their respective martial skills. Yang Kai tried his best to resist, but was still unable to fully defend himself. Both his chest and shoulder were struck at the same time. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and the pain was unbearable, causing him to fall like a broken kite. Stumbling to his feet, Yang Kai found himself surrounded from all sides. 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, plus Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. All of them were glaring at him, looking at the Azura sword in his hand. Even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help coveting it, the others even more so. As for the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia flying around him, both of them were precious treasures. "You can't run now, can you?" Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. The 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters also looked at him with hostility, coldly snorting as they simultaneously exerted pressure on him. "Demon brat, waste your own cultivation, or this old master will do it himself," one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters shouted coldly. Facing this adversity, Yang Kai sneered, his demonic chi fluctuating wildly. Although he had been surrounded, it wasn't impossible for him to escape. Yang Kai thought that if he suddenly used unyielding will and Yang Inflammation Wings at this time, he would have a chance to escape. The speed of Yang Inflammation Wings was much faster than an average Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, so as long as he could cope with the first wave of attacks, he would be fine. With the myriad drug milk, even if he was injured, he could quickly heal. The key was, could he cope with the first wave of attacks? Moreover, it was a joint attack. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. "Why haven't you started yet?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master saw that Yang Kai hadn't moved yet and became impatient, angrily shouting as he took a step forward. Just as Yang Kai made up his mind to take this risk, the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters' expressions suddenly changed as they stared up at the sky. Yang Kai also frowned. He felt a tyrannical pressure coming from not far away, one that was much stronger than the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in front of him. "Two young ladies, be careful." The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and quickly stood in front of Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, their expressions extremely dignified. Soon, a bright red figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked up and saw a graceful figure standing in the air only a few dozen meters away from them. This figure belonged to a woman who looked extremely enchanting. She was wearing a fiery red robe that was tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her graceful and charming figure. Her appearance was beautiful, and her posture was graceful. Her two jade-like arms were exposed, and two silver bracelets were worn on her soft and smooth wrists. Her skin was snow white, her legs were long and slender, and her waist was slender and full. She was wearing a pair of shoes made of jade, and her 10 delicate toes were exposed mischievously. She had moon-like phoenix eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes that could captivate souls, and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain a myriad of emotions. She had a tall nose, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, and a face that was as white as cream. Her figure was slender, like a willow tree, a gentle breeze that seemed capable of snapping her in half. At the corner of her eye was a small mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. Standing in midair, a faint blush could be seen on her cheeks, causing one's imagination to run wild. In contrast to Su Yan's icy beauty and Xia Ningchang's naivety, this young married woman was the kind of woman who was enchanting to the bone. Even if she just stood there, she still exuded an air of grace and grace. When the several men in the field met her eyes, whether they were young or old, all of them involuntarily gulped, their breathing instantly becoming heavy. Her watery eyes seemed to contain an infinite magical power that tugged at everyone's soul. Even Qiu Yimeng's eyes became slightly blurred, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heartbeat accelerated. Soon, Qiu Yimeng sobered up, her heart secretly trembling as she glanced around, gritting her teeth and muttering, "Men really are nothing good." The three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters all blushed and laughed dryly. However, they didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness. A woman who could make them feel so pressured. How could her strength be low? The woman's pair of watery red eyes swept over the several men in the field before finally settling on Yang Kai, biting her red lips lightly, her brow furrowed slightly as she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Which sect are you a disciple of?" Her voice was sweet and soft. When everyone heard it, they felt as if a gentle little hand had reached into their hearts and was caressing and teasing what was hidden in the bottom of their hearts, making them follow their instincts. This time, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were no exception, the two women's cheeks flushing bright red, as they involuntarily let out a soft moan from their throats, causing their hearts to flutter, and their hearts to flutter. "What?" Yang Kai frowned and asked curiously. He didn't understand what this woman meant. The woman's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light, seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would be able to sober up so quickly. In her current state, if she didn't speak, it would be fine, but once she opened her mouth, no matter who it was, they would be affected. So how was it that this young man with such an evil aura seemed to be able to get rid of his instincts? What she didn't know was that Yang Kai had been tortured by the joyous unification art for many years. So compared to others, he was much better at suppressing his impulses. "Forget it. I don't have time to talk to you." The struggle between the woman's eyebrows became even more apparent as she muttered to herself, Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, she stretched out her hand and threw out a pink ribbon that shot towards Yang Kai's waist like a snake. Yang Kai's expression changed, and just as he was about to raise his azure sword to counterattack, the woman had already arrived in front of him, opened her cherry mouth, and spat out a fragrant breath towards Yang Kai. As this orchid fragrance hit him, in an instant, Yang Kai felt his whole body go soft and completely lose the strength to resist. So strong. This woman must have reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. She doesn't look very old, so how could she be so strong? Since you've seen it, I can't let you live. The woman sighed faintly, flicking her wrist and sending out a silver bracelet towards the immortal ascension boundary masters opposite her. Chapter 297. With a flash of silver light, the three immortal ascension boundary masters who had just forced Yang Kai into a dead end fell into a pool of their own blood, unable to put up any resistance, and were killed in a daze. The momentum of the silver light did not diminish as it continued to chase after Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. At this critical moment of life and death, Qiu Yimeng's delicate earrings emitted a faint light which rushed into her mind, instantly waking her up. In a flash, Qiu Yimeng quickly took out her ancient shield and placed it in front of her. With a ding sound, Qiu Yimeng coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying, finally stopping the silver light. The woman's brow furrowed as her tender body trembled, blood dripping from her red lips. It seemed that just touching her Yuan Qi had caused her to feel even more unbearable. Not continuing to attack, she hurriedly picked up Yang Kai, who was tied up by the ribbon, and leapt away, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Luo Xiaoman's face was flushed red, her pair of beautiful eyes blurred, her throat constantly emitting soft moans as her two beautiful legs were tightly clamped together. The boundless pleasure spread like an electric current, numbing her lower body, causing her tender body to tremble involuntarily as a pool of white liquid rolled out from her lower abdomen, soaking her underwear. A high-pitched, stifled moan escaped from her mouth as Luo Xiaoman's body softened, and she fell directly to the ground, her cheeks flushed red as she gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she basked in the aftershocks of her orgasm. Xiaoman, cough, cough, Qiu Yimeng called out weakly, and Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and realized that she had lost control of herself and that her lower body was wet. Immediately, her beautiful face paled in shock. She didn't know what had happened. Just now, the woman in red had only said a few words, and she had fallen into a dreamy and charming illusion. In that illusion, she had abandoned her self-esteem and shyness, as if she had become a resentful woman who was unsatisfied with her desires, constantly demanding. She had an extremely unbridled instinct, and the object of that demand was actually Yang Kai, the man they had chased all the way here. Recalling the scene just now, Luo Xiaoman was filled with shame and resentment. Her pair of beautiful eyes trembled. Very quickly, boundless hatred and humiliation flashed across them. Xiaoman, come and give me a hand. Qiu Yimeng's Yuan Qi tumbled as her blood flowed in reverse, unable to move at all. Seeing Luo Xiaoman still frozen in place, he couldn't help calling out again. Oh, Luo Xiaoman staggered to her feet, the wind blowing over her lower body, causing her to feel a slight tingling sensation, causing her to tremble slightly. What's wrong with you? Qiu Yimeng looked at her suspiciously, seemingly feeling that something was wrong with her. No, nothing, Luo Xiaoman hurriedly replied, blushing as she hurried over to Qiu Yimeng and took out a bottle of pills from her sleeve. He poured one out and put it in her mouth. Staring at the corpses of the three immortal ascension boundary masters in front of her, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. After a long time, Qiu Yimeng let out a long breath. Elder Sister Qiu, "Who is that woman?" Luo Xiaoman asked as she sat on the ground, hugging her knees. She asked with some lingering fear. Qiu Meng slowly shook her head. "I don't know, but no matter who she is definitely a dragon lady. Next time we meet her, we must be careful." "Oh," Luo Xiaoman responded somewhat guiltily. A simple sentence was enough to turn an innocent young girl into a resentful woman. Obviously, that woman had cultivated some kind of extraordinary seductive technique. How good could a woman who cultivated such a technique be? Not long after, the dozen or so Yuan Qi masters who had been scattered around finally arrived. They had all heard the sound of fighting and had come over. Bai Yunfeng was also among them. This little brat's luck was pretty good. Not only had he not died in the collapsed void corridor, he had also not been involved in the battle just now, so he was lucky enough to survive. As soon as the two sides met up and learned about each other's situation, Qiu Yimeng's heart sank. There were less than 10 people left on her side, and all 3 of her Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been killed. "Let's see what this place is first, then we'll decide what to do next," Qiu Yimeng calmly ordered. High up in the air, a red shadow flashed by. It was the enchanting woman from just now. Her strength was indeed very strong, and her flying speed was as fast as the wind. Yang Kai was bound by a pink ribbon, unable to exert any strength, and could only passively allow himself to be carried by her hand. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den, Yang Kai thought to himself, this woman didn't even bat an eyelid when she killed those people, not even asking for a reason. Clearly, she wasn't an easy person to deal with, so why did she want to kidnap him? Yang Kai was puzzled. Secretly circulating his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai found that he couldn't use his Yuan Qi at all. Only his divine sense could be used. However, in front of such a master, how could Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense so easily? Don't waste your energy. After being hit by my soul-blowing incense, you'll only feel powerless. Your Yuan Qi will be sealed, unless your strength is higher than mine. The woman's soft voice came from above his head, causing Yang Kai's heart to skip a beat. Soul-blowing incense. Yang Kai grinned. What a good name. Why does this name sound like an aphrodisiac? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Sure enough, this woman was a wanton dragon lady. Just now, her face clearly showed a hint of lust, as if it was surging. Now that he had fallen into her hands, he didn't know whether or not his Yuan Qi would be sucked dry, and he would die of dehydration. Yang Kai instinctively felt that this woman should have cultivated some kind of evil secret art that harvested yang to supplement her yin. If he really died like this, it would be too tragic. You don't know what soul-blowing incense is? The woman was slightly surprised. Should I know? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead asked, immediately taking a deep breath and suppressing the roiling blood in his heart. Forget it, you'd better not talk to me first. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, and will take you. The woman was originally enduring with great difficulty, but when she heard Yang Kai's shameless and presumptuous words, she couldn't help giggling. Her beautiful eyes glanced down, thinking to herself, this little brat actually doesn't know what soul-blowing incense is. Is he not a disciple of the Holy Land? As she glanced down, she saw Yang Kai also looking up at her. The woman smiled sweetly, her blushing cheeks incomparably alluring. Yang Kai's gaze involuntarily shifted, just in time to catch a glimpse of the enchanting scenery under this woman's skirt. His heart beat even more fiercely. This woman's underwear was actually a pair of hollowed-out black-laced panties, and the fragrant grass below her was faintly discernible through the hollowed-out area. It was incomparably beautiful, and her 2 slender legs were like fine jade, pure white and flawless, glowing with an alluring luster like porcelain. These 2 beautiful legs didn't seem to belong to this world. They were like the spirit of heaven and earth, drawing out the most primitive instincts in Yang Kai's heart, causing his eyes to instantly fill with confusion and emptiness as he panted heavily. Not knowing where he got the strength from, Yang Kai actually reached out a hand and directly touched the woman's calf, rubbing and playing with it for a while. The woman felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was already enduring with great difficulty, so when Yang Kai touched her so intimately, her beautiful face suddenly changed, and the blush on her cheeks became even more alluring. She couldn't help but let out a groan as her delicate body trembled like a quail in winter. Smelly brat. The woman was flustered and exasperated, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Although she knew that Yang Kai's offensive actions weren't his own intention and that she had a large part to play, this kind of touching and pinching still made her somewhat uncomfortable. Wherever his rough hands touched, it seemed to produce an electric current, causing the woman to feel a burst of paralysis. Even though she was an immortal ascension boundary master, she was no longer able to fly steadily. Dragging Yang Kai along, he staggered through the air as if he was drunk. "Let go!" The woman gritted her teeth, lifting one of her jade feet and kicking Yang Kai's shoulder, then pulling the ribbon in her hand. She directly pulled Yang Kai to her side. Yang Kai's dazed eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of madness and cunning. Grinning towards her, he used all his strength to reach out and embrace her slender waist. "You..." The woman's face paled, as if she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would still be able to maintain his sanity. Kai Yang was completely unrestrained, his two hands firmly gripping the woman's tender waist. A soft and fragrant feeling spread through his body. This woman's waist really didn't seem to have any bones. It was extremely flexible to the touch. If he used just a little bit of strength, he would be able to break it. His 10 fingers flicked up and down, doing everything possible to tease and caress her, his big mouth not holding back at all, directly biting down on the left side of the woman's full red dress. This bite didn't have the slightest yuan qi. Yang Kai didn't even use much strength, but it was still a deadly attack. The hot male breath penetrated her clothes and scalded the woman's tender body, causing her to go completely limp and tremble. The biting seemed to turn into a sucking action. The woman's yuan qi was unable to circulate properly, and both she and Yang Kai fell to the ground. "Let go of me!" The woman clenched her teeth and cried out, resisting the throbbing and stupidity in her heart. Her bright red lips were almost bitten through, her hands holding Yang Kai's head, wanting to push him away, but the numbness attacked her, causing her to be unable to use much strength, but this position made her even more fanciful. "I won't let go." Yang Kai's mouth was chewing on a small red bead, constantly blowing hot air into it, his tongue like a snake as he vaguely answered. This dragon lady's current state was not right, as if she had been drugged with the most overbearing aphrodisiac in the world. Even the slightest touch and caress could make her unable to control herself. Her strength was too high, and there was no way to match it. If he wanted to live from her hands, Yang Kai could only use this kind of dirty method. "Do you want to die? If you don't let go, both of us will die an unnatural death." The woman lightly trembled and moaned. The two were getting closer and closer to the ground, falling from a height of 300 meters. No matter how strong the woman was, she would still be smashed into a pile of meat paste. "Hee, if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost," Yang Kai recklessly teased, not caring about life and death at all. The woman's expression finally changed, and she secretly cursed this stinking brat for being shameless. She took a deep breath, resisting the discomfort in her body and the impulse in her heart, and secretly condensed her yuan qi, abruptly slowing down her falling momentum. But this yuan qi was quickly dispersed by the impact of the sensations in her body. With a bang, Yang Kai and the woman fell to the ground. The two were entangled in each other's arms, rolling several times before gradually coming to a stop. Chapter 298. Fortunately, The falling speed was reduced a lot, so even though they were in a sorry state, neither of them was injured. But after the struggle and resistance, Yang Kai's strength increased a lot. In the midst of the flying dust, he recklessly pressed the woman under his body and reached out a hand to cover the other full breast. He accurately found the protruding cherry and wantonly kneaded it. The red clothes were a little messy, and the woman's chest revealed a breathtaking snowy white. The two large breasts trembled, as if they were about to break free from their restraints, and burst out of the clothes. The elasticity was also amazing. Under the two-pronged attack, the woman seemed to have completely lost the strength to resist. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Her soft and delicate body twisted under Yang Kai, and there was a burst of suppressed longing in her throat. She seemed to have accepted her fate and no longer resisted. Her hands gently held Yang Kai's head and pulled him up from her chest. Then her cheeks flushed red, and she pressed a pair of red lips on his. Yang Kai was secretly wary of her soul-blowing incense, but he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. He was no longer polite and kissed her. A sweet and wonderful taste spread on the tip of his tongue. Just as he tasted something wonderful, the woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of slyness and pleasure in them. Feeling that something was wrong, Yang Kai quickly raised his head. Just as he spat out a word, Yang Kai felt the world in front of him turn upside down. In an instant, he lost all consciousness and fell on the woman's chest. The woman kept gasping for breath, calming the rolling blood in her heart. After a while, she recovered some strength. She reached out and pushed Yang Kai away from her delicate body. She slowly sat up, clenching her teeth, and her heart was filled with hatred. After a while, suddenly, she laughed again, pursing her red lips, and said to herself, "Stinky Brad is very skilled. He's definitely not a good thing. Humph! This king's beauty is not something that just anyone can taste." Saying that, she stood up and tidied her clothes. She looked at the unconscious Yang Kai on the ground with hatred and lifted him up with one hand. She jumped up again. Yang Kai woke up groggily. He only felt pain all over his body, as if he had been pricked by needles. There was not much light in the surroundings. Only a torch stuck diagonally into a mountain wall, the flame flickering. A delicate fragrance, like orchids and musk, lingered at the tip of his nose. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the smell of the flirtatious woman from before. He didn't know if it was her body fragrance or something else. It was neither too thick nor too light, and it was a pleasant smell. It also had some aphrodisiac effects. Thinking of the dragon lady, Yang Kai suddenly sobered up and vigilantly looked forward. He saw that woman sitting cross-legged not far from him. His yuan qi surged fiercely, and his eyes were closed. It was unknown what kind of martial art he was using. Sensing the current state of his body, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Yuan Qi had recovered a lot of her strength, and she could also swim. But at this moment, his entire body was imprisoned in place by a mysterious force, and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he seemed to have been poisoned. When he used his Yuan Qi, he felt a little dizzy. Yang Kai panicked and quickly calmed down, not daring to move. This should be a cave. The cave was not deep, only about 100 feet or so. He was sitting cross-legged in the innermost part of the cave, and the woman not far from him was blocking his way, clearly not wanting to let him leave. Looking at this woman, Yang Kai had to admit that she was extremely beautiful and charming to the bone. Every part of her body seemed to be made for flirtatious beauty, especially the mole under the corner of her eye, which made her look extremely charming. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's presumptuous gaze, the woman slightly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, containing a touch of lust, watery and seductive. Her cheeks were still red, and the breath she exhaled was boiling hot. "You're awake." The woman showed a beautiful smile and looked at Yang Kai with interest. Hee, what is the meaning of this, elder sister? Yong Kai looked at her indifferently and chuckled. It's fine if you imprison me, but why are you blocking my way? The woman smiled and said, if I don't block you, what if you run away? Yong Kai said shyly, why would I run away? The night is dark, and this little brother doesn't want to leave elder sister alone. In fact, elder sister doesn't need to do this. You only need to say one word, and this little brother is willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, even if it means death. The woman glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Recalling how he had taken advantage of her, her body suddenly went limp, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth in anger. Yong Kai's eyes were burning hot, licking his dry lips as he wantonly wandered around the woman's body, his eyes full of incomparable aggression, as if he wanted to strip her naked, whispering in a low voice, actually, I won't hide it from elder sister. This little brother feels like an old friend at first sight. So why don't elder sister let go of me so we can talk? I really like elder sister. This heart of mine can be seen by the heavens, the sun, and the moon. The woman couldn't help giggling, her body shaking as she cursed this little brat in her heart, but her white neck was slightly red. Seeing that she wasn't angry at all, Yong Kai's courage grew a lot. In any case, things had already come to this, and this woman's strength was too high for him to escape, so he might as well see what she wanted to do first. If she really wanted to kill him, there was no need for her to hold back until now. The woman slowly restrained her smile, her small white hand covering her red lips, and with a seductive look, she whispered, if you like me, then why did you use such a heavy hand just now? Are you that willing? What if you hurt me? Seductress. Yong Kai cursed in his heart, almost losing his mind once again. Quickly stabilizing his mind, he chuckled. As the saying goes, the first time you're unfamiliar with the road, the second time you're familiar with the road. This little brother is inexperienced and doesn't know how to please elder sister. So I was indeed a bit abrupt, but now that I have experience, I don't know if elder sister is interested in giving it another try. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Little rogue. The woman bit her teeth and softly cursed, her eyes blurred. Yong Kai's face was the thickest she had ever seen in her life. His ability to lie with a straight face was top-notch. His skillful flirting. How could he be considered inexperienced? He was clearly a veteran in the field of love. She didn't know how many girls he had ruined. Although she could be considered a cheerful woman, Yong Kai's blatant flirting still made her a little shy, not to mention her body wasn't in good condition right now, so she couldn't bear to hear such words from others. Just as her heart was filled with hatred, she saw Yong Kai's face turn serious and ask, is elder sister under the influence of an aphrodisiac? Her state was clearly one of lust, wanting to find a man to relieve her feelings, but being able to endure for so long, Yong Kai was puzzled. The woman was slightly stunned, her expression somewhat unnatural, but she forced a smile and said, you can say so, but you can also say no. Then is it true or not? Yong Kai was confused. Let's just say it is, but this aphrodisiac is because of me. The woman looked at Yong Kai with a smile, not intending to hide it. It's because my secret art is about to break through. Every time I break through, it's like this, but this time I was ambushed on the way here and suffered some injuries. So it's more violent than before. I don't know if I can resist. So, you captured me? Yong Kai suddenly realized, but in his heart, a storm was set off. What kind of secret art would cause a woman to feel lust when breaking through? An evil secret art, an absolutely evil secret art. It was most likely a secret art that harvested Yang to supplementin. Yong Kai felt a chill in his heart. If he was really harvested by this dragon lady here, then his life would be too sad. I was just in case. The woman nodded slightly, not denying it. Yong Kai was imprisoned at this moment, so he couldn't do anything, so she had no reason to lie. Then why did you find me? Besides you, there were only 3 old men and 2 women. If I didn't catch you, who would I catch? The woman replied with a faint smile. Damn. So unlucky. Why didn't that brat Bai Yunfeng follow me? If he had followed me, I might not have been caught. To be able to work for Big Sister, it's little brother's honor. Yang Kai smiled, looking at her affectionately. Why don't you stop resisting? Let's rest early. Every moment is worth 1,000 gold. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, saying angrily, You wish. The secret art I'm practicing is special, although I can continue to practice it after losing my virginity. But before I reach large success, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. I'm only one step away. How can I waste all my efforts here? Yang Kai's eyes sparkled, flashing with light. So Big Sister is flawless. Good, good, good. This little brother is also a virgin. We're a match made in heaven. You don't have to resist so hard. If you really can't resist, just come find me. His heart was beating like a drum, although he didn't know what the consequences would be if this woman took him. But seeing how evil her secret art was, the consequences would definitely not be good. So even in front of such a beauty, Yang Kai didn't dare to have the slightest bit of restlessness. The woman stared deeply at him. A trace of pity flashed through her blurred eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, What's your name? Yang Kai, Yang Kai. The woman lowered her eyes and whispered softly, then nodded seriously. I'll remember this name. I'm Shanqing Luo. That's a nice name. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This name, why does it seem like I've heard someone say it before? But this woman's strength was very high. She should be a famous expert. It's normal to have heard of her name. So Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. I didn't imprison your Yuan Qi. You have to guard your mind. Don't lose your mind. Shanqing Luo reminded with a smile. Your mind is good, but I don't know if you can resist the next temptation. Also, you better pray that I can resist it successfully, or else. Yang Kai had a bad premonition in his heart. Shanqing Luo chuckled, but didn't answer. Her watery eyes stared at Yang Kai for a while, then said, You're quite handsome, although you're full of nonsense and shameless. This isn't your nature. So Big Sister still likes you. As she spoke, her face turned red, and without giving Yang Kai time to react, she suddenly closed her eyes, her Yuan Qi surging again. Chapter 299. Yang Kai pursed his lips, secretly paying attention to the changes on Shanqing Luo's side, his heart also extremely vigilant. From her words, it was not difficult for Yang Kai to infer that this was a critical moment for her, and also a critical moment for him. She had captured him, just in case. Once she could not resist the temptation of a breakthrough in her cultivation, he would definitely be taken by her. As for the result, even if he used his toes to think, he would know that it would not be good. Otherwise, why would she be so serious about warning him? Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he considered the way out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw that the true qi in Shanqing Luo's tender body was surging as streams of energy visible to the naked eye gushed out from her body. As soon as these streams of true qi came into contact with the surrounding air, they seemed to undergo some kind of incredible transformation, transforming into crystal-clear, white threads that shot out from her body. These silk threads were thousands of strands scattered around Shanqing Luo's body, wrapping her up. As time passed, these silk threads became more and more numerous, more and more dense. Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped as he watched. These silk threads felt like spider silk, but also like silk. Each strand was full of elasticity and toughness. Each strand contained a surging energy. In less than half an hour, Shanqing Luo's entire body was wrapped up by these silk threads. Her seductive, peerless face disappeared, and her graceful body was also hidden in the silk threads. All Yang Kai could see was a pure, white, oval like a silkworm cocoon. It also seemed like a tent enveloping Shanqing Luo. Her beautiful body was reflected in this oval silkworm cocoon, hazy, making people unable to see through it. A faint fragrance slowly spread in the cave. As the fragrance entered his nostrils, Yang Kai's heartbeat slowly sped up, his blood slowly boiled, and his breathing gradually became heavy. The fragrance emitted from Shanqing Luo's body was the purest aphrodisiac. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art, guarding his mind. The more he resisted, the more difficult it became. While he was working extremely hard, waves of stifled moans and murmurs came from the Shanqing Luo. When the voice entered his ears, Yang Kai's eyes instantly turned blank. The scene around him changed. The dark cave was gone. The dancing flames were gone, and the sparkling white silkworm cocoon and the Shanqing Luo inside were also gone without a trace. The place where he was standing suddenly became filled with a fragrant scent. In a room filled with flying petals, the ground beneath his feet was also covered with a layer of luxurious red carpet. A burst of giggles sounded in his ears. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by more than a dozen scantily clad young girls. These young girls only covered their most important parts with some thin gauze, faintly revealing their delicate and beautiful features. Decadent voices rang out, and the dozen or so girls all smiled at Yang Kai. They danced and sang around him. These young girls were thin and round, with different body shapes, but no matter which one of them was beautiful, pure and clean, shy, bold and hot, charming and moving, elegant and quiet, the young girls danced around Yang Kai while looking at him affectionately. Their instinct to please him was to show their most moving side. Stifled moans came from their throats, and their red lips squirmed, exuding infinite desire. Yang Kai's breathing suddenly became rapid. This erotic and obscene scene seemed to be able to dig out the deepest part of a person's heart, turning a person into a beast that had lost its mind. A low growl came from his throat. Yang Kai recklessly grabbed a girl beside him and threw her to the ground while she screamed. The girl's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she resisted the pain, but still looked at Yang Kai tenderly and sweetly. Murmuring moans came out of her mouth, and she stretched out two pink and soft hands to wrap around Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai grinned at her. With a struggling expression, he punched her in the head. With one punch, more than a dozen girls around him disappeared. Yang Kai's clothes were instantly soaked with sweat, and he couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. This kind of beautiful illusion was really a test of a person's mind. Fortunately, although Yang Kai was also affected, he was able to sober up for a moment at the critical moment. Yang Kai thought that he had broken through this illusion, but when he stood up again, he found that the scene before him hadn't changed. Although the dozen young girls had disappeared, there was a bed with a curtain hanging in the middle of the hall. On the bed, a woman with a plump figure lazily reclined, one hand supporting her head, and just happened to look at him with a smile. Through the hazy curtain, Kai Yang could see that she was only wearing a thin silk gauze, like a cicada's wing. A chuckle came from the other side, and the woman on the bed gently waved at Yang Kai. Her whispers contained endless magic, and Yang Kai's recovered consciousness was once again pulled back into the swamp. With scarlet eyes and heavy breathing, he walked to the side of the bed and rudely tore open the pink curtain. What he saw was Shanqing Luo lying on the bed. This dragon lady had a plump figure. Her skin was crystal clear, snow white, and flawless. Her curves were exquisite, and her plump buttocks were high. Half of her hair covered it, outlining the perfect lines, making people's blood boil. She chuckled and slowly got up, her eyes filled with flirtatious feelings. She pulled Yang Kai to the bed and slowly put him down. Yang Kai didn't respond, letting her do as she pleased. Shanqing Luo's eyes were filled with tenderness. She knelt on Yang Kai's body and slowly took off his clothes. Her face was flushed, and she seemed to be both shy and eager. After taking off his clothes, Shanqing Luo breathed like orchids. She bit her red lips, slightly swayed her buttocks, and sat down little by little. A soft and moist feeling came, and Yang Kai's eyes suddenly trembled. The art of yin-yang union of joy involuntarily operated, and a fierce suction suddenly came from his crotch. Shan Qing Luo, who was sitting on top of him, let out an extremely mournful scream, and all the illusions collapsed in an instant. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai sat in the same place, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Looking up, he saw that not far away, Shan Qing Luo was still in the pure, white silkworm cocoon. He didn't know how much time had passed outside, but the art of yin-yang union of joy was still operating, and a huge amount of pure energy was pouring out of the pure, white silkworm cocoon into Yang Kai's meridians. The dragon head under his crotch was high, showing a very powerful appearance. Yang Kai took a few deep breaths, slowly calming down his churning blood. He didn't know why the illusions suddenly collapsed, but he was sure that all of this was related to the art of yin-yang union of joy. The art of yin-yang union of joy was a dual cultivation technique and should be able to restrain Shan Qing Luo's art of yin-yang union of joy so he could smoothly escape from the illusions. After trying, he found that he still couldn't move and couldn't help but secretly hate. But he wasn't anxious. Shan Qing Luo, this dragon lady seemed to be ruthless, but in fact she wasn't difficult to get along with. Moreover, she didn't want to kill him. After he calmed down, Yang Kai simply ignored her. He wholeheartedly operated the art of yin-yang union of joy. Under the guidance of the art of yin-yang union of joy, a stream of energy was separated from Shan Qing Luo's white silkworm cocoon and poured into Yang Kai's meridians and dantian. Gradually, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he seemed to have a subtle relationship with Shan Qing Luo inside the silkworm cocoon. As time passed, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a cry of alarm was heard. Yang Kai quickly opened his eyes and saw Shan Qing Luo staring at him with a pair of charming eyes. Huh? Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. How did you get in? Shan Qing Luo's small mouth slightly opened. What? Yang Kai frowned, suspiciously looking around. He didn't know when, but he was sitting opposite Shan Qing Luo, in the middle of a vast ocean. No, this is my divine sense. You've entered my knowledge sea. Shan Qing Luo exclaimed. Her charming face was filled with shock. How did you break into my sea of consciousness? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head and looked down. Sure enough, he found that he didn't have a body, but his divine sense had inadvertently broken into the other party's knowledge sea. Curiously looking at the vast ocean below, it seemed that the sea here contained a very powerful destructive force. Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder, this is your knowledge sea. Get out. Shan Qing Luo hurriedly shouted. In a person's knowledge sea, it hid all the secrets of that person. Once the knowledge sea was spied on, that person's secrets would be exposed. Therefore, everyone would protect their sea of consciousness very well. Moreover, it was not so simple to break into someone's knowledge sea. Not to mention some defensive soul-type artifacts, there were also some special soul skills. These could prevent others from using their divine sense. How could a master like Shan Qing Luo not have a soul-type artifact? How could she not cultivate a defensive soul skill? However, Yang Kai had still quietly invaded her knowledge sea. Shocked, seeing Yang Kai still stay in her knowledge sea looking around, she couldn't help feeling anxious and angry, gnashing her teeth and saying, "If you don't leave, I'll make you stay here forever." Yang Kai was startled and quickly said, "Don't. I'll leave now. I haven't seen what a knowledge sea looks like. I'm just looking." Saying so, he quickly left. When Yang Kai's divine sense left, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Only the heavens knew how dangerous it was just now. If he had really seen all her secrets, she would have been completely naked in front of him. This was a person's most private place. Not only that, but if their divine senses had intersected, it would have been very troublesome. Unlike physical contact, divine sense fusion was even more erosive, making people forget to return. It was a taste that was thousands of times more pleasurable than physical contact. Once you tried it, you would become addicted and would never be able to give up. Shan Qing Luo was really afraid that Yang Kai had some perverted thoughts and wanted to have a soul intercourse with her. Fortunately, he was tactful and didn't go too far. What was going on with him? Although Shan Qing Luo had a lot of questions in her heart, now was the time for her to break through. So naturally, she didn't dare to take it lightly. She could only suppress her doubts and concentrate on circulating her secret art. Yang Kai was also circulating his joyous unification art. A clear energy flowed out from the white silkworm cocoon and into his meridians, becoming stronger little by little. As if peeling silk from a cocoon, Shan Qing Luo's silkworm cocoon gradually became smaller, and her plump body slowly became visible. Chapter 300. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his stiff body slightly. A burst of popping sounds came from all parts of his body. His entire body seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. The yuan qi in his body surged, and he was in a wonderful state like never before. Yuan qi level 4. These 10 days of meditation, plus the pure energy he obtained from Shan Qing Luo's pure, white, silkworm cocoon, allowed him to break through to this level in one fell swoop. His harvest was huge. Opposite him, 2 pairs of eyes looked over. Yang Kai looked up and saw the dragon lady lazily leaning against the cave wall. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with a complicated expression. Yang Kai was shocked. The yuan qi in his body involuntarily circulated. Shan Qing Luo smiled and bit her red lips. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Even if you had several lives, it wouldn't be enough to keep you alive. Yang Kai's expression became awkward. He thought that this was indeed the case. Immediately, his expression relaxed. He laughed and cupped his hands. Thank you, sister, for not killing me. Shan Qing Luo shook her head. I didn't want to kill you. I had no choice but to kidnap you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cough lightly. Her face was slightly pale. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai frowned and looked at her. This dragon lady's aura was much weaker than before. Moreover, she seemed to be injured. Isn't it all because of you? Shan Qing Luo bit her teeth lightly. Her pair of red phoenix eyes revealed a miserable expression. Me? Yang Kai pointed at himself with a confused expression. He didn't understand. What did you do to me? I didn't do anything. Kai Yang replied in a daze. Then why did you take away so much of my energy? Shan Qing Luo gritted her teeth hatefully. Yang Kai's expression froze as he recalled what had happened before. He frowned and said, I fell into an illusion and slept with you on the same bed. Then I used a set of cultivation methods and escaped from the illusion. Shan Qing Luo blushed. She looked at him in disbelief. With me? Yes, you're very proactive and bold. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Recalling the Shan Qing Luo's performance on the bed, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. What a pity, Yang Kai sighed, somewhat vexed. Little bastard. Shan Qing Luo spat softly. Her face flushed red. Does it affect you? Yang Kai frowned and asked, What do you think? Shan Qing Luo took a deep breath. Her full breasts heaved up and down. His red clothes were almost torn apart. I was on the verge of breaking through, and my energy was diverted by you. Ha ha! Don't you think it affected me? Yang Kai suddenly felt embarrassed. Really? I didn't know. If you knew, I would have killed you a long time ago. Shan Qing Luo looked at him hatefully. Why would I let you live until now? Then you didn't break through? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. No, not only did I not break through, I also suffered from the backlash of my technique, and my strength fell greatly. I don't know when I'll be able to break through again. Tell me, is this your fault? How can you blame me for this? Yang Kai rubbed his nose, but when he heard her say that her strength had fallen greatly, his expression became more relaxed. He looked at her meaningfully and said, "Then what's your current level?" "Yuan Qi level 1. Are you satisfied?" Shan Qing Luo replied, unhappily, giving Yang Kai a flirtatious look. "You should have said so earlier." Yang Kai laughed loudly, and the last trace of caution and cautiousness he had completely disappeared. He was completely relieved. This dragon lady was only at Yuan Qi level 1, which was even lower than his own. Now, he didn't need to be afraid of her anymore. However, even though her level was lower than his, she still had the foundation of an expert. If he really fought with her, it was hard to say who would win. Fortunately, no matter who it was, they didn't have any killing intent towards each other, so they shouldn't fight. "AI, it's not all your fault. If I didn't kidnap you, you wouldn't have met with this misfortune. I brought this upon myself." Shan Qing Luo sighed faintly. Hearing her sincere words, Yang Kai felt a bit guilty and nodded awkwardly. "If that's the case, then I should thank you for saving my life before." "Stinky brat, you still have some conscience." Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled lightly. It seemed that the failure of her breakthrough this time didn't affect her at all, nor did it bring her the slightest bit of bad mood. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly stood up and said, "You rest, I'm going to find something to eat." "Be careful," Shan Qing Luo softly exhorted. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't know why this dragon lady was so concerned about him, but he didn't think too much about it and turned around to leave the cave. After Yang Kai left, Shan Qing Luo let out a soft sigh, her expression becoming slightly strange as she placed her hand on her chest, her cheeks blushing slightly as she muttered to herself, "So he's a sentimental man, huh?" Shan Qing Luo's body was special and her cultivation method was special. Although she was flirtatious and charming, she would only like one man in her life, and would only have sex with that man once. Before that, she had to plant a seed of love in her heart. When the time was right, and the seed was full, it would be time for the two of them to make love. That night, that man would die without a doubt. At the same time, her cultivation method would reach the grand accomplishment stage. Yang Kai had been impudent to her before, unintentionally entering her knowledge, and leaving a trace of his divine sense. Without a doubt, he had inadvertently planted a seed in her heart. This was a love seed. Her cultivation method was a very pitiful and sorrowful one. Every generation was passed down to only one woman, but every generation of women had to experience this kind of inhumane torture. Shan Qing Luo still remembered how her mother missed her father for the rest of her life, what kind of torment and torture she suffered in her heart. In the end, she was depressed and died, because the love seed would only be complete when the love was strong. In order to reach the grand accomplishment stage, the women of Shan Qing Luo's cultivation method had to give all their sincerity. It was an unforgettable love. In one night, her beloved died. What woman could accept this kind of thing? And now, this kind of thing was about to happen to her. Lightly biting her red lips, Shan Qing Luo was a bit at a loss. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Originally, she wanted to wait a few years and find a suitable man to fall in love with, but she didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. Crackling sounds came from not far away. The tip of her nose was still lingering with the faint smell of meat. Shan Qing Luo fluttered her dense eyelashes a few times and slightly opened her eyes. Yang Kai was sitting not far in front of her. A bonfire had been lit, and a half-cooked game was being roasted over the bonfire. "You're really not worried?" Yang Kai chuckled. When he came back and saw that this dragon lady had actually fallen asleep, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What's there to be worried about? Don't tell me you're going to eat me?" Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Yes, as long as you don't mind." "I'm afraid you don't have that good fortune." Shan Qing Luo laughed again and again. After a while, the game was roasted. Yang Kai tore off a piece of meat and handed it over. Shan Qingluo took it. She slowly tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She elegantly chewed it with her mouth, her posture elegant. On the other hand, Yang Kai held the rest of the game and ate heartily, his eating manners rough. Barbaric. Shan Qingluo glared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and asked while eating, "Where is this place? I didn't have time to ask you." "You don't even know where you are?" Shan Qingluo looked at him suspiciously. "You're not a disciple of the Holy Land?" "Holy Land? What Holy Land?" Yang Kai's head was confused. Shan Qingluo had asked him before which leader he was a disciple of. Now that he thought about it, he was probably related to this Holy Land. He was stunned. Yang Kai said in shock, "This place isn't a Han?" Shan Qingluo giggled and said, "Are you really confused or pretending to be confused? This place is naturally to Han." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I really don't know. I just randomly stumbled into this place," seeing that he didn't seem to be lying. Shan Qingluo straightened her face and said, "This is Chang Yun Holy Land." "Chang Yun Holy Land? Chang Yun Evil Land." Yang Kai was shocked and stared at Shan Qingluo in shock. "You really aren't a disciple of the Holy Land." Shan Qingluo frowned and said with some annoyance, "What evil land? Don't make it sound so unpleasant. The evil land you speak of is the Tao in our hearts. It's just that everyone's ideas are different, so why do you have to make such a clear distinction? It's just that there are so many disputes in this world." Changyun Evil Land, Shan Qingluo. Yang Kai's mind flashed, and he suddenly stood up, staring at the dragon lady opposite him, his eyes narrowing as he called out, "Beguiling demon queen Shan Qingluo, Changyun Evil Land." Under the demon lord, there were 6 great evil kings: Thunderclap Beast King, Tyrannical Force King, Profound Een Ghost King, Beguiling Demon Queen, Lightning Flash Shadow King, and Annihilating Poison King. Because of the appearance of the demon lord, Yang Kai had learned some information about the Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land some time ago, so he had naturally heard of the 6 great evil kings. Of the 6 great evil kings, only one was a woman. That was the one in front of him, the one with the charm of a femme fatale, Shan Qingluo. No wonder he felt this name was familiar when he heard it before. Seeing Yang Kai so surprised, Shan Qingluo chuckled and calmly said, "Yes, it is this queen. What's wrong? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his expression becoming indifferent. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just that the rumored #1 seductive woman in the world is right in front of me, so it's a bit unreal." Yang Kai stared at Shan Qingluo from top to bottom, while clicking his tongue in wonder. "So this is what the rumored beguiling demon queen looks like. Sure enough, hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. Haven't you seen enough, little bastard?" Shan Qingluo felt his fiery gaze making her feel uneasy, so she waved her hand and threw the piece of beast meat towards him like a hidden weapon. Yang Kai leaned to the side, causing her to miss, and then sit back down with a grin, frowning deeply. This time, the collapse of the void corridor had actually sent him to the Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land. This place was the opposite of where Su Yan and the others had settled down, so it would be impossible to find them in a short time. Moreover, since this place was the Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land, there would definitely be many evil demons here. So how could he leave? He first had to establish a good relationship with the Dragon Lady Shan Qingluo. With her identity and means, it would be easy for her to send him away from the Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land. Making up his mind, Yang Kai tore off another piece of barbecue meat and handed it to her. Shan Qingluo shot him a disgruntled look and snorted, "This thing is stained with your saliva. I don't want to eat it." "It's not like you haven't eaten it before." Yang Kai grumbled but didn't force her. Shan Qingluo suddenly became angry, her chest heaving up and down as she recalled the time she had been forced to kiss him, grinding her teeth so hard they almost broke. Chapter 301. In the dense forest, Xiao Yimeng and the others were fleeing in a panic. Behind her, Luo Xiaoman and Bai Yunfeng both looked distressed and had many wounds on their bodies. In addition, the original dozen or so Yuan Qi cultivators were now missing 2 or 3. As they ran, Luo Xiaoman's chest bounced up and down, as if she was carrying 2 white rabbits in her arms. If it were any other time, Bai Yunfeng would definitely have taken in such a beautiful sight, but right now, this little brat was not in the mood at all. His life was on the verge of being forfeit, so how could he care about such beauty? There seemed to be some kind of pursuer behind the group, so in a panic, everyone was unfamiliar with this place and quickly lost their way, only knowing to follow behind Xiao Yimeng. Running at full speed, the Yuan Qi passed by too quickly, and a small mountain appeared in front of them. Xiao Yimeng let out a light breath and said, "Let's stop and rest up ahead. The people behind us shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Let's recover first before continuing." Hearing her say this, the group couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After running for a day and a night, no one could afford such a consumption of energy. Not long after, everyone came to a secluded mountain and found a place to sit down, taking out pills to restore themselves. Next to them was a clear spring flowing down from the top of the mountain. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman hurriedly went up and drank a few mouthfuls of water to moisten their dry throats and wash their faces, finally relaxing. Since the day they met that enchanting red-robed woman, their group had begun to run out of luck. The 3 immortal ascension boundary cultivators who had followed them were all killed by that woman, and then the dozen or so Yuan Qi cultivators, under the leadership of Qiu Yimeng, explored the surrounding terrain. But before they could figure out the situation, they were surrounded by a group of cultivators who cultivated evil arts. After a fierce battle, they were finally able to break through, but the noise they made alarmed even more people. The strength of this group was not weak. However, there were too many enemies, and the number of pursuers behind them had only increased over the past few days. In desperation, Qiu Yimeng could only retreat into this dense forest, trying to use the terrain here to find an opportunity to break through. The 2 women sat down, both looking exhausted. "Elder Sister Qiu, what is this place?" Luo Xiaoman's pair of big eyes were filled with panic. Listening to Luo Xiaoman's question, Qiu Yimeng's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, I'm not sure if I'm wrong. This should be the ash-gray cloud evil land." "Ah, the ash-gray cloud evil land," Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Everyone else also stared at her in amazement. Bai Yunfeng frowned and asked with some disbelief, "Young Lady Qiu, how can you be sure this is the ash-gray cloud evil land?" Qiu Yimeng glanced at him faintly. "Besides the ash-gray cloud evil land, where else can there be so many cultivators who have fallen into the evil Tao? Didn't you see their expressions when they were fighting? That doesn't necessarily mean this place is the ash-gray cloud evil land." Bai Yunfeng still couldn't believe it. "Perhaps this is the territory of an evil sect." Qiu Yimeng chuckled. "I'm sure this is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Then what should we do?" Luo Xiaoman didn't have any ideas of her own. Unlike Qiu Yimeng, who was confident she could take charge of the overall situation. Hearing this, her beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. "I don't know." Qiu Yimeng shook her head bitterly. This time, she had only intended to lead the group to High Heaven Pavilion, but now they had suddenly arrived at the ash-gray cloud evil land thousands of kilometers away. The deviation was too great. The ash-gray cloud evil land had countless masters and evil demons everywhere. This group of people had no master guarding them, so it was impossible for them to break through the blockade and leave safely. On top of that, the ash-gray cloud evil land and the forces outside were like fire and water. Once this group of people fell into enemy hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was especially true for Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, both of whom were peerless beauties. So if they were caught by those evil cultivators, all that awaited them was a fate of being toyed with and humiliated. Take this time to rest. Fortunately, there aren't many masters among the people chasing us. Otherwise, we would have nowhere to run. Qiu Yimeng sighed deeply, and Luo Xiaoman nodded and closed her eyes obediently. Less than half an hour after the group had recovered, Qiu Yimeng suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Hurry up! Someone's coming!" Hearing her shout, everyone hurriedly woke up from their meditation and followed her out. During this past month, Qiu Yimeng had detected the enemy's movements many times in advance and led everyone to avoid many dangers. Although they didn't know how a Yuan Qi 9th stage cultivator like her managed to do this, everyone had long been convinced by her methods and naturally obeyed her orders. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo walked through the jungle. After getting along with her for nearly a month, Yang Kai discovered that this enchantress's heart was actually quite good. She looked weak and delicate, her face was charming, and her age was probably around 27 to 28 years old, but she was skilled at maintaining her appearance, no different from a teenage girl. In fact, she even had a unique temperament that came with the passage of time. This kind of temperament was particularly attractive to men. Coupled with her charm, it could be said that Shanqing Luo was the nemesis of all men in the world, attracting both young and old alike. During this time, Yang Kai also behaved very calmly, no longer blindly calling her elder sister like before, causing Shanqing Luo to have a whole new level of respect for him. It was rare for a 17 or 18-year-old boy to have such a calm personality. Although the two of them had been together for a long time, they hadn't talked much. Shanqing Luo didn't speak much, and Yang Kai also didn't try to annoy her. Most of the time, he just followed her, and when he rested, he would meditate and cultivate, not relaxing for even a moment. Traveling with such beauty, his mood was pleasant, and he wasn't lonely along the way. According to Shanqing Luo, she had come out this time to find something that had a lot to do with her. In the past, her mother had come looking for it, and before that, her grandmother had also come looking for it. Now, it was her turn to do so. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Before coming here, her strength was extraordinary, so naturally there wouldn't be any problems. However, after the backlash of her cultivation method, her strength had dropped significantly, and now she had only recovered to the 3rd level of Yuan Qi, so she couldn't go to that dangerous place anymore. Without a strong foundation, going there would only be suicide. However, the two of them wandered in this dense forest for more than 10 days, but they still stayed there. As they walked, Yang Kai frowned and looked at her suspiciously. He stopped and said, "Beauty, let me ask you a question." "What?" Shanqing Luo also stopped and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Are you lost?" Yang Kai asked the guests in his heart. Shanqing Luo's face showed an unnatural expression, and her eyes flickered. Yang Kai was stunned. "You're not really lost, are you?" Shanqing Luo blushed slightly and snorted. "So what if I'm lost? Is it strange?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "If you're lost, you should have said so earlier. I thought you had a clear goal, so I followed you blindly for so many days." Fortunately, she hadn't been in a hurry these days, and her expression was calm. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed that the scenery here was familiar, he probably wouldn't have remembered. However, she was also an expert. So how could she be lost? Yang Kai felt that it was a little inconceivable. "What do you know?" Shanqing Luo snorted, and her small nose wrinkled. "This is a maze forest, and there is a natural array here covering an area of 100 miles. If my strength was still there, I would naturally find a way out, but now I can only rely on my luck." As she spoke, she glared at Yang Kai and gritted her teeth. "In the end, it's still your problem. What does it have to do with me?" Yang Kai was angry. who shared the energy when I broke through, who made me suffer from the backlash of my secret art, causing my strength to drop so much. Shan Qing Luo questioned. When she brought Yang Kai to this maze forest, she hadn't expected that she would suffer from the backlash of her secret art, and now she couldn't get out. Good, good, good. It's my problem. Yang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't bother to argue with her, and instead slightly released his divine sense, only to find that the effective range of his divine sense had been greatly reduced, only covering an area of less than a kilometer. Shan Qingluo looked at him with a light smile and said, I know you're a bit strange, just Yuan Qi 4th stage, but you've already cultivated your divine sense. But without the strength of an immortal ascension boundary, it's impossible to find a way out. So save your energy. Beauty, we're in trouble. Yang Kai stared at her, his expression changing slightly. What? Before he had finished speaking, the sound of flapping clothes came from not far away, and immediately 6 or 7 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing not far in front of the two of them. Shan Qingluo's face also sank, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she stared at the newcomers. When she saw the appearance of the person who had come, her temperament suddenly changed, becoming overbearing and arrogant. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise, thinking to himself that she was indeed worthy of being one of the 6 great evil kings. This kind of superior attitude was not something an average person could imitate, but at the same time, he was also secretly on guard against these newcomers. As soon as the 6 or 7 people landed, they discovered Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo. This group of people had chased after Qiu Yimeng and the others, but after seeing Shan Qingluo in her red robes, their expressions changed abruptly, and they all took a step back. Shan Qingluo just stared at them with a smile, her arrogant temperament becoming more and more obvious. Being stared at by her like this, the faces of these people became more and more gloomy, each of them feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. I was wondering who it was. It turns out it was just a few of the Beast King's subordinates who didn't have eyes. Shan Qingluo snorted, slowly saying, her expression filled with arrogance and coldness. These people all trembled, their faces suddenly going pale. One of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Masters quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed, trembling as he said, Subordinate Guo Yuanming greets Master, Queen. I did not know Master was here. If I have offended you, please forgive me. As he spoke, he lowered his eyes and stared straight at his toes, not daring to meet Shan Qingluo's eyes. Greetings, my lord. The others also hurriedly bowed, their expressions respectful, but there was also a hint of fear. Everyone's raised arms were trembling slightly. It was obvious that they were extremely scared. Humph. Shan Qingluo snorted, causing these people to become even more frightened. Your courage isn't small. Did you come here to chase me? As she spoke, her expression became unfriendly, a murderous intent flashing across her eyes. Chapter 302. Hearing Shan Qingluo's question, those people complained incessantly in their hearts, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. How did they end up encountering this dragon lady here? The heavens don't have eyes. We don't dare. Guo Yuan Ming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Master knows. This subordinate is only tracking a group of Yuan Qi cultivators who broke into the Holy Land. This subordinate doesn't want to offend Master Feng Wei. This subordinate deserves to die 10,000 deaths. Oh, is that so? Shan Qingluo lightly responded. Her nasal voice was very strong, and her voice was charming and enchanting. When those people heard this, not only did they not feel that it was pleasant to hear, but they also felt as if there was a thorn in their back. They all broke out in cold sweat, not daring to make a sound. Shan Qingluo calmly raised her orchid fingers, gently stroking her fingernails, and said with an indifferent expression, Since you know that you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, why don't you make a move? Do you want me to send you on your way? Guo Yuan Ming's body instantly trembled. and with a plop, he knelt on the ground, his head touching the ground as a chill ran down his spine. The people behind him were also drenched in cold sweat. Large drops of sweat slid down their heads and flowed down their necks to their chests. Yong Kai's eyes flashed, and he silently stood behind Shan Qing Luo. This was the first time he had seen the Dragon Lady's methods, and it was really awe-inspiring. Was this the real beguiling demon queen? Although he didn't quite understand the situation in front of him, Yong Kai guessed that Shan Qing Luo had some grudges with the masters in front of him, so she was bullying them for no reason. Moreover, Shan Qing Luo's current strength had greatly decreased, so she probably wanted to use this kind of preemptive strike to scare them away. He, Shan Qing Luo suddenly laughed and said to the other side, "Get up. I was just joking with you. How could you take it so seriously, so boring?" Gui Yuan Ming didn't dare to move. He didn't believe Shan Qing Luo. This kind of woman, if he stood up, she would directly kill him. He repeatedly kowtowed and thanked. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. Thank you, Master, for not killing me." Shan Qing Luo coldly glanced at the other side and said with a cold voice, "Go back and pass a message to your master. Regarding the matter a month ago, I will have a good talk with him sooner or later. So get lost." Wu Yuanming, as if he had been spared from a dream, he quickly got up while he lowered his head and retreated. "Please rest assured, Master. Master, I will definitely pass your message as order." Shan Qing Luo's Shan Qing Luo. Sha Qing Luo's Qing Luo 6 people. He mustered all of his strength. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Shan Qing Luo. Shan Demon. S. Shan Yu. Shan Qing. T. In his heart, he greatly admired this Dragon Lady's methods and the majesty she had just displayed. Shan Qing Luo walked faster and faster, and after a while, she actually flew like the wind. "Why are you so fast? Didn't you already deceive them?" Yong Kai asked while chasing after her. "It's only for a while. Gui Yuanming's scheming is deep. Who knows when he will see through it? My relationship with the Thunderbolt Beast King is not very good. The reason I was injured before was because he brought people to ambush me. Those people are the Beast King's subordinates. If they catch me, I'll be finished." Shan Qing Luo hurriedly explained, her feet not stopping for a moment. In a flash, she had already traveled more than 10 zhang. Yong Kai's expression was strange. "You are an evil king. That Thunderbolt Beast King has the same status as you, yet he dared to bring people to ambush you. If there isn't any serious conflict of interest, then it must be that he covets your beauty. The temptation of a beautiful woman is indeed very strong." "You shut up." Shan Qing Luo glared at him, her expression becoming cold. Yong Kai just shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. Gu Yuan Ming's group of 7 fled more than a dozen kilometers before suddenly coming to a stop. "What's wrong, Brother Gua?" An Immortal Ascension Boundary's 2nd stage master looked at him and asked. Gui Yuanming's brow furrowed as he glanced back at Shan Qing Luo. Seemingly thinking of something, he asked, "Don't you think that Dragon Lady is acting a bit strange today? What's wrong? Why would she let us go so easily?" The more Gui Yuanming thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Master brought people to ambush her a month ago, not to mention the past grievances between her and Master. Even if we met her a month ago, we definitely wouldn't have had a good time. Then why would she let us go? Gui Yuanming frowned and pondered. Hesitantly, he said, "I heard that although we weren't able to capture the Dragon Lady in that battle, she was still struck by one of Master's moves." "That's right. I saw that her aura was a little unstable just now. Could it be that she was seriously injured in that battle and still hasn't recovered? How could the power of Master's moves be so easily neutralized?" Gui Yuanming's eyes lit up. She must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let us go so easily. I still remember that half a year ago, Brother Yuan, Your little brother was killed by that dragon lady on the spot just because he glanced at her. The dragon lady is vicious and merciless. How could she be so easy to deal with? Hearing this, Yuan Shi's gloomy face flashed a trace of resentment as he coldly snorted. If it weren't for the special secret art she cultivated, the previous generation's queen wouldn't have been able to pass down most of her cultivation to them. How could she be so strong? A little brat. Father here would have killed her long ago. Guo Yuan Ming's eyes narrowed as he grinned meaningfully. If Brother Yuan wants to avenge your little brother, I'm afraid this is your chance. Everyone present understood the meaning behind his words and couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. Not everyone dared to have ideas about the beguiling demon queen. Are you afraid? Gui Yuanming sneered. Since she let us go, she must have some scruples, but what is she worried about? She must be worried that she can't beat us. Yuan Shi nodded. Brother Gui's words are reasonable, but this is only a guess. What if she isn't injured or has already recovered from her injuries? We'll know once we try. Gui Yuanming grinned meaningfully. Let's see if you have the guts. The others were silent as they glanced at each other with hesitant expressions. It was undeniable that Gui Yuanming's words were very reasonable, but they were still afraid of what if. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Gui Yuanming struck while the iron was hot. Everyone, this is the famous beguiling demon queen. Don't you want to have a taste? To be able to experience such a woman once, even if you die, it would be worth it. Thinking about Shan Qing Luo's tender body and seductive voice, thinking about how she had been stripped naked, thinking about her moans and cries, everyone's breathing became heavy. Gui Yuanming continued. Moreover, since she can pass on her cultivation to the next generation, it doesn't mean she can't pass it on to us. Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Strength. Even if we split it evenly, each of us should be able to increase our cultivation by at least 1 or 2 minor realms, right? Everyone was finally moved. Yuan Shi's eyes flashed as he quickly nodded. Brother Gua is right. We can both taste her beauty and obtain her cultivation. It is indeed worth risking our lives for. The others thought about it carefully before gritting their teeth and agreeing. Gua Yuanming laughed loudly. Brothers, you're truly loyal. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and catch up. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo flew through the jungle, their direction uncertain. Half a day later, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Shan Qing Luo's face sank. Gritting her teeth, she said, Sure enough, we've been discovered. Saying so, she quickly stopped and took a deep breath to calm the blood in her heart. Together with Yang Kai, she calmly stood in place. It's them. Yang Kai released his divine sense slightly and noticed the number of people approaching, his face also becoming gloomy. Shan Qing Luo's worries were indeed reasonable, although she had scared off that group of people with an overbearing attitude and didn't have many flaws in her words and actions. Those who were meticulous could still find clues. It was like a little bit of blood in the sea. A fierce shark would always be able to find the scent. Master. A moment later, Gui Yuanming and the other suddenly appeared not far away, all of them looking a little nervous, but now they were not as cautious as before, their eyes flashing with a meaningful light. They also dared to secretly look at Shan Qing Luo, their eyes flashing with obscene light from time to time. What's the matter? Shan Qing Luo asked with a cold face. Master's speed is so fast. It took us a long time to catch up. Gui Yuanming's attitude was clearly more presumptuous than before. Obviously he was testing, but he was already 80% sure of his speculation. It had only been a short time since they separated from her, but it took them a long time to catch up. If it weren't for a guilty conscience, why would they run so fast? Cut the crap. What's the matter? Shan Qing Luo looked impatient and coldly shouted. It's like this. This subordinate forgot one thing before. My master once told me that if I met you, I would give you a small gift. This is a small gift for mistress. I hope that mistress won't take what happened a month ago to heart." Saying so, Gui Yuanming casually tossed something towards Shan Qingluo. This was a chess piece of special quality, obviously a good grade secret treasure. At this moment, this secret treasure was filled with yuan qi by Gui Yuanming. It seemed to be thrown casually, but in fact, it was filled with evil intentions. Shan Qingluo casually caught it. Although she was prepared, she was still shocked by this chess piece, and her delicate body trembled, her arms slightly numb. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people around them all lit up. "Gui Yuanming, you're courting death," Shan Qingluo shouted. Gui Yuanming laughed. Master, forgive me. This subordinate accidentally used a little too much strength, but with master's strength, how could you not catch it? Could it be that master's current strength is greatly reduced?" At the end of his words, his voice was low, and his pair of eyes did not hide the obscene light in them, constantly roaming over Shan Qingluo's body. Shan Qingluo's expression changed slightly, knowing that the other party had seen through her, so she no longer tried to hide it and laughed lightly. "Yes, my strength is greatly reduced, but if I want to kill you bastards, it will be as easy as flipping my hand." As she spoke, her pair of beautiful eyes suddenly glowed with a dense light, as if they contained endless magic, drawing in everyone's divine soul, trying to pull them in. At the same time, a strange fragrance filled the air, causing every man's heart to involuntarily beat faster, and their blood to boil. Yang Kai's eyes were slightly confused for a moment, but he quickly regained his clarity. Yuan Qi quickly retreated into Dantian. The Azura sword appeared in his hand, and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton burst out. Wrapped in a cloud of black qi, he arrived in front of Gui Yuanming. Chapter 303. Yang Kai's reaction speed was extremely fast. He had acted almost as soon as Shan Qingluo used her seduction technique. Shan Qingluo was secretly surprised. She didn't know how he could escape from the illusion so quickly, not to mention that he was only at the 4th level of Yuan Qi. Even an immortal ascension boundary master wouldn't be able to escape so easily in front of her. Which sect did this little hooligan come from? The Shura sword spat out black gas and stabbed towards Gui Yuanming's neck like a snake coming out of its hole. Gui Yuanming's blank eyes suddenly emitted a cold light as his mouth curled into a sneer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He quickly changed from attack to defense, his Yuan Qi bursting out majestically. Ding! Yang Kai rolled back and returned to Shan Qingluo's side. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly as his blood and qi flowed backwards. He let out a heavy groan before calming down. "Ha ha!" Gui Yuanming looked up to the sky and laughed. His expression revealed a trace of obscenity. He licked his lips and stared at Shan Qingluo unscrupulously, saying, "This subordinate has long heard of Master's dream. It is indeed extraordinary." Shan Qingluo's charming face flashed a trace of coldness. Only now did she know that Gui Yuanming and the others were already prepared. If Master's strength wasn't damaged, we naturally wouldn't be able to resist this dream. But now, hee. Gui Yuanming laughed obscenely and raised his arms, shouting, "Brothers, it seems that Master's body isn't very good. Later on, you must be gentle. Don't ruin our queen's delicate body. Brother Gui, don't worry. We will be gentle." Yuan Shi stepped forward and stared at Shan Qingluo without fear. A series of obscene laughter sounded. Everyone was still a little uneasy, but now that they had easily resisted Shan Qingluo's dream, their morale was greatly boosted. Shan Qingluo was so angry that she laughed. She looked at everyone and said in a soft voice, "Do you really think you can defeat this king?" Seeing that she was calm and composed without the slightest trace of fear, Gui Yuanming's heart also jumped. Hesitation appeared on his face. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Everyone, You have to know that once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We have already offended this lowly servant. If she escapes this time, I believe you don't need me to remind you of the fate that awaits us with Shan Qing Luo's means and personality. If she really escaped, then these people wouldn't be able to live in peace even if they hid at the ends of the earth. Knowing the severity of the matter, the others nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then I can only give it a try. If I can taste the most seductive woman in the world, why should I fear death? Guo Yuan, Ming said in a low voice, Brother Ban, you're the weakest, so I'll leave that eyesore to you. Get rid of him as soon as possible, and come help us. A skinny man looked at Yang Kai and grinned. No problem. Shan Qing Luo giggled, secretly circulating her yuan qi. She suddenly waved her hands forward and shouted, daring to offend this king, all of you will die. A series of crystal-clear, white silk threads suddenly filled the sky and shrouded the crowd. These 6 or 7 people were all Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. However, their strength wasn't too high. Most of them just Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st or 2nd stage. Only Guo Yuanming was a 3rd stage master. Shan Qing Luo suddenly launched an attack, forcing everyone to hurriedly circulate their secret arts and use their artifacts to resist. Yang Kai waved his hand and condensed nearly 1,000 sword chi blades around him. Thousands of blood-red petals fluttered in the air, transforming the world into a sea of flowers. His opponents were all Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, so Yang Kai had no intention of holding back. Such a concentrated attack also caused the enemy to be in a fluster as they tried to defend themselves. Shan Qing Luo quickly formed a series of seals with her hands, and the crystal-clear silk threads covering the sky suddenly seemed to come alive, wrapping around 2 of the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Masters. These 2 were the weakest of the group, so in a moment of carelessness, they were bound by the silk threads. Yang Kai took this opportunity to release his White Tiger and Divine Ox seal, summoning 2 jet black beast phantoms to roar towards the sky, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the 2 men, biting them fiercely. Thousands of blood-red petals attacked in unison, each petal as sharp as a blade. Waves of miserable shrieks rang out from the other side, causing Guo Yuanming and the others to be greatly alarmed. Asterisk poo poo poo. Asterisk blood splashed. Shan Qing Luo's eyes flashed with amazement. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so powerful. This series of fierce attacks was not something a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator could display. Clenching her fists, the silk threads tightly bound the 2 wounded Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st stage masters and instantly dismembered them. With the 2 of them working together, they were able to kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in a single blow. At the same time, Shan Qing Luo's tender body suddenly burst forth with more white silk threads, enveloping the remaining people. Gracefully stepping forward, she instantly closed in on Yang Kai, grabbed his arm, and shouted, "Let's go!" Yang Kai waved his hand, and the thousands of petals quickly flew back into his body. Without stopping, he and Shan Qing Luo quickly fled. This dragon lady was only a Yuan Qi 3rd stage cultivator. Being able to join forces with him to kill 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was already the best she could do. Although the battle was short, the amount of Yuan Qi she had consumed was definitely not small, so staying here wouldn't be good for her. Cheap slut! Guo Yuan, Ming's angry shout came from behind. He hadn't expected that Shan Qing Luo had only made a feint. After she left, he realized that the other party had no intention of fighting. After a dozen breaths of time, Guo Yuanming and the others finally managed to break free from the white threads, each of them staring towards the direction Shan Qing Luo had disappeared with some lingering fear in their eyes, thinking that the evil king was truly the evil king. Even if she was seriously injured, she would not be easy to deal with. "What do we do now?" Yuan Shi asked with a gloomy face. Guo Yuanming bitterly said, if you don't want to be hunted down by her. The only way is to catch up and kill her. Listen to Brother Gua. The remaining people nodded in unison. The others no longer hesitated and hurriedly chased after her. Shan Qing Luo held on to Yang Kai's arm, originally intending to run with him. But as soon as they started running, she discovered that this little rascal's speed wasn't much slower than hers. She didn't know what kind of strange footwork he was using, but with a schwa 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 sound, he was able to cover several dozen feet. While running, her plump chest rubbed against Yang Kai's arm, causing Shan Qing Luo's face to turn slightly red, and she hurriedly tried to pull back her arm. Don't. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. My footwork is used for short distances. Once I use up all my yuan qi, I need to slow down a bit. When that happens, I'll need your help. Yang Kai hurriedly held onto her hand. Oh. Shan Qing Luo nodded slightly, continuing to hold onto Yang Kai's arm as they ran together. Half an hour later, Gui Yuanming and the others were getting closer and closer. They also knew that if they allowed Shan Qing Luo to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable, so they desperately chased after her. Shan Qing Luo lightly gritted her teeth and said, if we can escape this time, I'll definitely let them die a horrible death. Yang Kai curled his lips. You should think about what will happen if they catch you. Shan Qing Luo's face suddenly paled, her heart filled with fear, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble a little. Suddenly, an intoxicating blush appeared on her charming face, and she resolutely said, if that's really the case, then before that, I'll give myself to you first. Anyway, you're not bad looking, so it's better than letting those scums take advantage of me. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her in surprise, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Beauty, although I'm very happy to hear you say that. I know that if I'm taken by you, there won't be a good ending, so it's better to avoid it. I can't afford it. Shan Qing Luo bitterly looked at him and softly said, so, of course I know. In this life and death situation, there was no need to hide, so Shan Qing Luo sighed and explained, my physique is special. It's called the Poisonous Widow. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly asked, what kind of physique is this? What are its characteristics? If I'm aroused, all my body fluids will contain poison, including the breath I exhale. Shan Qing Luo looked at him with a smile. Now you should know why you fainted when I kissed you last time, right? Recalling that sweet and wonderful taste, Yang Kai couldn't help but lick his lips. The deeper the emotion, the stronger the poison. Last time, I only gave you a small warning. Who told you to be so dishonest? Smiling wryly, Kai Yang replied, I had no choice. You were the one who captured me for no reason. And all of your bodily fluids. Does that also include down there? Shan Qing Luo's face turned red, and she spat, rogue! Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Then wouldn't I be dead if I did it with you once? Yes. Shan Qing Luo took a deep breath, somewhat regretting telling him these things. This little rogue dared to say anything. He didn't hide anything. It was really unbearable. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, how about I make you aroused? Then you can poison them to death with a few mouthfuls of saliva? Can you be a bit more serious? Shan Qing Luo couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, what was this little bastard thinking? I'm serious, Yang Kai said with a serious face. While the two were talking, their feet didn't slow down at all. Their speed like the wind. Suddenly, the front suddenly opened up. They had rushed out of the forest. The two of them abruptly stopped in their tracks as they stared ahead in astonishment. Not far away, there were actually two groups of people. A group of people surrounded another group of people in the center. Those people who were surrounded all had ashen faces and resentful expressions. Yang Kai glanced around and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. He found that the surrounded group was actually the cultivator group headed by Qiu Yimeng, the big-breasted Luo Xiao man, and the Bai families by Yunfeng were also among them. In addition, There were 3 or 4 yuan qi cultivators and several corpses on the ground, their blood flowing freely. The circle of people outside was looking at Qiu Yimeng and the others with a smirk, most of their eyes lingering on Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful bodies, their eyes filled with lust. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, while Luo Xiaoman's beautiful face paled. The 2 women leaned back to back, gasping for breath, their yuan qi almost completely depleted. They had fled for so many days, but today they were finally caught by the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, and after a fierce battle, they were completely surrounded. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo rushed in. Chapter 304. It wasn't that Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo were careless. It was just that the 2 of them had been in the middle of a romantic conversation and hadn't expected that there would be people in front of them. When these 2 appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people surrounding Qiu Yimeng, and the others should be the cultivator from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Their numbers and strength far exceeded Qiu Yimeng's group, and now they were all looking at the 2 women in the field with relaxed expressions, ready to enjoy the struggle and resistance of these 2 beauties in this desperate situation. The struggle and resistance of a beautiful woman always had a unique flavor to it, especially Luo Xiaoman. Her voluptuous breasts swayed up and down in panic, causing the surrounding men to become even more lustful as they stared at her with lustful eyes. So even though they had the absolute upper hand, this group of people didn't rush to attack Qiu Yimeng and the others, instead wearing shameless smiles on their faces, their demeanors extremely ambiguous. Ha! This time we've struck gold. When Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo appeared, one of the Yuan Qi Boundary 8th stage men's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Shan Qing Luo and burst out laughing. Shan Qing Luo was known as the world's most seductive woman, so naturally she had her own unique charms, which were undoubtedly more attractive than Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. In particular, this dragon lady was currently running away in a panic, her body dripping with sweat, and her cheeks flushed red, making her look even more charming and enchanting. The big man stared at Shan Qing Luo with a burning gaze, his breathing becoming heavy as he shouted, "Big brother, look, another beauty has delivered herself to our door. This one is so charming." "Not bad. I've never seen such a beauty before. I've never seen such a tasty woman before. Big brother, you'll have a taste of the soup later. When Big brother is done playing, we'll go. This kind of woman's body, we won't get tired even if we play with it 1,000 times. Another person also shouted excitedly, "Aren't there 2 little girls here? Although they aren't as good as this woman, they are still a rare beauty. This is a rare beauty. We are truly blessed today." Ha ha! The group's obscenities made Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman pale, while Shan Qing Luo's pretty face also sank. Among this group of people, the only immortal ascension boundary master stared at Shan Qing Luo for a moment before his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Shut up!" The crowd's shouts and laughter suddenly stopped. "What's wrong? Big brother?" Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know why he had looked like he had seen a ghost. The immortal ascension boundary master's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as he cupped his fists towards Shan Qing Luo and said, "Beast King's subordinate, Gu Tian Luo greets Mistress Queen. S of Shan's Qing Luo. Qing Luo's is Luo." A woman, S's, S, yes, S, SSSSS. Normally, if any man dared to show the slightest hint of lewdness while looking at her, she would tear them into 10,000 pieces. But now, these reckless bastards of his actually wanted to play with her, praising her as goods. It's over. It's over. With this woman's personality, none of them would be able to escape today. Respectfully bowing, Gu Tianluo felt a chill in his heart. All of his previous confidence had disappeared, leaving behind only a deep sense of fear. A bunch of fools. Idiots. Even if you want to die, this is not the way to go. Even if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Originally, he could have enjoyed the wonderful taste of two little beauties, but now he had stepped into the gates of hell. The difference between now and then was enormous. The depression in Gu Tianluo's heart could be imagined. On top of that, the Dragon Lady's expression was obviously not good. This time he was afraid he really would not be able to escape, seeing Gu Tianluo solemnly bow. The others were also shocked, carefully savoring his words, Master Queen, besides the Dragon Lady. Who else could it be? In an instant, everyone trembled, a look of horror appearing on their faces. None of them had ever imagined that the woman they had just flirted with was that woman. With the situation suddenly reversed, Qiu Yimeng saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly shouted, Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned towards her and quietly squeezed Shan Qingluo's hand, hinting to her that they should leave quickly. There were still several Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters chasing after them. Shan Qingluo secretly nodded, only letting out a light snort, not saying anything, and together with Yang Kai, the two of them strolled away. Qiu Yimeng quickly squeezed out an ugly smile, trying to hide her flirtatious expression, and said, Yang Kai, you won't just stand by and watch us die, right? Good or bad, we came here together. Shan Qingluo's methods. Qiu Yimeng had personally experienced them, killing 3 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with just a wave of her hand. Although she had a grudge with her in the end, she was still a woman, so falling into her hands was better than falling into the hands of this group of scum. She had kidnapped Yang Kai that day, and now the two of them had appeared here together in an intimate manner. So Qiu Yimeng naturally thought that there was some kind of relationship between them. So she had pinned her hopes on Yang Kai. As long as Shan Qingluo could help, they could escape this sea of bitterness and avoid this crisis. Yang Kai, save us! Luo Xiaoman also exclaimed, her eyes filled with hope and pleading. Ha, do we know each other? Yang Kai glanced at them with a smile, his expression indifferent. Yang Kai was currently like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to protect himself. So how could he be in the mood to care about the life or death of others? What's more, if it weren't for Qiu Yimeng leading a group of people to High Heaven Pavilion, he would have already been together with Su Yan, living a carefree and happy life. How could he be in such a state now? If one really wanted to investigate, these two women were the culprits of all this, so it was already good enough that Yang Kai didn't find trouble with them. It's me, Yang Kai, I'm Luo Xiaoman. We've met before. Luo Xiaoman really thought that Yang Kai didn't remember her. So she quickly explained, please save us. What's in it for me to save you? Yang Kai chuckled. After a short while, he and Shan Qingluo had already walked a short distance away. What benefits do you want, elder sister Qiu? And I can give you. If I want you, will you give me? Luo Xiaoman suddenly became speechless, while Qiu Yimeng couldn't help taking a deep breath, a look of disgust appearing on her face. It's time to go, Yang Kai whispered to Shan Qingluo. Before we go, let's warn them not to bully those two women. Do you like them? Shan Qingluo looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. No, I just feel that it would be strange if they were to be defiled. Yang Kai frowned. In fact, I'm quite protective of them. Shan Qingluo giggled, but before she had time to shout, Gui Yuanming's angry roar came from behind. Cheap slut, don't even think about leaving. The two women's expressions changed slightly, and without any hesitation, they quickly flew out. Gu Tianluo raised his head suspiciously, frowning as he shouted, Is it Brother Gua? Gui Yuanming was stunned for a moment before his expression became joyful. Brother Gu, quickly stop that dragon lady Shan Qingluo. Gu Tianluo was shocked, thinking to himself that today he had suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Not only were his subordinates blind, Even Guo Yuanming had gone crazy. You want to go crazy? Why are you dragging me into this? Opportunity knocks, but once that dragon lady is seriously injured and is no longer as strong as she used to be, Gu Yuanming shouted. Gu Tianluo stood up straight, thinking to himself that it was no wonder she had so hurriedly passed by him, even ignoring his subordinates who had tried to flirt with her. She's seriously injured. In an instant, the humility and panic on Gu Tianluo's face disappeared as he decisively formed a seal with his hands and sent out a golden beam of light. Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo had only flown a few dozen meters when the golden beam of light arrived in front of them and suddenly transformed into a golden light curtain. Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo were caught off guard and collided head-on with the golden light curtain, sending both of them flying backwards. When they landed on the ground, Gu Yuanming and the others had already closed in and surrounded them. Yang Kai cursed. His luck was really bad today. Even running away was intercepted. Ha! Gu Yuanming laughed as he stared at Shan Qingluo coldly and wickedly. Mistress, you won't be able to escape. Save your energy. Shan Qingluo coldly snorted, her beautiful eyes staring at Gu Tianluo as she scolded. Gu Tianluo, do you also want to die? Gu Tianluo shrunk his neck and smiled. Master must be joking. Who would want to die if they can live? Today, a few of my subordinates have offended you. I just want you to stay and have a good talk with me. I don't have any other intentions. I hope you can understand. If you don't want to die, kill them for me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Shan Qingluo said coldly. Gu Yuanming sneered. Cheap slut. Don't try to put on airs here. Do you really think you're still at your peak? No matter how eloquent you are, don't even think about leaving. Since we dared to do this, we'll definitely do it to the end. Good. Yuan sure stepped forward and stared at Shan Qingluo. Master, if you still value your life, please don't resist. Otherwise it won't do anyone any good. Shan Qingluo sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. If I go all out, I can at least take 3 of you with me. Which one of you wants to come? The several immortal ascension boundary masters all frowned, their expressions filled with dread. It was precisely because they were afraid that Shan Qingluo would go all out that even though they had surrounded her, no one dared to act rashly. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. After all, this was the beguiling demon queen, not an ordinary master. So, you're also powerless to protect yourselves. Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo curiously, a trace of satisfaction flashing across her eyes. But a few days ago, this woman in red had displayed such terrifying strength, so why was she so weak today? However, thinking about the current situation, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help sighing. Luo Xiaoman's eyes dimmed as she completely lost focus, like the dark clouds in the sky blocking out all light. Originally, she could have pinned her hopes on Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo, but now even the 2 of them were surrounded. This kind of result was something she had not expected, making her previous pleas seem like a joke. Chapter 305. When the fight starts, you leave on your own. While the 2 sides were facing each other, Shan Qingluo suddenly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and seemed to be lost in thought, turning a deaf ear to her words. Hey. Shan Qingluo nudged Yang Kai. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, a strange expression on his face as he whispered, It seems we still have a chance. What? Shan Qingluo was surprised. There's something down here. Yang Kai gently stamped the ground. Just now, he had secretly released his divine sense to see if there was anything nearby that he could use, but he didn't expect to suddenly discover that there were many life auras underground. Moreover, these life auras were densely packed, and there were many of them, many of which were extremely rich in vitality. Looking around, sure enough, This place was somewhat different from other places. All around them was a dense forest, but within a radius of 1,000 feet, there wasn't a single blade of grass. It was a standard circular area. There was definitely something strange down here. Although they didn't know what was down there, they could only take the risk. At the very least, they had to drag a few people down with them. Do it! Gui Yuan Ming saw Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo whispering to each other, and knew that they must be discussing an escape plan, so he didn't dare delay. With a roar, he fiercely activated his Yuan Qi and attacked with a killing move. Seeing that he had already made his move, the others naturally didn't hesitate. Buy me 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai roared, quickly activating the star mark that he hadn't used in a long time. What are you doing? Shan Qing Luo cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, she hurriedly shook the silver bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet turned into a silver light and flew out. At the same time, a pink cloth fan suddenly appeared in her hand, on which there were many exquisite patterns of men and women. These men and women were completely naked. They posed in all kinds of positions and did their best to make love. These patterns were vivid and lifelike, embroidered vividly. Shan Qing Luo Yuan Qi was poured in. As her hands trembled, the men and women on the patterns seemed to come alive, and they continued to work with all their might. There were even faintly discernible murmurs and groans. A ring of dense light rippled out and enveloped everyone. Shan Qing Luo stood in the middle with a charming smile on her face. Her graceful and exquisite figure was displayed. Her soft breasts were perky and straight, and her plump buttocks were high up. Her delicate body swayed with the wind, forming an irresistible charm. A seductive aura spread out and enveloped the entire area. Everyone present, regardless of whether they were men or women, whether they were from Chiu Yi Meng's side or the ash-gray cloud Evil Land side, all looked slightly startled. The gazes of those with slightly lower strengths were even dumbfounded, and they'd completely fallen into boundlessly charming and gentle spring. Their gazes were dazed while their expressions were dull, and they were unable to extricate themselves. Chiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiaoman both let out a soft groan at the same time, their legs softening as they fell to their knees. An enchanting blush appeared on their cheeks. The men and women on the cloth fan seemed to have become living creatures at this moment, fiercely drilling into everyone's minds, clearly displaying their pleasure and beauty in front of everyone's eyes. Chiu Yi Meng and Luo Xiaoman, who were still young and inexperienced girls, when they saw such a ferocious and cruel scene. How could they bear it? Gui Yuanming was shocked, and while urging his Yuan Qi to resist the attack of the silver bracelet, he quickly called out, "Be careful! It's the Qing Luo fan." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters also paled, each of them blushing furiously as they retreated, trying to resist the boundless charm that had invaded their minds. They obviously knew the power of this artifact. This was an artifact passed down from Shan Qing Luo's lineage, and her own name was derived from this artifact. With this Qing Luo fan, the power of the dreamscape she displayed was greatly increased. Seeing everyone retreat, Shan Qing Luo laughed again and again, her giggling like a demon's voice, causing everyone's mind to sway. "Cheap slut!" Gui Yuanming cursed, his face as red as a monkey's, but struggling to resist, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Let's see how long you can last. When your Yuan Qi collapses, I'll definitely strip you naked and play with you in front of everyone here." Shan Qing Luo's expression became cold, and as she sent out a series of hand seals, the silver bracelet's attack became even faster. Starlight suddenly emerged, as if a star field had descended from the blue sky. Light flashed from the back of Yang Kai's hand, and as he raised his hand, a blurred star mark appeared. A fierce Yuan Qi fluctuation spread out, and even the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't dare underestimate it. Gui Yuanming and the others were all shocked as they looked towards Yang Kai, only to see him raise his right hand full of stars and create a star field. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light as she looked at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she hadn't expected him to have such a fierce killing move. If this move was used, no Immortal Ascension Boundary Master present would be able to withstand it. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai's right hand slowly and strangely smashed into the ground. Asterisk, Hong, asterisk, the ground shook violently, and Guo Yuanming and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would use this move on them. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk, a cracking sound spread out, and everyone looked down, only to see that with Yang Kai's fist as the center, countless cracks had suddenly appeared, spreading out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Gui Yuanming frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Even if the power of that move was great, it shouldn't have produced such an effect. Hurriedly releasing his divine sense to investigate, the next moment his expression changed greatly. Not good, the ground is empty. And before he could finish speaking, a loud crashing sound rang out, and the ground within 1,000 meters suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to involuntarily fall down. Yang Kai laughed. Let's go! While using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai had already noticed that the people below had been alerted, so if he didn't leave now, it would be too late. Reaching out and grabbing Shan Qing Luo's waist, the latter gave him a disdainful look but didn't resist, the two of them quickly flying away. How could Gui Yuanming and the others allow them to escape? Immediately, they flew up as well, but before they could use their killing moves, a series of puffing sounds suddenly rang out from below. It seemed like something had been spat out. A blood-curdling scream was heard. It was Yuan Shi's voice. Guo Yuanming turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked down and saw that there were countless huge spiders below. There were also spider eggs of different colors. Yuan Shi was wrapped in a spider and was being dragged down by a spider the size of a calf. This spider was extremely tough. Even an Immortal Ascension Boundary's second stage master like Yuan Shi was unable to break free. Asterisk, pu piu piu. Asterisk, one after another, white objects were spat out from the spiders' mouths, and as they flew through the air, they suddenly transformed into giant tentacles that blotted out the sky, making it impossible to dodge. After 2 breaths of time, most of the people had been wrapped up and fell to the ground. Only a few of them were still flying through the air. But it was still too late. Even Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo had been bound by a few of these giant tentacles and were slowly falling down. What the hell is this? Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, while Yuan Qi madly slashed out with the Azura sword. The Azura sword was a heaven-grade artifact, so its sharpness was not ordinary. Even if these spiders were ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, they wouldn't be able to break free, but under the Azura sword, they were still torn apart like silk. It's them. Shan Qing Luo looked down and couldn't help exclaiming. So it was here? What? Yang Kai asked, suspiciously. What I'm looking for is down there. Shan Qing Luo's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. What you're looking for are spiders. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that Shan Qing Luo had said her special constitution was called the Poison Widow. Wasn't the Poison Widow a spider? Oh no, these spiders are poisonous. Shan Qing Luo seemed to remember something, her beautiful face suddenly turning pale as she warned. If she had been an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, she wouldn't have been afraid of these spiders, but now that her strength had plummeted, there was no way she could resist the invasion of the poison. By the time she realized the situation was bad, it was already too late. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, also feeling that something was wrong. His whole body felt weak, unable to summon any strength, and his consciousness was rapidly fading. This is bad. Not only was he unable to escape, but he was also trapped inside. Although before he acted, Yang Kai already knew that the thing down below wasn't easy to deal with. He hadn't expected to provoke so many spiders. These 8-legged spiders, each larger than a calf, were clearly sixth-order monster beasts. There were as many as 20 to 30 such monster beasts down below. But if he hadn't done so, he and Shan Qing Luo wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of Guo Yuanming and the others. Now that he had trapped them, the situation wasn't too bad. Thinking so, Yang Kai's consciousness gradually blurred. Before he completely lost consciousness, Yang Kai pushed his palms together and sent out a ray of light towards a nearby spider. With a slight smile on his face, he and Shan Qing Luo fell to the ground, both of them hugging each other. The spider seemed to be stunned for a moment before slowly crawling forward, spitting out a mass of spiders from its mouth, wrapping them up and dragging them away. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai faintly woke up. His body was still weak, and he couldn't even move. Layers and layers of spiders wrapped around him tightly, binding him tightly. Through the light from outside and the blurry image, Yang Kai saw many spider egg-like existences, densely packed together. At first glance, they looked familiar. Thinking about it carefully, weren't they the same as the silkworm cocoons that Shan Qing Luo had made when she was breaking through a month ago? Many spider eggs had traces of wriggling. Yang Kai slightly released his divine sense, and immediately sensed that many powerful people had woken up and were thinking of ways to break out. But with the spider poison in their bodies, how could they get rid of it? Rhythmic bursts of hot air came from his chest, and a faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai looked down and saw a head of soft black hair. Shan Qing Luo was snuggled up in his arms, deeply asleep. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and his hand was still on her waist. Feeling that soft and delicate body and the amazing elasticity of her chest, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little restless. Chapter 306. Gently calling out to her a few times, Shan Qing Luo showed no signs of waking up. Left with no other choice, Yang Kai could only move his fingers, stroking Shan Qing Luo's smooth and tender waist, his fingers involuntarily sinking into her round and beautiful buttocks, fiercely rubbing them a few times. With her sacred buttocks being violated, Shan Qing Luo finally woke up. Involuntarily twisting her tender body, she issued a bone-chilling sound from her throat. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mind shook, and he quickly stopped his movements. After that pair of watery red phoenix eyes opened, Yang Kai hurriedly reminded her, "Beauty, you must not be in heat with me." Shan Qing Luo's physique was special. Once she was in heat, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai did not want to be knocked out again after just waking up. Her eyes slightly confused for a moment, Shan Qing Luo finally remembered everything. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's small movements just now, the dragon lady actually gritted her teeth and glared at him. "Little bastard, what did you do just now?" Yang Kai grinned and shrugged. "I just wanted to wake you up." Not waiting for her to react, Yang Kai changed the topic. "What do we do now?" Shan Qing Luo's brow wrinkled as she struggled slightly, but soon discovered that both she and Yang Kai were tightly wrapped in layers of spiders, so there wasn't much room to move. The two of them were tightly pressed together, so as soon as she tried to move, a hot and hard object pressed against her lower abdomen. Her eyelashes trembling slightly, Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said seriously, "It's an instinctive reaction. It's not what I want. It can only be said that beauty's charm is too great." Shan Qing Luo did not seem to be annoyed, but her face was still a little red. "These spiders are very tough. It's hard to break free." Yang Kai frowned and said seriously, "But my artifact can cut them open." "Don't act recklessly." Shan Qing Luo hurriedly reminded him with a solemn expression, "Our bodies are weak now. Even if we can cut open the spider, we won't be able to escape. There are so many level 6 monster beasts outside. If we provoke them, I'm afraid we'll only die faster." Yang Kai nodded slightly. It was because of this that he didn't dare to cut open the spiders. Although he had controlled one of the rank 6 spiders before he fainted, it wasn't of much use now. He just let it stand guard outside to protect him and Shan Qing Luo. You said you came here to look for something. What is this place? Ooh, this underground area was clearly a spider's nest, and it was no ordinary spider's nest. With so many level 6 monster beasts living here, as well as countless level 5 and level 4 poisonous spiders, no one would dare to lower their guard. This is the broodmother's lair, Shan Qing Luo answered softly. Her breath was like orchids, and a faint fragrance blew on Yang Kai's neck, giving him a strange feeling. My body constitution came from here. It is said that several hundred years ago, one of my ancestors accidentally came here and was bitten by a poisonous spider. After returning, his body constitution changed, and it was passed down from generation to generation. In this world, some people had very special constitutions that were different from ordinary people. Until now, Yang Kai had only seen Xia Ning Chong with the sacred spirit medicine body, and now he had seen Shan Qing Luo with the poisonous widow body constitution. But when comparing the two, Shan Qing Luo's body constitution seemed a little evil. Most of the special constitutions were innate, and only a few could be inherited. The poisonous widow body constitution was, without a doubt, an inherited one. Every generation, after reaching a certain level of strength, will come here in search of something. With that thing, we can fully display the potential of our body. Shan Qing Luo continued to explain, I've never been here before, but I've heard my mother tell me the route. I didn't expect to accidentally come here this time. I don't know if this is heaven's will or not. Sighing faintly, Shan Qing Luo didn't know whether she was lucky or unlucky. Yang Kai? As the two were talking, Chiu Yi Meng's voice suddenly called out. She had actually woken up from her slumber. Yang Kai lucked towards the source of the voice, only to see a struggling white spider egg about 3 meters to his left. Elder Sister Chiu, Luo Xiaoman's crying voice also came from his right. What a coincidence! Both of these girls were actually by Yang Kai's side. Xiaoman, don't be afraid. Don't move. Don't attract the attention of those monster beasts. Chiu Yimeng remained calm and comforted Luo Xiaoman, and Luo Xiaoman responded cleverly, no longer struggling. Yang Kai, I know you're next to me. I heard your voice. Chiu Yimeng called out softly. In this dangerous place, she didn't dare speak too loudly. What do you want? Yang Kai responded with a grunt. He didn't have a good impression of this woman. She had come to High Heaven Pavilion in such a domineering manner, not giving him a chance to explain, and as a result, causing everyone to fall into such a predicament. Are you still angry? Chiu Yimeng chuckled lightly, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. We're all in the same boat. Why would a big man like you care so much about a little girl like me? Little girl? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chiu family's first young lady, famous far and wide. Only 21 years old. Yuan Qi 9th stage. The future hope of the Chiu family. The central capital's 8 great families, young lords all scramble for you. You're not a little girl, right? Chiu Yimeng smiled tenderly. I didn't know you were so interested in me. What? Do you like me? If you want to use a beauty trap on me, then forget it. Yang Kai curled his lips. Father is holding the world's most charming woman in his arms. A single pinch, and you're already wet. Who do you think you are? If you have something to say it quickly. Shan Qing Luo gently pinched Yang Kai, but a trace of pride flashed across her eyes. When others praised her charm, it was likely they had ulterior motives coveting her beauty, but Yang Kai's praise was very pleasing to the ear, but the words one pinch and you're already wet were a bit strange. You speak so harshly. Chiu Yimeng frowned. If you don't like it, then don't tell me. I'm too lazy to waste my saliva with you. Chiu Yimeng chuckled. But you're right in front of Elder Sister Shan. Meng Er's willowy figure is indeed unpresentable. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she whispered to Yang Kai, "This little girl is quite interesting." Yang Kai responded in a low voice, "I'm afraid she has some other request." Sure enough, Qiu Yimeng said. Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng greets elder sister Shan. "A few days ago, I didn't know it was elder sister Shan's phoenix body, so I've offended you. I hope elder sister Shan won't take it to heart." Shan Qing Luo's name. Qiu Yimeng had naturally heard of her. She was one of the 6 great evil kings, and although her strength was the lowest among them, she was also the youngest. In time, she would definitely be able to compete with the other 5. A month ago, she didn't know her identity, but now that she knew, Qiu Yimeng naturally didn't dare act presumptuously. He. Shan Qing Luo giggled as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Little girl, you have such a sweet mouth. It's just that you keep calling me elder sister, 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 elder sister." Qiu Yimeng laughed dryly and said softly, "How could elder sister be old? You look even younger than little sister. If we go out together, others will only think I'm older than elder sister." Shan Qing Luo's smile grew wider and wider as she shook her head. Demoness. Yang Kai took a deep breath and didn't dare to stare into her eyes again. Otherwise, he would do it again. Little sister Qiu sure knows how to talk. Seeing that Shan Qing Luo no longer had any intention to embarrass her, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Even as the first young lady of the Qiu family, she had to bear a lot of pressure and was constantly on edge for fear of angering the beguiling demon queen. "I wonder if little sister Qiu has anything to say?" Little sister wouldn't dare. Qiu Yimeng replied softly, "Little sister just wants to ask elder sister if there is a way for elder sister to escape." Here, Shan Qing Luo was the strongest, and although she was also trapped, if there was a glimmer of hope to escape, only Shan Qing Luo could do it. Everyone else, such as Gui Yuan Ming, wasn't even considered. "If elder sister can escape, can you take little sister with you?" Qiu Yimeng said cautiously. "I won't ask elder sister to work for nothing. The Qiu family has a naturally occurring appearance-setting bead, a naturally occurring heaven-grade top-rank artifact. If you wear it all year round, it can keep your face from aging. If elder sister doesn't mind, little sister can have someone send it to your house." Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly interested. Qiu Yimeng was truly worthy of being the first young lady of the Qiu family. Although she was young, she was well aware of the human heart. Even if she promised Shan Qing Luo any kind of heavenly treasure or pills, she wouldn't be tempted. But this artifact that could help a woman retain her youthful appearance was something no beauty could refuse. Who didn't want to be young and never grow old? Especially a charming woman like Shan Qing Luo. She was even more afraid of her wrinkled, sallow face after 100 years. Seeing Shan Qing Luo remain silent, Qiu Yimeng immediately calmed down. Knowing that she had been moved, she quickly said, "If elder sister has any other requests, please feel free to ask. As long as little sister is capable of it, I will agree." "Really?" Shan Qing Luo suddenly smiled slyly. "Naturally. Good, then I want you and that little girl named Xiao Man." Qiu Yimeng's expression froze for a moment before she forced a smile. "What does elder sister mean?" "I have a little hooligan here, who seems to like you too very much. If you can be his maidservant for a year, when I escape, I'll take you with me." "Hey." Yang Kai couldn't help but poke her and say with a sullen expression, "Why are you dragging me into this? I don't deny having evil thoughts about them, but that's a man's nature. I won't have anything to do with them. I'm just saying, I don't have a way to escape yet." Shan Qing Luo smiled sweetly. "Is that what he wants?" From Qiu Yimeng's side came a soft, grinding sound. Although it was subtly suppressed, one could still hear the anger in her voice. "No, that's what I want. Elder sister is really good to him. Chiu Meng smiled bitterly. She really couldn't understand why the dignified, beguiling demon queen would take a fancy to a little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have known each other for less than a month. What had happened in this 1 month? Please allow me to think about it. Elder sister, Chiu Meng bit her red lips and replied, Shan Qing Luo didn't force her and just nodded lightly. Chapter 307. Inside the Spider Egg. Yang Kai suspiciously sized up Shan Qing Luo. With a strange expression, he said, "Beauty, you wouldn't have taken a fancy to me, right? Why are you suddenly so good to me?" Shan Qing Luo's face slightly reddened. She gave him a displeased look. "So what?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you an old cow eating young grass?" Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Shan Qing Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. She twisted Yang Kai's chest without letting go. Gritting her teeth, she said, "So what if I'm an old cow eating young grass? It's your good fortune that this king has taken a fancy to you. I can't afford to accept it." Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, his face full of disbelief. "Even if you have taken a fancy to me, I can't really do you. Why do you have to seduce and torment me?" Shan Qing Luo's face was cold. She looked at him with a murderous gaze. "You've done so many bad things to me. My body has almost been touched all over. I've already kissed you, and now you're hugging me without letting go. Are you going to go back on your word? Isn't it just touching a few times? Is there a need to blame it on me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. With a serious expression, he said, "Besides, I'm so young and inexperienced. Before I met you, my body and mind were pure and flawless. You also kissed me, so if we really count it as you taking advantage of me, let's not mention it again. We're even. Little bastard, you're full of evil tricks. You're so skilled. How are you inexperienced?" Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai angrily. She suddenly smiled. The poisonous widow's bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her life. You've made me fall in love with you, so don't even think about running away in this life. Damn. Is there still justice? Yang Kai complained incessantly. He. Shan Qing Luo giggled. Her smile was like a flower. There was a trace of craftiness in her proud expression. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside. Everyone who woke up had a great change in expression. They listened carefully, only to hear the sound of something being cut. Through the layers of spiders, they seemed to be able to see dark red blood splattering everywhere. "Young master, don't come out so easily. They're guarding outside." A person screamed mournfully, and soon there was no more sound. A moment later, there seemed to be the sound of something being chewed. Shan Qing Luo's beautiful face turned slightly pale. The water snake's soft and boneless body couldn't help but shrink into Yang Kai's arms. "They're from the Bai family." From the right came Luo Xiaoman's slight cry and exclamation. Although this little girl's chest was quite big, her courage was quite small. For the past month, he had been fleeing in panic. His nerves had been stretched to the limit. Usually, with Chiu Meng comforting her, she didn't mind. But now that she was suddenly surrounded by spiders and separated from Chiu Meng, she couldn't bear the pressure. "Xiao Man, don't cry. Otherwise you may alarm those spiders." Chiu Meng lowered her voice and anxiously called out. But how could Luo Xiaoman bear it? Although she covered her mouth with both hands, the sound of her crying grew louder and louder until an 8-legged spider the size of a calf appeared in front of her. Frightened by this, Luo Xiaoman screamed out loud and suddenly fainted. "It's over." Everyone thought this woman was about to be killed by the spider. Even Yang Kai couldn't help holding his breath and carefully listening to the movements around him. Who would have thought that the 8-legged spider that had walked up to Luo Xiaoman would actually just wander around for a moment? Then it slowly walked away. Who? Chiu Yimeng let out a sigh of relief and a moment of fear. When she regained her composure, she found that her clothes were soaked and her body was cold. It seems that as long as we don't break through the spider, it won't matter even if we speak loudly. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, that by family cultivator just now. Obviously, he had used some unknown method to escape from the spider and was now being killed. Listening to him say this, everyone couldn't help relaxing slightly, and from all directions came the sound of heavy breathing. Before this, everyone had tried their best to suppress their breathing and heartbeat. Brother Gua, Yuan Shi's voice called out. I'm here, Gua Yuanming quickly responded, softly calling out, is everyone all right? No, Gu Tianluo also responded. We're just surrounded by these spiders and can't move for the time being. Yuan Shi's cold voice sounded. It's possible to break through. But Brother Gua, what do we do about those spiders outside? How are we supposed to resist? Gua Yuanming was also at his wit's end. Against 20 to 36th order monster beast, they only had 5 or 6 immortal ascension boundary masters, so they were no match for them. Moreover, the accuracy of these spider spray was truly incredible. So even if they could fly, they wouldn't necessarily be able to escape. Damn. This time we really suffered a big loss. Yuan Shi cursed angrily. Why is there a nest of spiders here? Hearing this angry voice, Shan Qing Luo chuckled and sneered. Retribution? Gua Yuanming couldn't help cursing. Cheap slut. You'd better pray that this father doesn't escape. If this father does, sooner or later I'll fuck you to death and make you beg for mercy under my crotch. Shan Qing Luo's face went cold, taking a deep breath, wanting to say something, but in the end she held back. Everyone couldn't fight right now. A woman would never be a man's opponent in a war of words, no matter what kind of foul language was thrown at her. The one to suffer would always be Shan Qing Luo. Ha! Seeing her remain silent, Yuan Shi also laughed. Brother Gua, that slut is known far and wide. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be her opponent. Be careful she doesn't suck you dry. Gu Tianluo also interjected. Brother Gua is not alone. We have so many brothers here. That's right. That's right. Once we're free, we'll line up and take turns to fuck her. Don't let her rest for even a moment. I want to see how long this world's most seductive woman can last. By the way, brother you, aren't you cultivating the yin-yang replenishing technique? I don't know if it's your technique or our master seduction technique. That's better. That brother you laughed and said, in terms of cultivation technique, how could this you dare to be mentioned in the same breath as that bitch? It is said that that bitch has many beautiful men in her palace. Every day, there are many young men who have their young chi sucked dry and died. They are carried out and thrown into the mass grave. However, if I don't use my technique, this you is confident that this slut can fuck me. Ha ha! Brother you is so bold. Brother Ban is too kind. A few days ago, this you took in a few more goddaughters. All of them are virgins, pure, and beautiful. Once this you escapes, this you is willing to offer up those goddaughters for the brothers to enjoy as much as they want. Brother you is very loyal, Gui Yuanming praised, although he was in prison. He couldn't help breathing heavily, but with a wretched smile he said, when the time comes, we'll cripple the queen's master's cultivation and feed her an aphrodisiac. Brothers can play with brother you's goddaughters while appreciating her reaction. Heh, when the time comes, that woman's master will probably cry and beg us to fuck her, play with her 1,000 times, then sell her to the world's lowest brothel, let those peddlers, beggars, and wanderers taste her beauty. After 3 or 5 years, the world's most charming woman will become a piece of rotten meat that even wild dogs won't be willing to smell. Ha ha ha, dirty words. The more you speak, the more disgusting they become. This group of ash-gray cloud evil land masters can't escape, so they're trying to find joy in their misery. Instead, he began to tease Shan Qing Luo. Listening to these words, Shan Qingluo's face became paler and paler, her breathing becoming heavier and heavier, her tender body trembling uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Obviously, she was enraged. Yang Kai also listened with a gloomy expression. "I'll kill them all. Sooner or later, I'll kill them all." Shan Qingluo clenched her teeth, clenched her fists, and muttered under her breath. As the beguiling demon queen, no man dared to look her in the eye, let alone hear so many filthy words being thrown at her at once. However, this time she was like a tiger in a plain, being insulted by these little bastards under the Beast King's command. "I'll help you vent your anger." Yang Kai chuckled. "What?" Shan Qingluo looked up at him curiously. "Just listen." Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression slowly becoming cold. The group of people were still acting presumptuous, their mouths constantly spouting obscenities. But just as they were venting their frustrations, a scream suddenly rang out. Everyone's conversation came to an abrupt halt. "Brother Yuan, what happened to you?" Gui Yuanming turned pale with fright. He recognized that the voice belonged to Yuan Shi. He shouted, but there was no response. "Brother Yuan," several people called out, but Yuan Shi still did not respond. An ominous feeling slowly shrouded everyone's heads, but before they could figure out what was happening, another scream rang out. This time it was Brother Yu. He screamed, "Get lost! I didn't go out. How could I be attacked if I stayed here?" As he spoke, Brother Yu struck out with a martial skill. This time it was a disaster. The eight-legged spiders from all directions heard the commotion, all crawling towards him. Brother Yu did not even have time to react before he was completely dismembered. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to speak again. Shan Qingluo's beautiful eyes lit up. She glanced suspiciously at Yang Kai, not knowing if all this had anything to do with him. Yang Kai grinned and said softly, "It's not over yet." As he spoke, a panicked shout came from the other side. "Brother Ban, there's a spider over there." "What?" As he screamed, Brother Ban didn't want to just sit there and wait for his death. In a panic, he circulated his true essence and tore the spider apart violently. Just as his head popped out, a spider leg as sharp as a knife chopped down. His vision blurred, his head rolled to the ground, blood spurting out like a fountain. "What's going on?" Gui Yuan Ming cried out involuntarily. He thought that there would be no problem speaking, but he did not expect to attract the attention of the spiders. There was a movement in front of him through the hazy white spider. Gui Yuan Ming saw a giant creature standing in front of him. It was clearly a calf-sized level 6 monster beast. "Everyone, these spiders are starting to kill people. Let's go!" Gui Yuan Ming did not understand. He roared loudly, broke through the spider with a bang, and exchanged blows with the eight-legged spider in front of him, using the force to roll and fly up into the sky. Seeing Gui Yuanming so decisive, the others did not dare to hesitate. They all used their own methods to escape and followed closely behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Below them, 20 to 30 level 6 monster beast watched covetously, all of them spitting spiders into the air, those who flew up one by one, but before they could fly far, they were tied up again and fell to the ground like dumplings. Chapter 308. In the blink of an eye, everyone was tied up again. The calf-sized eight-legged spiders swayed their huge bodies and walked over to the group of cultivators, spitting out their spiders and wrapping them up before slowly pulling them back. Seeing that their lives were not in danger for the time being, the frightened crowd couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They really couldn't understand why one of the spiders had just started a massacre. But before they could completely relax, the same spider that had just killed them suddenly walked up to them, raised its sharp foreleg high, and stabbed down fiercely. Asterisk, poo, asterisk, blood splashed, and screams rang out as Gui Yuan Ming's body was directly penetrated. He struggled and wriggled as he screamed. The spider no longer cared about him and allowed him to be dragged away by the other spiders, soon leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground. Not only him, but all of the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator had a large hole poked in their bodies by this spider. A few of them were unlucky and died on the spot, while those who didn't die were pale with fright. Screams rang out endlessly as one bloody mark after another appeared on the ground, a shocking sight to behold. Chiu Meng's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with horror as her expression filled with horror. When she heard Guo Yuan Ming's shout just now, she almost couldn't hold herself back and rushed out. If she had really rushed out, she would most likely have ended up like them. Fortunately, before leaving, she had checked the movements of Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo. Since they hadn't moved, Chiu Meng had also gritted her teeth and stayed behind, ready to pin all her hopes on Shan Qing Luo. Now, it seemed that she had made the right choice. The remaining ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator was dragged back, and all the monster beasts surrounded one of its companions whose forelegs were covered in blood. It was unknown why it had suddenly decided to kill these people. After sizing them up for a while, these monster beasts gradually dispersed. Why, Guo Yuan Ming clutched his stomach. Even if he circulated his secret art, he still couldn't stop the blood from flowing, his voice gradually becoming weaker. Why is this happening? That beast seemed to have specifically targeted the ash-gray cloud evil land cultivator, but none of the others had touched it. This made Guo Yuan Ming unable to understand. This is retribution. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai's wild laughter came from the other side. You did this? Shan Qing Luo looked at Yang Kai in amazement, her tone full of disbelief. Yang Kai's eyes just a moment ago. Those people had suffered a tragic attack. If one were to say that it had nothing to do with Yang Kai, Shan Qing Luo would never believe it. However, she hadn't seen him do anything. So, how of the beasts of the ash-gray evil land cultivator? Satisfied? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Shan Qing Luo's pair of enchanting phoenix eyes flashed with a strange light as she stared deeply at Yang Kai, unblinking, a trace of emotion flashing across her eyes. Suddenly, she tiptoed slightly and pressed her pair of red lips against his. Oh! Yang Kai was caught off guard, and Shan Qing Luo's hands involuntarily tightened. The dragon lady's willowy waist fiercely bent, as if she wanted to melt her whole body into Yang Kai's. Her pair of red lips were thin, tender, and crystal clear. Not only did they look captivating, but they also tasted the same bone-chilling. Sensing the soft and fragrant taste, Shan Qing Luo hurriedly released him. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, she said, "You can't stay here for too long, in case you really fall in love with me. That wouldn't be good." Yang Kai's expression became bitter as he licked his lips. "Damn it. I knew you'd never be able to satisfy your desires. Poor me, such a young and strong man. What can I do if I fall into your hands? Don't act like you're innocent." Shan Qing Luo's tone was full of annoyance. "Other men don't even dare to look at me. You've already taken advantage of me. Let me say this first. I won't be responsible for you," Yang Kai said with a straight face. He said seriously, "What are you doing?" Chiu Meng suddenly asked softly, "Talking about love." Shameless Chiu Meng hurriedly remained silent, her face slightly red, thinking to herself that it was no wonder she heard a light panting coming from next door. Time passed, the sun rose, and the moon set. Several days had passed since they had been caught by these spiders, but the people trapped inside still hadn't found a way to escape. Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo were still hugging each other. This dragon lady was truly worthy of her reputation. Sometimes, with just a single movement, breath, or glance, she could seduce Yang Kai, making him unable to stop himself. However, due to her special physique, Yang Kai not only couldn't act recklessly, but he also couldn't tease her, so his days were extremely difficult. Chiu Meng remained calm and didn't show the slightest worry or panic from beginning to end. On the other hand, Luo Xiaoman washed her face with tears every day, constantly in fear. Bai Yunfeng had also woken up, but after learning about the current situation, he had remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The cultivator of the ash-gray cloud evil land had all died due to excessive blood loss, their deaths extremely miserable. On this day, Yang Kai, while using his divine sense to investigate, suddenly felt an extremely tyrannical presence. The vitality of this existence was even higher than that of the sixth-order poison spiders. It had suddenly appeared, as if it had always been there, but had only just awakened. Before Yang Kai could warn Shan Qing Luo, a feeling like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart descended from the sky. Suddenly, everyone felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from above. Under the gaze of these eyes, no matter who it was, they all felt a sense of insignificance and inferiority, as if they couldn't compete with them at all. Yang Kai's complexion changed greatly, and he couldn't help urging his Yuan Qi. Shan Qing Luo suddenly shouted, "Don't move! What's wrong?" Seeing her expression, as if she knew something, Yang Kai asked anxiously, "It's her." Shan Qing Luo's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, her expression extremely complex. "Who?" "Spider Mother." Shan Qing Luo replied softly, "Seventh Order monster beast. None of us are its match." "Seventh Order?" Yang Kai exclaimed. "Yes." Shan Qing Luo nodded solemnly. "Otherwise, why do you think this group of monster beasts can live so comfortably? A sixth-order monster beast monster core is also very valuable. There are so many sixth-order monster beasts here. If it wasn't for the Spider Mother, they would have been wiped out long ago. With a seventh-order monster beast here, even if someone accidentally stepped into this place and wanted to attack the sixth-order monster beast, they would have to consider whether they were strong enough. However, the Spider Mother spends most of her time laying eggs in a deep sleep, so unless someone attacks here, she won't bother with anything. Shan Qing Luo explained softly, "There's a spider stone statue here. Look over there." Following the direction she pointed, Yang Kai indeed saw a hazy stone statue standing not far away. This stone statue was incomparably huge. It should be in the shape of an 8-legged spider. The Spider Mother usually lives here, and the thing I want to take is the venom secreted by the Spider Mother. In this world, only women of the Poison Widow bloodline can safely enter that stone statue. Then, doesn't that mean the Spider Mother can sense your bloodline? Yes, that should be the case. Shan Qing Luo nodded slightly. It was also her first time here, so she wasn't too clear about the specific situation. Then you should discuss with it, see if it can let us go. Yang Kai suggested. "I'll try." Shan Qing Luo bit her red lips. She also didn't have much confidence. Closing her eyes, she tried to communicate with the Spider Mother according to the method left behind by her mother. A moment later, a flirtatious voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Even Kai Yang could hear it clearly. "HM? You're a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline?" Yang Kai's expression changed. He twisted to look around, but couldn't see anything. That voice sounded soft, as if a beautiful woman was whispering in his ear. It couldn't help but make his heart flutter. Shan Qing Luo hurriedly reminded, "Don't panic. The Spider Mother is communicating with me through divine sense." Yang Kai's face revealed a look of shock. A monster beast that could communicate with people through divine sense. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Could a monster beast do this? At least a rank 6 monster beast wouldn't be able to, but this Spider Mother was a rank 7 monster beast. Maybe it really did have this ability. Shan Qing Luo had already opened her mouth to reply. "Yes, this junior greets the Spider Mother." "Who is Han Fei Yen to you?" The Spider Mother gently asked. "She is my mother." Shan Qing Luo was also very careful, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. "It's been 30 years. This generation has already grown up, but why is your strength so low?" Shan Qing Luo bitterly smiled. There was a problem. I should be able to recover in a few days. Yes. The spider mother softly replied. After a while she said, since you can find this place, then come to my place to take the things and leave. In any case, your bloodline has some relationship with me. Seeing her so easy to talk to, Shan Qing Luo couldn't help but look happy. She quickly said, forgive this junior, but this junior came with the person beside me. Can you let him leave with me? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect this woman to be so righteous. Humph! The spider mother coldly snorted. These people destroyed my nest, and they still have delusions of leaving? Apart from you, everyone else will die. Spider mother, please have mercy. There's no need to say more. Shan Qing Luo grit her teeth and glanced over at Yang Kai, a trace of struggle flashing across her face. But soon she resolutely said, please have mercy, Spider Mother. I only want to take him away. Impudence! The Spider Mother's voice sounded a little annoyed, and even the 8-legged spiders outside began to spit out spider silk, clearly not friendly. Forget it. I'll give you 5 days to think about it carefully. After 5 days, I will wake up again. At that time, if you don't leave... Humph! Don't even think about leaving. The Spider Mother said coldly, no longer moving. At the same time, the haze that had been pressing down on everyone's heads disappeared. Apparently it had fallen into a deep sleep again. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's eyes trembled. The conversation between Shan Qing Luo and the Spider Mother had reached their ears, causing them to be as shocked as Yang Kai. None of them had expected such a powerful monster beast to exist in this world. Bai Yunfeng, on the other hand, suddenly screamed, we're going to die in 5 days. Before the Spider Mother appeared, although everyone was in a state of panic, the spiders hadn't done anything to them. So there was still some hope, but now that the 5-day deadline was right in front of them, who could accept it? Chapter 309. In his panic, Bai Yunfeng suddenly shouted, Yang Kai, Father won't let you go even if I become a ghost. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai shouted angrily, ha ha. Bai Yunfeng laughed bitterly, his voice sharp. If you hadn't penetrated the ground, how could we have fallen here and been caught by this group of spiders? If I hadn't penetrated the ground, you would have been killed by Guo Yuanming and his people long ago. How could you still be alive? Yang Kai sneered, knowing that Bai Yunfeng's mind was no longer clear. Father is a member of the Bai family. Would those bastards dare kill me? Bai Yunfeng roared. As long as I reported my true identity, they would only take me to the Bai family to ask for a reward. How could they harm my life? You may not have to die, but if young Lady Qiu and young Lady Luo fell into those people's hands, I'm afraid they would lose their innocence. I think they would rather be trapped in a spider's web than be caught by those bastards. Their innocence has nothing to do with me. As long as Father is alive, it's fine. Bai Yunfeng roared without thinking. As soon as these words left his mouth, he seemed to realize that he shouldn't have said such words, and suddenly fell silent, not uttering a single word. Bai Yunfeng, I didn't expect you to think like that. Luo Xiaoman's pained voice sounded, filled with extreme disappointment and disgust. A woman's innocence was sometimes more important than her life. At that time, if she had really been caught by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator, Luo Xiaoman would have taken her own life before being humiliated. Qiu Yimeng faintly said, every man for himself. Xiaoman, you don't need to worry about it. Her voice was like an ancient well, without the slightest hint of emotion. Greedy for life and afraid of death, the Bai family really are spineless. Luo Xiaoman sneered. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Bai Yunfeng snorted. This time, he had completely torn apart all pretense of cordiality with these two women, although it wasn't to the extent of turning his blade against them. Even if they could escape this place, it was likely they would never be together again. Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo both stared at each other speechlessly. After a long silence, Yang Kai frowned and said, "If you want to leave, you can leave now, right? That spider mother didn't have any intention of keeping you here." Shan Qingluo shook her head slowly. "But it won't let you go." Ooh. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange as he stared at her seriously, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Our friendship doesn't seem to be that good. Just like Qiu Yi Meng said, every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost." Shan Qingluo just looked at him with a smile. "You can't be serious, right?" Yang Kai was slightly moved. "I told you, a woman of the Poison Widow bloodline will only fall in love with one man in her lifetime. Do you think I'm lying to you?" Shan Qingluo sighed faintly and said, "If it weren't for you leaving your aura in my knowledge sea last time, I wouldn't have cared if you lived or died. You little bastard, you're both a rogue and a pervert. You should have been killed long ago to prevent you from ruining those innocent girls. But now that things have come to this, what can I do?" Unless Shan Qingluo didn't want her secret art to reach the grand accomplishment stage. The seeds of love had already taken root and sprouted in her heart. It was only a matter of time before they grew. When a woman's feelings were full, she would need to spend a night with the man she loved. Moreover, women of the Poison Widow bloodline, once they fell in love, they were more unforgettable than other women. Therefore, the women of this bloodline had always been extremely sad. On one hand, it was their undying love. On the other hand, it was their secret art to the grand accomplishment stage. Even if they abandoned their secret art because of their love, they couldn't resist the attraction and temptation between them. Shan Qingluo's mother, Han Fei Yan, had inadvertently made love with her father one night, and after waking up, her lover had died beside her, causing her to suffer for the rest of her life. Yang Kai's expression was extremely dignified as he stared deeply into Shan Qingluo's eyes, as if he wanted to see through her heart and look directly into the depths of her memories. Shan Qingluo smiled faintly, and without any hesitation, took the initiative to release the defenses of her knowledge sea and softly said, "If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself." Yang Kai also didn't hesitate, his divine sense directly entering her knowledge sea. It was a boundless sea, just like the last time he saw it. Above the sea, Shan Qingluo's delicate body stood against the wind, smiling as she stared at Yang Kai's divine sense, softly saying, "Don't touch me, this is my soul. If you touch it, the consequences will be unimaginable." "I know," Yang Kai responded in a deep voice. If the two souls were to merge, perhaps they would be able to taste the taste of soul intercourse that was thousands of times more wonderful than soul intercourse. But if their minds were not stable, they would only lose themselves in soul intercourse, instantly turning into an idiot. Yang Kai was also clear about the stakes involved. Shan Qingluo waved her hands, sending a beam of light into Yang Kai's divine sense. Prying into the information contained in these beams of light, Yang Kai gained insight into all of this dragon lady's emotional experiences and all of her thoughts, leaving nothing behind and no possibility of concealment. He also saw the special characteristics of her bloodline physique and the dangers of her secret art, and realized his own fate in the future. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes, as if he was experiencing it himself, vividly. After a long time, Yang Kai slowly withdrew from her knowledge sea. Their eyes met, and Shan Qingluo smiled tenderly. "Do you believe me now?" Yang Kai nodded with a heavy expression. Never would he have thought that this dragon lady's secret art would be so special. With a bitter smile, Yang Kai said, "Should I say I'm honored or unlucky?" It was true that she had feelings for him, but in the end, it was also true that she wanted his life. Shan Qingluo's expression darkened slightly, softly saying, "None of the women in our bloodline would really want to kill the man they like. But this kind of attraction is simply irresistible. No matter how far apart they are, they can still be pulled to each other's side. And in the midst of chaos and unconsciousness, they can use their pure bodies to kill the man they like." Although it was said that dying under a peony flower would be romantic even as a ghost, this was only a saying. When the time came, no man would be able to die with a smile. Have you ever thought of resolving this? Of course we have, but we don't know what to do. Shan Qing Luo slowly shook her head. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai was somewhat dispirited and did not want to talk about it anymore. And since you don't want to leave me behind, we should first think of a way to escape from here. Wait 5 days. When the spider mother wakes up, then I'll talk to it. And if it doesn't work, Yang Kai frowned. If it doesn't work, then I'll leave. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled, not a trace of worry on her face. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, softly asking, if you can recover your full strength, can you leave this place? Of course I can leave. Shan Qing Luo nodded. But right now, I'm only in the Yuan Qi third stage. If I want to fully recover, it will take at least a few months. I might have a way. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, peeking into Shan Qing Luo's thoughts, and felt a lot more at ease with her. This dragon lady was known for her debauchery, her secret art, and the artifacts she used were all unsightly. But in fact, before meeting him, her mind and body were completely blank. She knew more about the matters between men and women than most people, but she had never personally experienced it. What method do you have? Shan Qing Luo asked curiously. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, holding a small piece of myriad drug cream. Open your mouth. Shan Qing Luo glared at him, not knowing what he was trying to do, but she still opened her thin lips. The myriad drug cream was directly thrown in. Circulate your secret art and refine it. There was no need for Yang Kai to say anything. The moment the myriad drug cream entered her mouth, Shan Qing Luo's face filled with amazement, quickly closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. The main reason her strength had dropped was because of the backlash from her secret art. In the end, it was just an internal injury. With the help of such a small piece of myriad drug cream, this kind of injury should be able to be healed. The spider mother would wake up again in 5 days, but with the help of the myriad drug cream, Shan Qing Luo's recovery would definitely not take that long. With nothing to do, Yang Kai decided to rest and preserve his strength. As time passed, the aura and Yuan Qi fluctuations coming from Shan Qing Luo's body became more and more violent. Obviously, she was quickly recovering. Perceiving the changes here, Qiu Yimeng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head and looked over, her pair of beautiful eyes flashing, a look of struggle on her face, unknown as to what she was thinking. After being trapped for so many days, her strength had long since been restored, but with so many sixth-order monster beasts outside, even if she could break through the spider web, she didn't dare act rashly. Shan Qing Luo's actions had undoubtedly given her a glimmer of hope. However, when she remembered the conditions she had proposed before, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but hesitate. She was the first young lady of the Qiu family. How could she become a maidservant to some nameless junior? Not to mention her, even Luo Xiaoman's identity was much nobler than that young man's. If this matter were to spread out, where would the Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley's face be placed? Moreover, it was only for a year. In a year, who knew what that rogue bastard would do? 3 days later, Shan Qing Luo suddenly opened her eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them, and her soft and plump body seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. You've recovered? Yang Kai hurriedly asked, and Shan Qing Luo nodded happily, looking at Yang Kai with great interest. I didn't know you had such a treasure. After praising him, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's chest, fiercely twisting it, grinding her teeth. If you have such a good thing, why didn't you use it on me before? You bastard. It seems you're still on guard against me. Yang Kai's expression became awkward as he let out a dry laugh. If he hadn't seen through her thoughts, how could Yang Kai have dared to allow this dragon lady to recover her strength? Since you've recovered, let's hurry up and leave. Yang Kai squeezed her little hand. Shan Qing Luo hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since we've come here, I want to extract the spider mother's venom as well. Otherwise, if I take you away this time, it will definitely anger the spider mother, and we won't be able to come here again." "Are you sure?" "A little bit. Do you have a spider under your control?" "And let it create some chaos." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, and then issued an order to the spider he controlled. Chapter 310. A moment later, the spider suddenly went berserk and attacked its companions. Seeing this, the other spiders hurriedly rushed towards the battlefield. Shan Qingluo waved her hand and directly cut a hole in the spider's body, her figure flashing and disappearing. Her voice reached Yang Kai's ears. "Don't move. Wait for me to come back." Yang Kai naturally didn't move, his expression calm as he carefully observed the situation outside. The spider he was controlling was currently fighting with its companions. The sixth-order monster beast had already regained much of its consciousness. Although it wasn't much, at least it was capable of some simple thinking. The spiders who were being attacked didn't seem to understand why their companion had suddenly gone crazy, just as they didn't understand why it had killed so many Ash Gray Cloud Evil Land cultivator before. After resisting for a moment, the spiders seemed to have communicated with each other and suddenly decided not to hold back, as if their companion had already lost its mind and could no longer be saved. In just a short time, the sixth-order monster beast controlled by Yang Kai was killed. Only then did the gathered spiders scatter like birds and beasts. "Yang Kai!" Qiu Yimeng suddenly called out. Yang Kai's face remained cold, and he didn't respond. "Has elder sister Shan recovered her strength?" Qiu Yimeng asked eagerly. There was still no response. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. "Yang Kai, you're not such a stingy man, are you? I admit that I've offended you before. Is it not enough for me to apologize to you?" "No need. Young Lady Qiu's identity is noble. I can't afford it," Yang Kai said. Qiu Yimeng chuckled. Good. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people to your high heaven pavilion to cause trouble. In fact, I didn't do anything to you. You're so strong. If we really fought, who knows who would win and who would lose. Before this, I really couldn't believe that a small sect could cultivate a disciple like you. Don't try to flatter me. It sounds disgusting. Ha! You and I are both understanding people. I won't beat around the bush and annoy you. Qiu Yimeng chuckled and said, "When elder sister Shan comes back, can you ask her to take me and Xiaoman out? Don't worry, as long as she agrees, my Qiu family will definitely repay her generously. It's her business whether she saves you or not. I can't interfere." Yang Kai frowned. "It can't be. I see that your relationship is so good. The beguiling demon, Queen has never been so intimate with a man before. If you can put in a good word for us, Sister Shan definitely won't leave you to die." Qiu Yimeng's voice softened. "As long as you don't make me or Xiaoman your maidservants, you can set any other conditions. Even if you want to marry a young girl from a side branch of my Qiu family, I can also make the decision to agree. But in front of Sister Shan, I think it's best if you don't mention this matter, lest she gets jealous." Yang Kai showed an impatient look. "I already told you. Whether she saves you or not is her business. I can't even protect myself right now. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with me?" Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly, her eyes filled with tears. "But I can only pin my hopes on you. If you don't help, I'm afraid Xiaoman and I won't be able to escape this calamity." As she spoke, her voice became choked with sobs. "Do you really have the heart to watch us die?" Knowing that she was just putting on an act to gain his sympathy, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling disgusted. He no longer wanted to talk to her. Yang Kai had never had a good impression of women who played mind games. Yang Kai. Chiu Yimeng didn't give up and continued to call out softly over and over again. Although the conversation between the two was quiet, Luo Xiaoman, who was not far away, naturally heard it clearly. Seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help feeling defeated. Helplessly, she whispered, "Elder Sister Chiu, what should we do?" Chiu Yimeng sighed and gave up trying to move Yang Kai, smiling bitterly. "Let's wait, we can't really die here." At that moment, a fragrant wind suddenly blew over, and a bright red figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. With a wave of her hand, the spider binding Yang Kai was cut open. "Let's go," Shan Qing Luo said nervously, grabbing Yang Kai with one hand and flying upwards. Yang Kai also followed with a dignified expression. Under the investigation of his divine sense, the unique vitality of the Spider Mother was rapidly awakening. Apparently, Shan Qing Luo's actions had awakened it. "Elder Sister Shan," Chiu Yimeng hurriedly called out, gritting her teeth, her face showing a trace of hesitation. However, she also knew that this was a rare opportunity. If she let Shan Qing Luo go, she and Luo Xiaoman would really have no chance to escape. "Elder Sister Shan, I agree to your previous conditions. Please take me and Xiaoman with you," Chiu Yimeng shouted. Shan Qing Luo frowned at her, waving her hand and sending out 2 pink ribbons, directly wrapping around Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and shooting them high up into the sky. Seeing that Shan Qing Luo didn't leave them behind, whether it was Chiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them felt a sense of joy. "You've failed your own bloodline. How dare you not listen to my advice? Where do you think you're going?" The Spider Mother's angry voice rang out, no longer containing the slightest hint of charm. Now, she was like an enraged madwoman. As she spoke, 2 white and tough spider silk threads flew through the air. These 2 spider silk threads were incredibly fast, arriving in front of them almost instantaneously. Shan Qing Luo and Yang Kai both hurriedly tried to block them. The Yuan Qi collided, and the 2 spider silk threads were blocked, but the aftermath of the collision severed one of the ribbons in Shan Qing Luo's hands, the other end of which happened to be tied to Luo Xiaoman. A cry of alarm rang out as Luo Xiaoman's beautiful eyes filled with panic, her heart instantly filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and his hand moved quickly, wrapping around Chiu Yimeng's waist and sending her flying towards Luo Xiaoman. Before she could fall, Chiu Yimeng quickly reached out and grabbed Luo Xiaoman's clothes. Lifting her up, "Elder Sister Chiu," Luo Xiaoman exclaimed in a trembling voice, tears rolling out of her eyes as her chest heaved up and down, her pretty face filled with panic. "I've caught you. Don't worry, I won't let go." Chiu Yimeng smiled at her, a trace of fear flashing across her face. Shan Qing Luo stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, her lips curling into a soul-stirring smile. Yang Kai simply shrugged his shoulders. That kick just now had been done without any consideration. It was purely an instinctive reaction. Suddenly, Bai Yunfeng's shout came from below. "Take me with you, you bunch of sluts. How could you leave me here alone? I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's faces filled with disgust as their expressions became cold. A long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Bai Yunfeng had given the 2 women a good impression before, and although he wasn't particularly outstanding, he was still the young lord of a first-class family. He had both wealth and power, and his own strength wasn't low either. There were also many young women chasing after him, but this time he had completely exposed the dark side of his heart. "This man is worse than dog shit." Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't even have any sympathy for him. In a small lake, the surface of which was sparkling and clear. The water was so clear that one could vaguely see the aquatic plants and fish swimming happily. A bonfire was lit, and Yang Kai was roasting a few fat fish from the lake. Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng sat next to him, breathing in the clear and free air, while looking at him with complicated expressions. Suddenly, a sound came from the lake, and Shanqing Luo gracefully emerged from her bath. Her skin was like the most exquisite silk with a seductive luster, and her snow-white skin was faintly tinged with a strange red light as she slowly walked over with her bare feet. Her demeanor was magnificent, her thin and tender red lips lightly pursed, and most of her body was exposed to the air. Only her chest and the fragrant grass between her legs were covered by her undergarments, faintly discernible, giving her a wonderful appearance. Such a seductive and enchanting appearance. Not only did Yang Kai's heartbeat accelerate, even Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman blushed slightly, their breathing becoming slightly rapid. The three of them quickly averted their gazes and silently cursed this enchanting seductress. He, Shanqing Luo giggled as she took in the gazes of the three of them. Arriving at the lakeside, she put on her clothes, half covering her body, step by step, snuggled up to Yang Kai and sat down beside him. "Can you be a little more discreet?" Yang Kai frowned. "Do I need to be discreet in front of you?" Shanqing Luo giggled. "We've touched, kissed. What's the point of being so particular?" Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in surprise, their eyes gradually becoming strange. Although Qiu Yimeng had previously felt that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was not simple, she had never seen it with her own eyes and didn't know how close they were. Sitting next to him in such a disheveled state, if she wasn't in love with him, what woman would be so shameless? Is the world's most charming woman really taken? Qiu Yimeng was slightly dazed as she looked at Yang Kai again. Although his appearance was sloppy and his strength wasn't bad, in the end, he was still just a young boy, only a Yuan Qi fourth stage cultivator. How could he capture the heart of the beguiling demon queen? Qiu Yimeng stared at him in amazement, unable to recover for a long time. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and didn't look at the sight of Shanqing Luo Xiaoman, instead focusing on grilling the fish. As the fragrance of the meat filled the air, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's stomachs couldn't help grumbling. The two women couldn't help blushing. The two of them had been chased by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's cultivator for more than a month and hadn't had much time to rest. They were both tired and hungry, physically and mentally exhausted, and then they were captured by the spider. "Many thanks to Elder Sister Shan for saving us this time." Qiu Yimeng squeezed out a smile and thanked her. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly and said, "Between you and me, it's just a transaction. There's no need to thank me." That being said, if it weren't for Elder Sister Shan, Xiaoman and I would have been doomed. Qiu Yimeng shook her head gently. After saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and reluctantly said, "Thank you too." At the last moment, if it weren't for him, Qiu Yimeng definitely wouldn't have been able to reach Luo Xiaoman's side in time. Yang Kai's face remained cold, and he didn't respond. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt bitter. Chapter 311. Half a month later, Fragrant City. This was a prosperous city that was not inferior to any other city in the outside world, and it was also where the beguiling demon queen's palace was located. The ash-gray cloud Evil Land covered a vast area and was divided into 6 major blocks, each of which was guarded by 6 evil kings. With Fragrant City as the center, the land within a 1,000-kilometer radius was Shanqing Luo's territory. Over the past half a month, Shanqing Luo had led Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng, and Luo Xiaoman through the territories controlled by the other 2 evil kings, carefully returning to this place. After stepping into Fragrant City, no matter who it was, they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After half a month of getting along, Not only had Yang Kai's perception of the ash-gray cloud evil land changed, but even Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's impressions of the ash-gray cloud evil land had been subverted. According to rumors, the ash-gray cloud evil land was filled with evil cultivators and evil demons. Any random person one encountered was an unforgivable traitor. However, according to Shanqing Luo's introduction, the ash-gray cloud evil land was not as bad as the rumors said. At the very least, this was the case in the territory she controlled. It was undeniable that there were indeed many evil cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land, but even more of them were honest people. There were many cultivators who had committed crimes in their own sect and were forced to enter the ash-gray cloud evil land. There were also some who had offended great sects they couldn't afford to offend and had entered the ash-gray cloud evil land to avoid disaster. There were also some who, because their secret arts were relatively dark, were classified as evil demons by the world and were like rats crossing the street. It could be said that many of the cultivators in the ash-gray cloud evil land had their own bitter past and were not necessarily full of evil. The world only recognizes the light and refuses to acknowledge the darkness in their hearts, so we are called evil. How ridiculous! Shanqing Luo said helplessly as she spoke. Although she was one of the 6 great evil kings and ruled over a 1,000-kilometer radius, she still couldn't change the deep-rooted beliefs and views of the world. Yang Kai remembered the words of the old demon. What was a person? What was a demon? Humans and demons were one family. Everyone had evil in their hearts. After entering the city, the bustling city made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. If he didn't clearly know that he was inside the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Kai would have thought that this place was just the same as the city outside. Everything here was no different from the cities outside. Many ordinary peddlers and runners lived here, and the cultivator who came and went was like a school of carps crossing the river. Most people did not bully the weak when interacting with these ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a few who looked perverse. The cultivator covered in evil chi also followed the rules of Fragrant City, not daring to act rashly. Inside the city, from time to time, there would be some cultivator in black robes walking by. These people were the law enforcement team responsible for maintaining order in Fragrant City. Anyone who did bad things in Fragrant City would be mercilessly attacked by these law enforcement teams. Therefore, in the entire ash-gray cloud evil land, Fragrant City was the safest city. Under the effective management of Shanqing Luo, this city was becoming more and more prosperous. There were very few people who committed crimes here. The Queen Master, at this moment, was wearing a black veil, not revealing her true face as she led the way, walking at a leisurely pace. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman followed behind her, secretly observing the scene in the city, while secretly admiring her. To be able to keep the entire city so peaceful, Shanqing Luo's methods were not simple. As they walked, Yang Kai's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Noticing this, Shanqing Luo turned to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. Let's part ways here." Although it was a very happy thing to win the favor of a beauty, Yang Kai was really afraid that one day Shanqing Luo would not be able to hold herself back and would pluck him. Moreover, he had been separated from Su Yan for some time now, so Yang Kai wanted to inquire about Su Yan's situation. Hearing him say this, Shanqing Luo's beautiful eyes flashed as she understood what he was thinking. Grinning, she walked back and grabbed Yang Kai's arm, exhaling deeply. "Do you think you can get away? You don't need to be so enthusiastic." Yang Kai's expression became bitter. The thing he was most worried about had happened. He was afraid that Shanqing Luo would not let him go. On the way back, he had tried to escape many times, but every time before he could even begin to act, she had seen through him. Shanqing Luo was so powerful. If she really wanted to force him to stay, there was nothing he could do. It's chaotic outside. Even if you go out, it won't be safe. You should stay here with me for a while. How long? Depends on my mood. Yang Kai's face became even more gloomy. If he stayed, wouldn't he become this dragon lady's gigolo? Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both looked at him gloatingly, feeling a burst of pleasure in their hearts, being bound by Shanqing Luo, unable to move. This dragon lady still put on a very cute appearance, holding onto Yang Kai's arm and gently snuggling up to Yang Kai. Fortunately, she was wearing a veil. Otherwise, if someone were to see this scene, Fragrant City would be in chaos. After a while, they arrived at Shanqing Luo's palace. This palace was built magnificently, covering an extremely large area. It was decorated with magnificent jade buildings, flying dragons and phoenixes, creating a magnificent atmosphere. After entering, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this huge palace was very quiet, as if there weren't many people living here. Walking through the corridors, the sound of small bridges and flowing water could be heard, giving off a very poetic and picturesque feeling. In my palace, besides a few maidservants, there is no one else. It has always been deserted, so you don't need to be so cautious, Shanqing Luo explained softly. After returning to the palace, she was completely relaxed, reaching out to untie the veil on her face and slowly stretching, revealing her beautiful curves. "Who is it?" A tender voice called out as a purple figure quickly approached. "It's me," Shanqing Luo replied softly. The person who had just arrived paused for a moment before flying over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, a sweet, petite woman appeared in front of everyone. "Master, you're finally back." This woman looked to be in her 20s and was in the prime of her youth. After seeing Shanqing Luo, her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with joy and relief. Because she was so happy, her pair of eyes overflowed with tears, and after coming to a stop, the jade rabbit on her chest shook exaggeratedly. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly and found that this young woman's dress was quite tasteful. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyebrows were like thin smoke. Her pair of beautiful eyes were slender and bright. Her nose was delicate and delicate. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her lips were like orchids. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was crystal clear like snow. Her figure was graceful and enchanting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Worthy of being the beguiling demon queen's maid. She actually has such beauty." Sweeping her with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this young woman actually had a cultivation at the Yuan Qi Boundary's 7th stage. Although she wasn't as strong as Chiu Yimeng, she wasn't far behind, and should be 1 or 2 years younger than Chiu Yimeng. Being swept by his divine sense, the young woman couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, her eyes suddenly turning cold as she stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Her senses are quite sharp." Yang Kai chuckled and casually turned his eyes away. Frowning slightly, the young woman obviously didn't know why Shanqing Luo had brought 3 people back, but she didn't bother arguing with Yang Kai, and instead asked eagerly, "Master, I heard that the Beast King brought people to ambush you. Are you hurt?" "It's nothing serious." Shanqing Luo shook her head slightly. "Don't worry. That's good. The Beast King is really despicable. Because of this matter, the elders almost ran over and fought with him. By the way, Master, right now the central capital's 8 great families are jointly attacking the Holy Land. Our Fragrant City has also dispatched a lot of people to meet them," the elders said. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a little tired today." Shanqing Luo interrupted her. "Leave it to the elders to decide." And the young woman nodded slightly, glancing suspiciously at Yang Kai. And the other 2, these 3, Shanqing Luo frowned as she looked at Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly chuckling, waving her hand and sending out 2 streaks of light. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's tender bodies trembled, and by the time they reacted, Their yuan qi had already been disabled. What does elder sister Shan mean? Chiu Yimeng asked with a forced smile. Nothing. Shan Qing Luo chuckled lightly. By Luo, take these two girls to Fragrance Pavilion. And Bai Luo looked curiously at Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, wondering how these two had offended her master, and were now under house arrest in Fragrance Pavilion. Although it was strange, Bai Luo didn't ask and simply clapped her hands. Soon, a few young women walked over. These women were all as beautiful as flowers, and their strength was not low either. However, they were dressed like maids. Take them to Fragrance Pavilion, Bai Luo ordered. Yes, take good care of them. Don't let these two young ladies suffer any grievances, Shan Qing Luo said with a smile. Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's expressions became gloomy, but they didn't resist, simply smiling helplessly and following the maids away. What about him? Bai Luo pointed to Yang Kai and asked, her heart full of doubts. She had never seen her master bring a young man into the palace. Even when the other evil kings came to visit, they were only arranged in the reception area. No man had ever set foot in this quiet place. Shan Qing Luo smiled meaningfully and also sent a streak of light into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he quietly circulated his yuan qi, but soon found that it wasn't blocked, only that there was an additional mark on his body that he couldn't remove by himself. Take them to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion to rest. Shan Qing Luo smiled lightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became sullen, his stomach filled with dissatisfaction. Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Bai Luo exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. That place was the deepest part of the palace, and was also the best pavilion in the palace. It was the place where the master had lived when she was still a young lady. There was also the bed and curtains used by the master herself, the pillows and jade cushions, and even the remnants of the master's body fragrance. Most importantly, it was where the master's memories were from when she was a young girl. How could such a private place be arranged for a man to live in? Chapter 3:12. But now, this unknown man was actually going to live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, causing Bai Luo's heart to fill with shock. What is this little brat's background? How could he be so important to her master? Surprised, Bai Luo's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help staring at Yang Kai, her expression filled with jealousy and unwillingness. You've been running around all this time. You must be tired. You should rest early today. When I'm done with my business, I'll come talk to you again, Shan Qing Luo said with a sweet smile. Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he glared at her, but didn't say anything. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to lower his head. Bai Luo was about to clap her hands and summon a few more maids when Shan Qing Luo suddenly said, You personally take him to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Bai Luo was startled, her expression becoming more and more surprised before she nodded. Yes. Shan Qing Luo then whispered to Yang Kai, You little bastard, don't bully her. I watched Bai Luo grow up. She's like a sister to me. I know. Yang Kai responded with a sigh. Go. Bai Luo then led Yang Kai through the palace. Following closely behind this enchanting young woman, Yang Kai found that Shan Qing Luo's palace was indeed very quiet. Although the outside was a bustling city, inside there wasn't the slightest noise, and instead a fragrant aroma permeated the air. Every path was clean and spotless. From time to time, they would come across a few beautiful maids, all of whom would respectfully bow to Bai Luo while curiously sizing up Yang Kai. Along the way, Bai Luo didn't encounter a single man. A short time later, they arrived at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. It was an elegant 3-story loft that wasn't too big nor too small. It had a unique flavor to it, and there were many flowers and plants planted in front of it. It was currently the season when flowers bloomed. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Hey, Bai Luo called out to Yang Kai as she led the way. Be careful when you walk. Don't step on these flowers and plants. They were all personally planted by Master. If you break them, I'll make you pay. Oh, Yang Kai responded indifferently. He knew that this little girl had a problem with him, so he didn't care about her resentful tone. What kind of person is this? Bai Luo's heart was filled with resentment. This little brat didn't look like a powerful character, and his clothes and temperament didn't seem like he came from a noble background. So why was Master so interested in him? Furthermore, the Master had warned him not to bully him. Can he beat me? Bai Luo couldn't help feeling annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that Shanqing Luo was treating Yang Kai with such a high standard, Bai Luo wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to spar with Yang Kai and teach him a lesson. They went up to the second floor of the attic. Bai Luo opened the door and was the first to enter, a look of joy appearing on her pretty face. Not bothering to pay any attention to Yang Kai, she instead leapt directly onto a large bed in the middle of the room. She was sprawled out on the bed, hugging a pillow in her arms. Her delicate nose twitched as she sniffed with all her might. As she sniffed, a look of extreme happiness appeared on her face. This was the bed that Master had slept on, and this was the pillow that Master had rested on. There was also the scent of Master. Bai Luo felt her soul flutter as her cheeks blushed. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at her, secretly laughing in his heart. He knew that in this little girl's heart, Shanqing Luo was her greatest idol, which was why she was behaving so inexplicably. However, this little girl's posture only served to accentuate her perky buttocks. Taking a closer look at this boudoir, Yang Kai nodded. Not bad. Bai Luo instantly woke up and quickly got up from the bed, her almond eyes widening as she grit her teeth and asked, "Not bad?" Yang Kai nodded. This was a woman's boudoir, so it was somewhat inappropriate for him to live here. Giving it a not bad evaluation was already good enough. Ha! It really is not bad. Bai Luo ground her teeth and snorted. This is the place where Master lived when she was still a young girl. I tried so hard to convince Master to let me live here. Yet you, a smelly brat of unknown origin, not only do you not feel satisfied, you actually think it's not bad? Yang Kai stared at her blankly, only now understanding why she was so hostile towards him. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he asked, "Sister Bai Luo, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Who do you think you are?" Bai Luo stood up angrily, hugging the pillow in her arms and stomping out of the room. "Why did you take that pillow away?" Yang Kai was speechless. This was used by Master. Bai Luo turned around angrily and angrily shouted, suddenly walking back to Yang Kai's side and picking up the mattress. This was also used by Mistress. Like a little boss, Bai Luo glared at Yang Kai fiercely before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that this woman's worship of Shanqing Luo was not just a little bit. It had definitely reached the point of obsession. Not caring about this, Yang Kai jumped onto the bed and sat down cross-legged. He definitely couldn't stay in Fragrant City for long. Shanqing Luo's secret art was simply too dangerous. If he stayed here, sooner or later he would die at her hands. However, this dragon lady had now regained her strength, so Yang Kai couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given her the myriad drug cream. But at that time, he had no other choice but to escape from the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. On top of that, the mark that Dragon Lady had placed in his body was definitely for tracking purposes. If he wanted to leave, he would first have to deal with this mark. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai carefully examined the situation in his body. Although his divine sense couldn't see inside his body, it was still easy for him to sense his body's condition. After a while, Yang Kai felt a faint energy attached to his ribs between his chest and abdomen, like a maggot attached to a tarsal bone. He tried to use his true Yang Yuan Qi to dispel it, but to no avail. Even the evil energy of the unyielding golden skeleton couldn't be purified. It was attached to his body. It wasn't harmful to his body, nor would it hinder the operation of his yuan qi. However, this energy was like a bright lighthouse in the darkness, allowing Shan Qing Luo to easily sense his position. If only the old demon was here, he could see what kind of energy this was. But unfortunately, ever since the old demon entered the coiling dragon stream's body, there had been no news of him. While he was trying, Yang Kai suddenly sensed a wisp of divine sense drifting to his side. "Little bastard, what are you doing?" Shan Qing Luo's voice immediately sounding both angry and happy. "Sleeping." Yang Kai rolled his eyes, cursing in his heart. He already knew that there was something wrong with the energy the dragon lady had injected into his body, but he hadn't thought that this would alarm her. Shan Qing Luo smiled tenderly and said, "Don't waste your energy. That's my soul-chasing seal. Unless I remove it myself, even a peak immortal ascension boundary master won't be able to remove it. With this seal, no matter how far you run, I'll be able to find you." "There's no need to do this," Yang Kai said with a bitter expression. He. Shan Qing Luo giggled. "Who told you to be so dishonest? If you were honest, I wouldn't have treated you like this." Good, you can rest for the night. Tomorrow I'll come find you. I promise you won't be bored." "Forget it. You really are heartless," Shan Qing Luo snorted, withdrawing his divine sense. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up on the idea of breaking the soul-chasing seal and rest for the night. The next day, Yang Kai was alarmed by the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs and awoke from his meditation. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure walked in gracefully, and a bewitching smile hung on her face. It was hard to tell how old this beautiful woman was, but she was at most 25 years old. Her figure was full. Her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to constantly bloom with an alluring light, and her skin was white and delicate. She was also extremely charming, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Shan Qing Luo, she wasn't far off. She was the type that exuded a ripe fragrance from head to toe, the type that could be easily pinched. However, compared to Shan Qing Luo, this woman was more amorous, while Shan Qing Luo was more delicate. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and softly said, "Did young lord rest well last night?" "Not bad." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The beautiful woman stepped forward, walked to the side of the bed, and gracefully bowed. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said, "This servant was sent by the Lord to serve the young master. The young master can just call me Yun Li, and these two girls—" The beautiful woman introduced herself as she waved her hand. Immediately, two young girls with different temperaments walked out from behind her. One looked gentle and quiet, while the other looked dignified and elegant. Whether it was the beautiful woman or the two girls, they were both beautiful and pleasing to the eye. "This is Ruoyu." The beautiful woman pointed to the gentle and quiet girl, and then pointed to the other dignified and elegant girl. "This is Ruo Qing. Greetings to young lord." The two girls gracefully bowed. Their manners were comparable to the young ladies of large families. There was simply no flaw to be found. Yang Kai's face darkened. He didn't know what this dragon lady Shan Qing Luo wanted to do. These three girls had different temperaments, but no matter which one it was, they could arouse a man's desire to conquer them. Not to mention the two young girls, Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing, the beautiful woman Yun Li's temperament was only slightly worse than Shan Qing Luo's. Moreover, she had an advantage that the other young girls didn't have. That was, her extremely plump body and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to emit a seductive light at all times. "Does this mean I'm going to fall in love?" Yang Kai's heart was beating like a drum. The beautiful woman Yun Li smiled and said, "Master said that during young lord's stay in Fragrant City, these servants will take care of young lord's daily needs. Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai responded indifferently, "Of course, young lord is master's honored guest." The beautiful woman Yunli smiled, but her cheeks suddenly blushed as she softly said, "Master also said that if young lord has any request, these servants must satisfy it." "Any request?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he understood the hidden meaning behind these words. The beautiful woman gently nodded. This time, even Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing were bashful, their eyes slightly drifting, not daring to look at Yang Kai, their expressions slightly nervous. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.